Tom Wilson tied it up 1-1 for the Caps with 12 minutes left in the third period, but then the Bruins broke through 38 seconds later to go ahead and hand Washington a season-opening 3-1 loss. Over in Major League Baseball, only one division series wrapped up last night, and that was the Blue Jays knocking the Yankees out of the postseason. Toronto advances to their first ALCS since 2016. Kyle Schwarber hit 2 homers as the Phillies beat the Dodgers 8-2 to stay alive in that series. And the Cubs scored 4 runs early on, maintaining that lead for a 4-3 win. That series also staying alive. And the Tigers forced a winner-take-all Game 5, beating the Mariners yesterday 9-3. And over in college football, the Bill Belichick experiment at North Carolina is off to a disastrous start. But no one appears ready to pull the plug just yet. There have been a ton of reports that Belichick and North Carolina have been engaged in negotiations to lower the coach's buyout, that maybe the Belichick era was already going to be over. But the coach and the school released a joint statement saying that he is fully committed to UNC and the school remains committed to him, giving him their full support. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Be sublime.
In the concubines. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big ear blogger. What up, B?
What's up, big ear blogger?
Got some booze today.
I see. Like I walked through the little media room, everybody got some booze. If they start hitting it, they're gonna be
It'd be a
festival.
heck of a press conference.
Press conference today.
We always read the press releases from the Commanders. The Commanders, and I'm guessing it's called Bottled, B-O-T-L-D, launch Old DC Spirits. They got tailgate tea, hard peach tea, DC Mule, and half. So, you want one? It's a little early.
Give me a little time.
Do you think there's any chance the DC Mule is actually Charlie Mule?
Nah. If it is, I'm not drinking it. Say it like that.
I trust Chuck. Obviously, we're out here in Ashburn as the Commanders are getting ready for the Bears on Monday night. Going to be a very interesting evening. I think with, as we get closer and closer to this game, a lot of people are going to start talking about the Hail Mary. Yesterday, Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels,
they gave it a one-finger salute.
Dude, they wanted nothing to do with it.
But, I mean, that play happened. And everyone say it's a lucky play as it is. What makes anybody think that anybody on this side should be thinking about that? If you get to that point, let's be real. They got to that point because they damn blew a game. Let's be real. They were winning the game, then they began to falter. They fell behind, then they had to come back. So I wouldn't want to think about that.
Totally. That's fair.
Chicago might want to think about it because, they completely blew it because they had it and blew it.
Yeah, I mean, Washington, I went back and looked at that box score. The Commanders really struggled in that game. They got up 9-0, but all they could get were field goals. And, I mean, they were getting field goals from the red zone. Mm-hmm. They kicked a field goal from the Bears' 8-yard line, Bears' 12-yard line, Bears' 9-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
They got up 12-0 with another second-half field goal. That was from the Bears' 29. Offensively, I imagine they were really frustrated by their inability to score in the red zone.
Yeah.
If you look at the yardage in that game, they outgained Chicago. They put up almost 500 yards of offense to the Bears' 300. So I think when Washington looks back on that, they're really happy about the Hail Mary. And if you want to back out the Hail Mary yardage, so that was 52 yards, right? The actual pass play. So that means Jaden passed for about 275, and their total offensive output without the Hail Mary was, call it 425.
That's a lot.
Like, they should have been dominant in that game. I mean, you kick 3 first-half field goals from inside the red zone. You kick 2 field goals from inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah. I mean, you should be scoring in. But see, for me, what Washington should be concerned about is they're like they're first in the NFL in rushing.
Yeah.
Chicago's defense is 31st. Chicago's defense overall is 27th. You know, Washington should be concerned about that, where if we go out there and run our offense and do what we're capable of doing, we wouldn't have to worry about no Hail Mary. Let the fans talk about it. Come into this thing and make sure you're at your absolute best. If you're there, no need to worry about the rest of the crap. Because if I see, based on how I think football should be played still today, even with the passing, if you can run it and they can't stop you, they should not be able to beat you. Point blank.
Right. Yesterday was a cool day in the district. I went down to Caps opening night. A lot of excitement. Caps didn't deliver. 3-1 final. Wasn't the game you want, but exciting to have hockey back. I think we got NBA back in, I don't know, a week or two. October's a fun month because you get the kickoff of all the winter sports. Football's really humming. I think, baseball playoffs are going on. You were checking some scores earlier. Shout out to Jeff and Lamphill. You all right, boys? The New York Yankees are cooked.
Yeah, they're going downstream out.
They're done. Jeff, Lamphill, you okay? Yankee fans?
They're very quiet today.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
Perhaps just not talking to us.
They'll be on somebody else's bandwagon.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to kind of watch the baseball playoffs continue. You got 2 more games today. Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers, Cubs. I think the biggest questions out here, Noah Brown back at practice yesterday, B. That was all kind of happening as we were wrapping up our show. I asked Noah Brown if I could talk to him yesterday. He said no, he's not talking yet. So I don't know that means something or nothing. But Terry McLaurin did not practice yesterday. Mm-hmm. How you feeling about Terry for this week?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't thinking that he would be 100% out there anyway. So at this point, I'm waiting till they tell us he's on the field and he could possibly go. A quad where you have to get a second opinion about whether you need surgery or not, that's not a not serious thing. That's something serious. So I don't know if it'll be this week or next week. Maybe if someone told him they had to be 3 to 4 weeks, that's why they didn't put him on injury reserve. But the ultimate thing, when he's out there, he's out there. If he's not, they got to figure out a way to keep doing it without him.
Yeah, the Noah thing is interesting. I think Terry could make a big impact this week. I think, though, like you started by saying, run the football early, often. Run the ball. And I think that will be the plan. I'm curious if you think the same. Chicago comes into this thing terrible against the run.
Yeah, and that's something you need to exploit. So, and let's be real. Chicago know that they were trying to exploit that. So they're going to probably be ready for it. And you got to be ready to do something off of it. You sit up there, they may put 8 in the box. Play action pass, over the top. Find ways to circumvent what you think they're going to try and do. Because everyone looks at it. Washington's damn good running the football. Chicago is not good at stopping it. Washington's going to run the football. Chicago has to be thinking that too.
Right.
And they have to be coming into this game hell-bent on not letting them run it. So
the Bears should be a little healthier too, coming off their bye week.
Creeping people up and things of that nature. Have something off of it to counter whatever they try and do.
Yeah. Also, it should be a pretty cool game tonight for Commanders fans, just because it's an NFC East game. We got Giants-Eagles tonight. Both coming off a loss. Eagles, their first loss of the year. The Giants, their fourth loss of the year. Giants had a lead against the Saints and blew it. Good luck with that. I'll definitely be watching that tonight. Our buddy Dave Zangaro from Philadelphia is going to join us in about 20 minutes to kind of preview what's going on in Philly. They're undoubtedly the more talented team between those two, but it's just kind of like unclear exactly what is going wrong for that offense. But, Brian, I wanted to ask you a question. So I recorded a podcast this morning with Tischler, and how much Jaden and DQ don't want to talk about the Hail Mary. They've been very clear. Ben Johnson, the Bears head coach, doesn't want to talk about the Hail Mary. He's been perfectly clear. Understanding that football teams turn over pretty significantly year over year, but that still means roughly half, maybe 2/3 of your team is the same as the year prior. How much, if at all, does losing by the Hail Mary play last year impact the Bears' motivation for Monday night?
There's going to be some people that's going to think about it, but ultimately, if you really look at that game, that one play decided it. But there were 5 to 7 other plays that one play ended it. The other plays decided what happened in that game. If they don't allow the other stuff, then guess what? They don't have a Hail Mary won't help us at all. Okay, Ben Johnson wasn't even there. So what he's going to come in and tell us something? Yeah, man, last year they beat us by a Hail Mary. He wasn't there. So he can't fake it.
Right.
And for this team to be concerned about, that's the past, man. I keep saying that windshield is way bigger than that damn rearview mirror. Keep focusing on the past. And listen, it's a storyline. It pops, but it doesn't do anything for the game this year. If every person on the team came back from last year, that will not help them win this year.
Right. That's kind of my point. Is I definitely believe it's kind of similar to are the Bears a rival question?
Nope.
Right. I don't think they are.
They're not.
And I don't
stretch.
I think what's going on with Commanders and Bears fans fighting on social media, because Jeff, that's definitely happening. He told us that yesterday.
Commander fans are responding to what the Bears fans started all that crap last year. It wasn't the Commanders fan that started that. The Bears fans started, and especially after that game, they kept going with it. So you're not supposed to just accept their BS. They won't throw it at you, throw it back. Or try to ignore them, which you probably can't, because anything you do, any post out there, there's somebody from Chicago got something to say about it.
I thought Jaden was really smart yesterday. He got asked about kind of the Caleb going number 1, and I love just Jaden's kind of bluntness when he's asked something that he doesn't think matters. Yesterday he was asked about the Hail Mary. He's like, that Hail Mary isn't going to help us win a game on Monday, so what's the point? And he was asked about Caleb Williams. He said he got drafted number 1, I got drafted 2. Nothing we could do to change that. He's been doing his thing, so I always keep up with football in general. We got our hands full coming up Monday night with him and his offense and the whole team in general.
Yeah.
Some of this is completely fan and media fabrications.
100%.
Maybe those two don't love each other. I have no idea what their relationship is. They might be best friends for all I know. I am confident they have a relationship. They were in the same draft class. Caleb was playing in Southern California. Jaden's from there. They probably went to similar ceremonies and dinners. You know what I mean? I'd be shocked if they don't know one another. You don't have to be best friends. You don't have to be enemies. You could kind of just exist.
Why is it that fans and media feel like either you got to be best friends or enemies?
Right.
There are a lot of people out there who they're not friends, they're not enemies, they're acquaintances. They see each other, they know each other enough to say, "Yo, what's up, man?" They may talk for like a minute or two, boom, they go the other ways. But they don't hate each other, nor do they love each other. It's okay. Just because you play sports against somebody, and this is what kills me about a lot of fans sometimes, and even media people. There are media people covering teams that they don't even like. Okay? There are media people who are covering the team that's directly against their opponent, the team that they love. They're fans that are married to people that like the Cowboys and the Eagles, but they love the Commanders. But then that's okay for them, but it's not okay for you. It's just a damn job. You know, I told you, whenever I played against my cousins or whatever, during the game, I was trying to beat them. Bragging rights, baby. Once the game was over, that's still my cousin. I still love him. You know, I don't stop liking him because he plays for another team, but they act as if just because you buckle up a helmet, you're supposed to hate everybody. No, you dislike the hell out of them while you're inside those lines. Once you're over with those lines, you're cool unless the person does something stupid inside the lines. Then that may bring something, you know, push it to where you can't stand them no matter what. I have a few people like that in my history. So,
Well, dude, I mean, think about, not to equate pro football with our golf game, but like, you and I spend a lot of time together. We play golf together.
Mm-hmm.
I can't beat you. Every once in a while I flirt with it and I'm fired up about it. Or sometimes you piss me off when you change the bet on the 17th hole. But like,
hold on.
we get done playing golf.
I don't change no bet.
Yeah.
JP.
We were up 2. And then on 17, you recalculated things and we were only up 1.
No,
That
exactly. You were up 2 because you had miscalculated. I wouldn't edit it properly.
We had been up 2 for like 3 holes.
No.
And then we got to 17. You're like, all right, we got to check on this map.
Nah.
JP
Maybe
being
I told
bad
you
at
it was up
math.
2 just to fool you.
JP being bad at math is the most likely answer.
Listen to me. He said on 17. You know why he said 17? Because that's when he made a stupid damn decision.
That's accurate. I'm not disputing what is accurate.
And remember, if you're up 2 and you win 1, if you lose the next one, it's 1-1. It's a press.
But I agree. Like, I think because of the way last year ended and because these two quarterbacks went 1-2 and because, frankly, I think the Bears fans are desperate to think they didn't screw up. And it's not just Jaden at this point. They're desperate to think they did not screw up in taking
Either
Caleb,
one of the quarterbacks.
because Drake looks really good. Bo Nix had a really
Yeah.
good season last year. Jaden had the probably the greatest rookie season ever, and they're sitting here with Caleb, who's painting his nails and doing weird yoga, and they're like, "Oh man, it's everybody else's fault." You know what I mean? The reality is Caleb has looked pretty good this season.
Yeah.
He has every fundamental tool you can imagine.
He does.
Like his athleticism and arm strength is off the charts.
What did I say about him last year? I said if he ever does stuff on schedule, we'll see what he's capable of. That's the only knock I had about him. Whatever he did, he purposely did stuff off schedule. And me watching his receiver's body language last year said he had to get that corrected. And they brought in Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson feels like he's working on that. But you do see every once in a while when there's some pressure, he resorts back to who he is, and who he knows. You know? But the only problem I've ever had with his game was that off schedule where he feels it has to happen. It doesn't have to happen.
Now, specific to Ben Johnson, I heard something yesterday that really kind of made sense to me. It seemed like the perfect word to describe. Ben Johnson may go on to prove he is the next Sean McVay. He may go on to prove he is the next Adam Gase. We don't know, right? But I think Ben Johnson's behavior this year as a head coach, where he's been prickly, he's been combative, he's had some weird sideline interviews with just nice sideline reporters, like having
That may just be his way, man.
and that's fine. I think
Yeah.
how he handled the Commanders' job search of whatever that would be now, like 18, 16 months ago, I thought was not the most professional way.
Okay.
But he also designed some exciting offensive plays. Sure looks like the Lions are okay without him, but whatever. We're going to see, right? Like the sample size is entirely too small to make declarations of who or what Ben Johnson is.
Yeah.
But I was watching a video from the 1067 account of our guy Danny Rouillet.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, at least to date, he had the perfect way to describe Ben Johnson. He called him a twerp. And I feel like Danny might have nailed it. Ben Johnson has showed some serious twerpish tendencies.
I hope he's not twerking.
Yo,
I hope he just Twerp E.
I feel like twerp seems like a good
Listen,
word.
what he did last year was very, very unprofessional. But that does not stop him from getting the job. He still got another job the next year.
Totally.
And listen, it probably is a bless. It could be a blessing in disguise for Washington that he didn't come here. You know what I'm saying? So they ended up with a guy who seems to have built a great culture. They drafted and Adam drafted some great people. This may be. I just want people to understand this is not the final product of what they are trying to put together. But they just were better than what we thought early. This may end up being something spectacular. So, and let's be real, both teams can win. Chicago could be better and Washington could be better. But the way he handled that, yes, that was very unprofessional. You know who should be mad at that? The Harris Group and the Peters. Not us.
Right. Doesn't matter to us.
We wouldn't pay him no money.
We weren't on the flight.
We wouldn't doing nothing with him. We didn't have one conversation with him. And the thing about the negotiations sometimes with players and coaches and all that, believe me, way more is said than what you know. And it could be just one little thing that may turn somebody off. Cool. If I'm not the place for you, don't come here. You know, and listen, what the rumors that were floating about, what he was trying to get, he didn't get that in Chicago either, did he?
Right. I think we don't need to be mad at Ben Johnson. I'm not mad at Ben
I
Johnson.
care less about Ben Johnson.
I said this when a team goes to its backup quarterback, there is not a single rule in the NFL rule book that doesn't allow that team to win. You're still allowed to win games with your backup quarterback. Ben Johnson may very well prove to be a great coach.
He can be our backup.
He may win Chicago's first Super Bowl in 40 years. But as of right now, I'm not sure I see that. But I did like Danny's use of the word twerp. I think there's been some twerpish tendencies. Not talking twerking, talking twerping.
Hey, Landfill, ChatGPT, get him to put up Ben Johnson twerping. Not twerking, but twerping. See what it gives you.
Oh, boy. I can't. The text thread's about to blow up here. Nobody go anywhere. We're getting an Eagles-Giants preview from our guy Dave Zangaro. They play tonight, Thursday Night Football. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, fellas, if you still rocking those tired old polos with the floppy collars, looking like a dog running around with his ears just like JP sometimes, it's time to step it up. Collars & Co., you might have heard of them. You might have seen them on Shark Tank. They give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. Look, and I wear mine into the studio. I hit the golf course on it. And even if I want to go out, I can put them on. There are no wrinkles. You don't have to get a dry cleaner. Just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And you can check them out in person right now. They have a new store opening up on October 15th at Congressional Plaza. Go over there and tell them, listen, I want my shirts to be looking like JP's and B. Mitch's. You can get 20% off orders right now, over $99 if you use the code BMitch20 or JP, is it JP Finley 20?
With an A.
JP Finley with an A 20. You can get 20% off over orders over $99. That's Collar & Co. Stay sharp, just like me and Jupe.
Some NFL injury updates. Saints defensive end Chase Young returned to practice yesterday as he's been dealing with a calf injury that's kept him out since preseason. Full return at practice. Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin missed practice yesterday with a leg injury, listed as an issue with his fibula on the team's injury report. Godwin's only played in 2 games this season after he's been recovering from a dislocated ankle he suffered last year. In your Thursday Night Football matchup are the Giants and the Eagles. For the Eagles, left guard Landon Dickerson is out and could miss multiple games. Defensive tackle Jalen Carter is listed as questionable after being limited with a heel injury. As for New York, Darius Slayton is out for the game, so that means Jackson Dart will be without 2 of his top receivers for the Giants. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Whenever you hear Hall & Oates, means we're going to Broad Street. Talk to our friend, Mr. Dave Zangaro, covers the Eagles for NBC Sports Philadelphia. You can give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS.
Great music town, bro.
Dave's a dear friend of the program. What's up, Davey Z? How we doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Doing good, Dave. What's happening with you, brother?
What's up with the Eagles, dude? How's everything going up there?
They are 4-1 and the sky is falling. No, I mean it's
It's pretty remarkable how it goes, dude.
you guys know the way Philly is sometimes. It's there's a high expectation, a high standard this year. They've won some games, but they haven't really played to that standard yet. So there's a little bit of angst right now, especially offensively. They just haven't been clicking the way they want to click. Fair to say that happened last year too, and then things ended up working out pretty well for them. So we got to just see which way this one goes, because they got through 4 really tough games with wins to start their season, like really tough games. On the road at Arrowhead, facing the Rams, who gave them a great test in the playoffs, facing the Bucs in Tampa, where they've had kind of some nightmares before, and they had the Cowboys in the opener, always a tougher game in the division. So they get through that 4-0, and you think, okay, they just have to figure it out, and they'll be okay. And then they finally lose a game against the Broncos, a game they had no business losing. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, it's time to get right. And lo and behold, they play the Giants tonight, so they have a chance to do that.
Is the running game just a little slower than it was last year? Because it seemed to be more explosive last year.
Yeah, it's a problem right now because the run game was just so effective last year. And I don't think it's Saquon. You know, when a running back has that level of touches in a season, you worry about what's he going to be the next year. Well, I don't think we've really seen the signs from Saquon that he's slowed down. I think it's more about the offensive line right now. And in hindsight, you know, we talk so much about the effects a big season like that can have on a running back. We don't really talk about the effects it can have on an offensive line, because those are the guys taking the hits every single time they run the football, and they like running the ball. Offensive linemen do, but there might be some attrition this year. I think they've been a little banged up front, and all those big holes that were there for Saquon last year, those have really dried up. Last year he was leading the league, by a wide margin in yards before contact. That's not there right now. Those holes aren't there. So, it's a big problem with their offense, because everything they did last year was kind of predicated on the idea that they were just going to bully up front, and they're not able to do that right now.
So it seems like when they do run the ball, the receivers are mad. They're not getting – I don't know. I've known enough NFL receivers that I've learned to limit my reaction to their reactions, because sometimes they're just reactionary people. But the A.J. Brown stuff doesn't seem to ever be going away. And I thought the on-field behavior on the last play against the Broncos was pretty damn weird. Maybe he's just trying to make a play, but it seemed overly aggressive with his own teammate right there. What have those guys said kind of in the days since that loss to the Broncos, and what do you make of A.J. Brown overall?
Yeah, there's a lot there, right? So receivers are receivers. We all know them, right? They want the football, and
Yeah.
it's a weird position because you're so dependent on other things going the way for you that it needs to go, and you're kind of out there just sometimes you're out there getting cardio, and it can be a lonely place to be. And I think last year the receivers were able to put their egos to the side because they were winning so much, and because the run game was so good. It kind of goes back to the run game. A.J. Brown last year, he wants the football. Devontae Smith wants the football, but it's hard to argue against a 2,000-yard rusher, right? Like everything offensively fed through that. So I think they were more willing to buy in. This year, what you're seeing is the run game is not as effective. And, if you're A.J. Brown, if you're Devontae Smith, you're thinking, well, throw me the ball. I can help. I'm a great player. And I think that's kind of where it all stems from. And AJ's an emotional guy. Sometimes he can't get out of his own way. Like a couple of weeks ago, he doesn't talk to the reporters after the game. I get it. Sometimes he needs some cool down period. But then he goes and he fires off a tweet and he starts off a storm, and sometimes he can't help himself. I will tell you that Devontae Smith wants the football just as much as A.J. Brown. He just is able to keep it inside the building a little bit better. And I think that's probably the better way to go about it if you're worried about your image in the city, because A.J. Brown's image has taken a little bit of a hit over the last couple of weeks. But look, even you look at last week, Devontae Smith has a huge game, right? He has 114 yards receiving, a big shot play down the sideline. He gets that because A.J. Brown draws Patrick Surtain. Like, he's still that good. So you can't lose sight of that. I know people in this city were like, man, Devontae's just the number one. We don't even need AJ. And you go, well, no, you do. Look what's actually happening on the field. It's something they have to figure out. It seems like they took some strides toward everyone being on the same page this year. Between AJ, Jalen Hurts, and Saquon Barkley, they sat down for a meeting this week, and not like anything official, but just to try to talk some things through, because right now the offense is a work in progress, and that's the way you fix the drama, is you just make the product on the field better.
No, you can fix the drama if when he goes over the top, instead of stop running after he gets past the guy, keep running. He would have caught that pass and had probably 100 yards receiving as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and that was where.
And then it's his job to talk to the media after the game. If he's not hurt, he talks to the media.
I'm with
there
you
are
on that.
some guys that have
talk
done
to
that. AJ's not alone in not
but
talking to the
they're
media.
still
It's not right.
They're illegal. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Sure, and he did talk to us after the Broncos game. The weird thing was, we all saw that on that route that he did get rerouted a little bit by the outside backer, but I don't know. He had time to regroup. He got past the safety and then stopped. It was kind of a weird moment. He clearly didn't think the ball was coming his way, so he didn't run it out, and that's not great. You want to see the player run it out, because we've seen before, like, especially with this quarterback, he has the ability to buy time, and the scramble drills in this last game were just atrocious from everyone. They have to be better at that stuff, because you have a quarterback who can extend plays. You have to be ready for the football 7 seconds after the ball snapped. That's just the way things go in this offense. And if you're not, you end up with a play that looks that bad.
How much of this is on the coordinator change? This dude, Patullo, is basically just Sirianni's buddy. They've been together every step of the way. You see what Steichen's doing with Indy. Kellen Moore left. They just got their first win, but that Saints team is terrible. I see Philly is 30th in yards gained, but they still are scoring. They're 12th in points scored. How much of this offensive?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the tush push helps them, right? Like, if they get short yardage, they're going to get it.
But the defense gets turnovers. They don't have very long to go.
How much of it do you put on the coordinator?
They're so good in the red zone. Yeah, the coordinator right now, Kevin Patullo, is like, he's kind of public enemy number one in Eagles land. And look, some of it's fair.
Place to be.
Some of it is fair. Like, I don't think he's done a particularly good job, but a lot of the issues we've seen offensively have predated him. Like, some of these things we've talked about before, and some of it's new, some of it isn't. Even last year, we look at the 2024 season through like rose-colored glasses in Philly, but the offense underperformed for a lot of that season. And it just so happened that they did what they needed to do in the biggest games, and that counts obviously more. But we were talking in December that the passing game wasn't good enough, so it wasn't like everything was just firing on all cylinders the entire season last year. But Patillo needs to be better, and I think a lot of the stuff when we talk about like design and scheme, a lot of that isn't on him. Quite honestly, they're running what Nick Sirianni wants them to run. They're running what Jalen Hurts wants them to run. The issue I have with Patillo is his sequencing of plays in games. I just don't think it's been good enough. And you guys have been around play callers, right? Like some guys just have a knack for the sequencing of it. They have a knack for knowing what to call, when to call it, when to go back to a play, when to not go back to a play. And we just haven't seen that from him yet. And that's honestly a little surprising just because he has been around this team for so long. He's been around Jalen so long. I thought he'd have a better feel for it. Maybe it'll come. It's just not there right now.
All that said, are the Giants the perfect answer to what ails Philadelphia tonight? What do you expect to see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think the Giants are very good. So you have it's kind of a perfect situation for the Eagles. They lose their first game in like a calendar year, and then they're back on the field on a short week playing maybe the worst team in the NFL. If they don't win this one convincingly, I think then it's a big issue. And it's not just this game. They have 3 games before the bye. It goes Giants, Vikings, Giants. So, it's right there in front of them. They can't look at those 3 games. I can look at them and go, yeah, I mean, they can be 7-1, maybe at worst 6-2 going into the bye week. It's still a really good place for them to be.
Yeah.
Dave, thank you for the time,
Appreciate
buddy.
you,
Enjoy tonight.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, man.
That's our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast with Dave and Reuben Frank. Dave does a great job. I'm guessing if you're listening to me and B, you're probably not an Eagles fan, but it's always good to know what's happening in Philly. Trust me, Dave's one of the best. Give him a follow.
Figure it out.
Here's what we got a lot planned for today. Obviously, we wanted to take a look at that matchup tonight. John Walton's going to join us at noon to kind of recap everything that happened with the Caps last night. We are going to open these phone lines up. Simple question when we return. Can you root for the Giants tonight against the Eagles? Because that might be what's best for Washington. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with the Ruud system is it's whisper quiet. You're not going to have any of that loud noises in the middle of the night, no more interruptions, just peace of mind. They do it through the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which lets your Ruud system operate efficiently even in the most extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you also got to tell them about the cash, man. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Talking about Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
It ain't right.
Dig, if you will, a picture. You and I engage in a kiss. Sweat of your body covers me. Can you, my darling, can you picture? Can a courtyard, the oceans and violets in bloom?
So there was a dude last night. So I was at Caps opener last night doing live hits. I got to interview Ted Leonsis, which was really cool. And a dude came up to me and was like, yo, I love the radio show. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. I guess he watches on the YouTube stream. And he's like, I got to ask, that Prince poster that's behind you guys, did B. Mitch hang that up or did you get it? And I said, B loves Prince, and I got a Prince record, and it came with that poster, so I brought it in. People are watching, though, B. I mean, the dude was able to identify the Prince poster behind us in the prison cell studio.
Yep. We love Prince.
All
I
right.
do.
So I just tweeted something out, and I'm curious where you land on it.
Okay.
Now, you played for both of these teams, so you probably feel a little differently. I think you certainly enjoyed your time in Philadelphia way more.
Who told you that?
You enjoyed your time in Philadelphia way more than New York.
Oh, okay. I thought you mentioned it here, but
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Philly over New York, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay. So my tweet was the following. It's absolutely in the Commanders' best interest if the Giants beat the Eagles tonight. Can Commanders fans root for the Giants? And I gave 4 categories. Yes, no, I guess, or please tie. Can Commanders fans root for the Giants, Brian?
I'm going to say I guess.
So early votes, we got 100 votes in a minute. 70% said yes, they can root for the Giants. 8% said no. 14% said I guess. And another 8% said please tie. Professor Landini, can you root for the Giants tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I think that of all the NFC East teams, the Giants, because they've been pathetic for the last decade or something. I don't really care much about them. I don't really care if they win or not. But we need the Eagles to lose because they're good. And if a team other than the Commanders is going to win the division, it's going to be Eagles. So yeah, definitely go Giants. Hope Jackson Dart has a breakout game.
Jackson Dart might be hurting this thing.
Well, then I hope Jameis plays great.
He may be hurt.
I think he's coming in with a hammy. They say he's fine. He's going tonight. He's starting, but that there's something with his hammy. He was on the injury report. I turn now to Jeff Walker. Jeff, well, let's all start here. Do we all agree that I think the more losses Philly could take, the better for Washington? Just if this is going to be, you'd like to think in mid-October this is still a race for the division. I think it is. Philly's 4-1. Washington's 3-2. To me, you want the Eagles to take as many losses as you can to try to take over the division.
True.
So we all agree that rooting for the Giants at 1-4 is in the Commanders' best interest, correct?
It's in the best interest, but still hard to root for them bastards.
Jeffrey, can you root for the Giants tonight?
I will root for football being played. I do hope the Giants win, but you will not hear me going, yeah, when the Giants make a play. Not at all.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not expecting you to, paint your face or anything. You know what I'm saying? But
it might make him look better.
It might not be the worst idea, Jeff. Have you thought about painting your face?
Hey, I don't got to paint my face, man. I'm a handsome fellow.
Oh, Lord mercy. Let me put on my boots because the stuff is getting thick.
On a personal level, I don't approach the Giants with the same level of animosity as the Eagles or the Cowboys. Even though the Giants have won as many Super Bowls as the Eagles over the last 20 years, the Eagles have just done it more recently. The Cowboys haven't won one since whatever that would be, 95, right? They won 92, 93, and 95 seasons. But I don't know. The Giants I don't think of the same way. Certainly don't root for them. Why, Brian, you are a Giants fan. How do you look at tonight? Would you be, before White Brian answers, I won't be shocked if White Brian is rooting for them to lose out just for draft status and to get everybody fired.
Nah, he wouldn't be thinking that.
I don't know.
Nah,
They'll be?
I think he really loves
I'm rooting it's against Philly, so I hope they win and then lose the rest of their games.
Oh Lord.
You want them to go like 2-15.
Yeah, preferably like 4 wins. Get a couple mixed in. Maybe win on Christmas.
Sports Grumpy replied, I can't root for the Giants to win, but I can root for the Eagles to lose. I think that's kind of the sentiment from Washington fans. Checking in on my Twitter poll real quick. Yeah, so 72% of people are saying yes, they can root for the Giants tonight. 14% said I guess. 9% said please tie. Only 5% said no. That's why they play the games. We'll watch it tonight.
We're going to check it out.
Much like the Jags the other night, I fear the position I'm going to be in when it's time to make some bets tonight.
Oh, I want to see you do what are they playing at?
New York.
Oh, let's see if the system works.
It's a big number, B.
You notice that system is judgmental.
It's a big number, B. We talked with our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia about what's going on in Philly. And it's funny, man. Like, they have turmoil and chaos, and they're 4-1. That's just life in Philadelphia. If you missed any of our interview with Davey Z, just grab it wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, whatever. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
A lot of news has been coming out in the last 24 hours surrounding the Nationals. Reports have come out of a massive overhaul in both the front office and in the player development staff. There are two names, though, that are being reported that they will stay with the organization. First up, the Nationals have retained Mike DeBartolo, who served as interim general manager after Mike Rizzo was fired in season. He will be staying on in Washington's front office, though a title has not been revealed for him just yet. And there is a brand new report, this one coming from Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. Matthew Lecroy, the beloved AAA manager, has been offered a deal to stay with the Nationals organization. Again, a job title not released for him either, but he is a guy that has been in this organization for a long time, and players love him. Paul Taboni is joining Grant and Danny in studio today. You are not going to want to miss that. I'm sure you have quite a bit to say over all of the news that's been breaking. Speaking of baseball, the Yankees were eliminated from the postseason at the hands of Toronto. 8 Blue Jays pitchers combined to limit the Yankees to just 2 runs and 6 hits. The Tigers crushed the Mariners 9-3, tying up that series 2-2, forcing a winner-take-all Game 5. The Cubs beat the Brewers 4-3, staying alive in that series, and same with the Philadelphia Phillies. They came out and dominated the Dodgers 8-2, forcing a Game 4. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
A long time, but I'm here to tell you, it's something else. The afterworld.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. I'm going to let B sing some Prince.
A night. Go ahead and song it. Beverly Hills, you know the one. Did everything be all right? This is life. Things are much harder in the afterworld. This life. Yo, yo. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Go crazy. Bam, 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 bam.
All right, Jeffrey, press the button. I'm going to open these phone lines up. Going to get a little busy later. It's a simple question. How does Washington beat the Bears, Brian? I have some thoughts, but I'm curious yours to start with. If you look at the Bears right now, coming off a bye, there are folks that will tell you how well Ben Johnson's Lions offenses performed after bye weeks.
Okay.
That's a real thing. He was calling the plays. Is he necessarily handling all of the bye week preparations as OC? I don't know. Offensively, Chicago comes into this thing 17th in yards gained, 11th in points scored. They're not running the ball particularly well. They're averaging 3.8 a carry, 24th in yards gained in the run. They're passing the ball a lot better, 13th in attempts, 14th in yards. Caleb's only thrown 2 picks through 4 games. Remember, they've had a bye, so their numbers are going to look a little different. That's one of the problems early in the year is when you compare teams that have had different amounts of games. Defensively, Chicago has some trouble. They're 28th in points allowed, 27th in yards allowed, so those numbers are pretty consistent. Sometimes you see a delta in those numbers, and it's largely because of field position or turnovers or something. But if you're 27th in yards allowed and 28th in points allowed, that to me just points to a subpar defense. They've been quite bad against the run, 31st in the NFL in rush yards allowed. They're allowing 6.1 yards carry. They've given up 32 first downs on the ground.
Yep.
You keep going and try to dig into the numbers a little bit better. They've been pretty good against the pass. They're 17th in pass yards allowed, but this is one of these areas where I think there's a discrepancy.
Could that be that people just run the ball on them because they don't have to throw it?
Yes, because they are 7th in passes attempted against.
Yeah.
So people just aren't throwing all that often because they're running the hell out of the football. They've given up 10 passing touchdowns in 4 games.
Wow.
That's significant. You go and look at third down numbers. Their defense has been stingy on third down. Their offense has been pretty good at picking up first downs on third down. Red zone, they are not great defensively in the red zone. They've given up 11 touchdowns on 17 red zone visits. Offensively, they've been pretty darn good. 7 touchdowns on 11 visits. That's just kind of an outline of the numbers. People are aware of Caleb Williams. He's played pretty well, man, completing 63% of his passes, 8 touchdowns against just 2 picks. Caleb's averaging about 230 per game. He has taken 7 sacks. Rome Odunze has been really good for them.
Very good.
He has 5 touchdowns in 4 games, about 300 yards receiving on the season. He's definitely a threat near the end zone. DJ Moore probably a little underwhelming. 173 yards through 4 games, 1 touchdown. Old friend Olamide Zaccheaus is on this roster. DeAndre Swift is their top running back. He's averaging 3.3 yards per carry. He's got 187 yards through 4 games with 2 touchdowns.
He can go the distance at any time.
Yeah, he's got real speed. He is also a bit of a threat to catch balls out of the backfield. 13 catches for 85 yards thus far this season, averaging 6.5 per reception. His yards per touch is still sub 4. There's other people on here,
If his yards per touch is sub 4, he's not having a good year.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So kind of presenting, a baseline of information on the Bears. What would you say are the keys for Washington to beat the Bears on Monday night?
Continue running the football. I'm going to give you what Washington needs to continue doing. They need to continue running the football effectively, like they've always done. They have to find a way to keep Chicago in their funk running the football right now. If they stop them from running, now they're one-dimensional, and I think Caleb will give you opportunities then. They can't allow big plays, okay? I just think overall, simple thing, win the trenches. If they win the trenches, they'll win the football game. Because if they win the trenches, that means Chicago's still not running the football effectively, and they are running the ball very well. And we've seen what this team does when they're running the football effectively. I believe if you can run it, now you can run play-action passes off of it. You can, anytime you even look like you're handing the ball to the running back, just stick it out there. They're going to slow up at the safety position. You're going to open up stuff in the passing game. If you stop them from running, now Caleb has to be hero. And when he tries to be hero, it's when he makes mistakes.
Phone number 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What is your key to this game for Washington to get the dub over the Bears? 800-636-1067. For me, I mentioned Rome Odunze. I think when Washington has struggled, they've struggled with big plays. You saw it in the 2 losses. You really saw it against Green Bay. You saw it against Atlanta. Drake London kind of ate their lunch. Kyle Pitts was really good in that game. Odunze is their big play threat. We've seen coverage issues from this team.
Yeah.
I am not entirely convinced that Washington's going to be a great coverage defense. I do think they can get a lot of pressure.
If they get pressure, the coverage to get better.
That's where, I think offensively, Washington is good enough to move the football. They've done that through 5 games. They've done it in 4 at a pretty good level. And 2 of those was with the backup quarterback. Mariota's a good player, but it's still a backup quarterback. I think the key to this game is pressure up front. And that will – Caleb Williams, and every Bears fan on the internet is very happy to tell you this. Caleb Williams has been really good against the blitz this year. I think you should – I think Ben Johnson deserves some credit for working with Caleb on identifying blitzers pre-snap and identifying where to go with the ball. That helps Caleb in a number of ways because it keeps him from running around backwards like crazy. It's not necessarily on schedule against the blitz. Maybe it is a little off schedule, but there's a big difference between having to roll to your right a hair or by a little bit of time than what he has done previously.
Yeah.
So when you're good against the blitz, ideally the Washington defense generates pressure without the blitz. And I think that is how you disrupt this Bears offense.
Can they also show something, have a pre-snap read at the snap of the ball, drop out of it?
Sure.
Or show blitz, and all of a sudden, instead of that corner still comes, or that guy off the slot comes, but a defensive lineman drops out of it in the passing lane. You have different ways of messing with guys. I've seen it happen to Peyton Manning. It damn sure happened to a second-year quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you saw that yesterday. At the pass on Monday night, was it Kansas City, where Pat threw a quick pass.
Lloyd.
He never saw Lloyd coming over. So they showed him a blitz thing where he had to throw that ball real quick, but he never saw that backside linebacker coming over to cover that. So if it happens to those type of guys, you got to make him guess, show him stuff, and make him have to make a decision quickly. And that's something that they like to do here in our Washington with Witt. They like to show you some eye candy, and they love to do twists and all those type of things. So if that offensive line is not as good as they thought they were, make them guess. Have some twists. Put them in shambles. Make them have to have the proper communication.
Beebich Finley phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines. Curious what you think Washington has to do to beat the Bears. For me, if I have to pick one thing, and not to put it on two people, but Dan Quinn said this week, Kinlaw and Payne are what drive this thing. You need those guys to be great against Chicago. Johnny Newton, I thought, had a great game against the Chargers. I saw Johnny in the locker room yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, but Brian Baldinger shouted out Johnny Newton on Twitter for the effort and the hustle. And, the tip pass where Sanders still got the pick. Johnny Newton was kind of everywhere in this game. I thought Jordan McGee gave them some really good snaps in this game. And McGee, I talked to him for a minute yesterday. He's like, man, I was so close on a couple things. I just, if I clean this up, I got a TFL. I maybe got a sack.
Yeah.
That's also his first real playing time at the position. Get Jordan's more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But
Newton,
I start with Kinlaw and Payne.
I go back to training camp with Newton, and I watched Dan Quinn on the sideline working with him on how to, he's very quick. So, he was showing him.
That's his weapon, is that
he used to
quickness.
be off the ball trying to do stuff. Well, you're off the ball, you're playing to the hands of the offensive lineman. He was teaching him how to get more, right on the ball, but kind of sideways. So as soon as he steps, he's across the line of scrimmage. He was teaching him that, and you watch him in the game, he's doing exactly that, and it's being effective for him now.
All right, we're going to open these phones, 800-636-1067. Radio is on line 2. Radio, what do you need to see from Washington to beat the Bears?
JP, B-Mitch, what's up, man?
Not much. How you doing, bud?
Good, man. You kind of took one of the things I was going to say, the big plays, just because, even in the Chargers game, they got all – we've given up big plays in every game we've played this year. You have to minimize it, but I think it's keeping it very simple. We've got to run the ball and force them to stop the run. If they can stop the run, I trust Jaden to make plays. On the opposite side of it, you've got to put pressure on Caleb Williams and keep him in the pocket. If you look at his numbers, when he gets outside the pocket and scrambles, he's having over a 70% completion rate in the pocket. He's under 60. You've got to keep him there if you can. Then I don't think the game's close, me personally.
All right, bro.
Thanks for the call, Radio. Appreciate you, bud.
Hey, good talking to you, man.
Likewise, buddy.
My radio
I do think a lot of this is pressuring Caleb.
Yeah.
And just making him uncomfortable because we've seen
Mm-hmm.
Caleb has some spaz in there. You know what I mean? And
good way of putting it.
Ben Johnson's got some twerp to him. Credit Danny Rouillet. Caleb's got some spaz to him. That doesn't mean he's not a great player and can't make big plays. Like last year, Washington should have dominated in this game. They just kicked field goals in the red zone, which kills you. Caleb made some plays late in this thing. That's why Chicago got back in the game. Why Washington had to hit a Hail Mary late.
When you get them down, you got to keep them down.
You got to limit that stuff. Let's go to our boy Elijah in D.C. What do you need to see from Washington to beat the Bears?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. What I need to see is stand ahead of the chains I want to see them. Now, the second play, I do know when Jaden ran, he kind of gave himself up. I know you have to let the defense know this is what we're doing. But I would like Cliff to call a game protecting the defense. I don't like the idea of having early 3 and out, especially when you have capable guys who can get you a solid chunk like a Bill. I think they need to slow things down a bit and make sure that they're able to possess the ball longer earlier in games, because that protects your defense. And if Caleb has to say, now I have to start chucking half of this field to make up a deficit, and that's when I think this team can really come alive and really drain you. The Commanders I'm talking about, if they're able to stay on task, not being first and 30, when you're supposed to put the nail in the coffin, don't go first and 30. Make sure you're able to stay ahead of the chains. Make sure you do what you got to do to protect the entire squad. So everybody's got a call thinking about the defense, thinking about the offense. When you out there, call thinking about your guys. And if the defense has proper rest, Kinlaw and Payne can be nasty. I looked at the all-22 of Kinlaw, and man, I was ready to kick something over in my house, man, just to see the tenacity. And if they're able to bring that coupled with that offense, I think this is the start of something special, because the good teams, they all layered like cakes. And if you got a good cake, or if you like Shrek, like an onion, if you got good run game, or if you're getting a good return on the kickoff, these are certain layers that come alive during the week. Every week, you're not going to knock teams out passing the ball. What other things do you have available? And the teams who have other things available to them throughout the year, I just need you to put this puzzle together by the end of the year. So the running game's coming along. Jaden Daniels is getting his confidence up. Terry, when he comes back, that'll be great. It's just, you just want to add. Certain teams, they're going to stay right where they are. Certain teams are going to get worse. I only want Washington to get better. And if they can do that, I have zero concern.
Thanks for the call, man. Good stuff right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're going to keep these phone lines going, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What does Washington need to do to beat Chicago? I'll go to Jeffrey. You got one thing you want to see this week?
We just need the defense to stay solid like it was last week. We apply that pressure to Caleb. We didn't seen it when he's pressured. He makes dumb decisions. I have faith in our offense because they, starting to click more. We need the defense to just shut them out. That's it.
Listen, I think defensively they were really good last week. But at the same time, the Chargers helped them a lot, and the Chargers' offensive line was a train wreck. I mean, think about that 2nd and 25 that Washington gave up the conversion, and then kind of, L.A. helped them. They had a penalty on the play. I think it was an illegal formation. It came back. I think the defense is going to have to be sharper. I think they're certainly going to have to be sharper from the jump. L.A. identified something to tell Herbert to run. Ben Johnson savvy enough to identify similar things.
It was man in that situation right there, and you turn your back on a capable quarterback, he should hurt you.
Yeah, that's a simple look to the outsides of the corner. If you see the corner's back, just take off. There you go. And there was nothing underneath to kind of protect. We've seen that with the linebackers kind of running down the field in some of these pass protection situations. We're going to keep the phone lines going. If you're on hold, stay there. I see Jonesy. I see Dom. We're coming to you when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines are open. Simple question. What do you need to see? How does Washington beat the Bears? Might have a little Ben Johnson Bears fans, who's the worst conversation, too. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win. You'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN, for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Week 6 edition of Thursday Night Football, you've got the Giants facing the Eagles. New York lost to the winless Saints last week, turning the ball over 5 times. Philadelphia, meanwhile, took their first loss this season in Week 5, blowing a 2-touchdown lead to the Broncos. So which of these two teams get back into the win column? Taking a look at the injury report for the Eagles, left guard Landon Dickerson is out and could miss multiple games. Defensive tackle Jalen Carter is listed as questionable. He's limited with a new heel injury. As for New York, with Darius Slayton out for this game, quarterback Jackson Dart will be without his top 2 receivers for the Giants. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Trouble.
Landville, are you playing all Prince in honor of John Walton joining us?
That's not Prince.
This is not Prince. This is MJ.
That's Michael Jackson, dog.
All right, that was a left hand up mistake. You have played a ton of Prince.
I played multiple Prince songs just because Prince is good.
Well, you
Jeff
better play
Walker-
something for John Walton. That's
Jeff
all I'm
Walker
saying.
hates Prince.
Well, play it all day then. Other than when play it a lot of it because John loves it. To hell with Jeff.
Everybody loves it except Jeff.
I agree.
Left hand up. I did make a mistake. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Question is, how does Washington beat the Bears? It's pretty open-ended. You can answer it any way you want. Maybe it's on the alumni. Let's go to Dom in Chicago. Dom, how does Washington get the dub this week?
That defense, man, because they showed me that last defensive stand that the defense is real, man. They back. The brotherhood is real. They playing for one another. When Ja'Cory made that fumble, you all couldn't see it, but sitting at home watching TV, the camera showed him when Chargers trying to score. He had that concerned look on his face. I'm saying to myself, don't worry about it, man. Defense got you. They're not going to let him score. And they stopped him from scoring, saying, we got your back, brother, because you took us here. You brought us this far. So I think the defense is playing top-notch now, man, and offense definitely going to be there. So it's going to all be about the defense.
Defense. There you go. Appreciate it, man.
Right.
You know, they did kind of return the favor on that fumble. Took till the goal line. You know what I mean?
It was good, though. I mean, they stopped them.
Right. Eventually, they did stop them.
They're tough.
Phone lines
inside the red zone.
Sure. I'll look up those numbers. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. How does Washington beat the Bears? Let's go to our guy, Jonesy. What's up, Jonesy?
What's up, all ears? What's happening, Dirty 30? How you feeling this morning?
I'm good, bro. What's happening with you?
This is what has to happen. What has to happen is we got to move that ball up and down the field, but this time, unlike last year, score touchdowns, not field goals. Get off the field, defense, on third downs or before, fight in between the trenches, because when you hit Caleb Williams, I watched a couple of those games this year that he was in. When you hit this guy, he's a jittery guy practically the whole game. So they wanted to go after him quick, fast, and early and get him make him uncomfortable. Make him uncomfortable, we can win the game. That's right. We don't want to put this thing all on Jedi 5 this year. We want a team convincing win. I'm tired of these fans running around here for the Chicago Bears talking about y'all got a lucky win. No, we want no lucky win this year, and it wasn't a lucky win last year. It was a JD5 win because that kid played all the way down to the daggone last whistle. So we want a statement win this year, because so therefore I can thumb my nose at these daggone Chicago fans that live in the area now. Other than that, fellas, I'm out. Y'all have a lovely day. I love that Prince Michael Jackson energy y'all bringing. Keep it up. Sorry about that, J-Walk. You my boy, but
Man, you got to apologize to Jeff. Hell.
Thank you for the call. It is pretty remarkable.
Landfill and JP old. They got to play old songs on this show, man.
If you look at last year's game, Washington probably should have. It never should have come down to a Hail Mary.
No, it shouldn't have.
Like, just first downs, Washington had 23 first downs to the Bears' 15. I mean, the yardage, all average per play, Washington was 6.7, Chicago was 5.1.
You ever seen golf when people put the little heart monitor on the guys to see how the thing goes? When I left from the suite to walk down to the tunnel, you could see how hyped I was. When I got down to the tunnel and things had gone wrong, you could see how my heart was pumping out of my chest. All of a sudden, I think they scored or something, and we get the ball back. I'm pissed. I went from being in the dumps to when that ball left Jaden's hand and dropped into Noah's hand, straight elation. I guarantee you, if somebody would have said, this dude here could have had a heart attack at that moment. Because it was way up here, way down, way up, way down. We don't need to have all that. All that fluctuation, we don't need that. When you get up, you find a way to make them make mistakes. You don't make mistakes. Because we were making the mistakes. You know, like you stated, we got all those field goals. Why? False starts in the red zone. Can't have false start in the red zone. If you got a 3rd and short, then all of a sudden it should not be 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 8. Those things were happening to us.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Sometimes you just got to buckle down on your own end.
Yeah,
right?
that's it.
We're going down south, B.
Down south?
Very, very, very far south.
How far?
The southern hemisphere.
Let's go.
Josh is in Australia on the line. Josh, what's up,
Hey,
buddy?
mate.
Steve Mitch, Hall of Famer, and Jimmy Patrick. You know you can't call me out, and then I won't call in.
That's my guy. How you doing, bud?
Wait, what time is it in Australia?
Tomorrow.
It's about what is it? 2:36 in the morning.
Wow. It's tomorrow, dog. We're calling the future.
Yeah.
Josh, since
Mate,
you're in the future.
I gave you the hot tip the other week. I said do not take the 17 points on Maryland. It's too many points. Or do not give.
You were right
and
about that.
Look, we got it. Yeah, see? It's what living in the future does to you.
All right, well then tell us how Washington beats Chicago.
We get up by 21, and then we throw that exact same Hail Mary play just to rub it in their faces so that all those fans could cry for the rest of the season again.
What if that would have happened? Somebody's up by 21 and they throw a Hail Mary at the end of the game.
Hey, Josh, let me ask
Why
you this,
not?
dude, because I love your perspective on this stuff. In this, it seems like Bears fans are desperate to have a rivalry with Washington fans, like at least on social media. Like they're always trying to discount Jaden's success and hype up Caleb's success. And then there's also like the Ben Johnson angle to all of this, right? Who do you dislike more, Ben Johnson or Bears fans?
Bears fans.
Why?
Because they're living in a world of regret because we got the better quarterback. Ben Johnson made the wrong choice. I mean, that's fine. We got the better head coach. Bears fans are just angry because they regret not taking Jedi 5.
It might be that simple.
Got a point?
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you calling from the future. Take care down
Did you
there.
set an alarm to make sure you can call?
Yeah. Are you just up?
No, coming off a second shift.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Watch out for all those animals over there. All them poisonous.
It's all good. We love them.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you,
take care.
buddy. Appreciate you, Josh. Thanks for calling in, man. Who do you dislike more? These Bears fans trying to make this a rivalry or Ben Johnson?
I don't think of either one of them. They don't waste my time. If you choose to use your life to be worried about something you had no control over, fine with you. And if you decide that you wanted to give up a good opportunity to come and coach a team because you was going to wait on something later on in life, I want to continue being offense coordinator. Nobody wants to just stay being offense coordinator. They want to go get the chance. You know, I think he thought he was going to dictate to people, and he couldn't. So he tried to keep face by trying to act whatever. Fine, I don't care about either one of them.
So the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day is Commanders fans, who do you dislike more, Ben Johnson or Bears fans? This is a landfill special if there ever was one. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. For me, there is a weird amount of Bears fans just in the mentions all the time. I like Danny Rouhier calling Ben Johnson a twerp. He has had some twerpish behavior, but that doesn't define who he is. I mean, maybe he'll kind of get
It
that.
It might.
I feel like Jeff might be a really good sounding board on this, and then if we have time, we'll take some calls on it. Who annoys you more? But Jeff, who are you more annoyed by? The Bears fans or how Ben Johnson has acted?
Oh, the Bears fans for sure. They have not. I had to learn self-control because they have not stopped talking about Jaden since the draft happened, since the Hail Mary. And it just be like, dude, why is this even coming across my timeline? I don't even follow any Bears fans. And it's like, yo, it's at the point now I dislike Bears fans more than I dislike Philly and Dallas fans. And they're in our division. It's just because they just can't stop talking about the Washington Commanders. It's insanity at this point.
When they put their nose in somebody else's business, that make you hate them more because they shouldn't even care about what's happening down here.
Keep my name out your
But they
mouth.
seem
And when
to
I
be
mean-
worried.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
When I mean always, oh man, after the Green Bay game, all I seen was, oh, and y'all think he better than Caleb, Jaden this. I'm like, yo, y'all didn't even play today. Like, why are you worried about us?
Yep, that's crazy, man. But hey, we're gonna take the phone calls on this 800-636-1067. Take us a quick break here, and we get back. Who do you dislike more, Ben Johnson or Bear fans? Let us know. Be Mr. Finley coming up. I be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're taking your phone calls. Who do you hate more? Bears fans or Ben Johnson? For me, I can give a damn about both of them. I don't think about them until we start talking about them. We're going to go to the phone lines, and we're going to start off with my guy, Drew. Drew, who do you hate most? The Bears fans or their head coach?
So, Mitch, one, I don't really hate the Bears fans. I mean, I hate Dallas fans. I hate obnoxious Philly fans. The Bears are kind of irrelevant. I kind of feel sorry for them. They kind of still experiencing what we experienced for 20, 30 years. So I feel bad for Bears fans, but I don't hate them. As far as their coach, I think what he did last year when they were doing the interview and canceling it when people are on their way to see you, that's very unprofessional. But other than that, I don't think much of them either. I'm like you. I don't really care. I just want to beat the Bears.
All right, man. 800-636.
And you got a good question today, so I like that.
Good, man. Don't have us. I mean, Drew, don't have us putting you on one of these damn call segments. All right, appreciate you, man. All right, 800-636-1067. Taking phone calls. Who you hate most? Bears fans or Ben Johnson? This is, I know it's troubling because every time we post something here in Commanders land, Bears fans seem to have a comment about it. When we're not in their division, they shouldn't be concerned about us. You know, we could be talking to each other about something, and they have the right to jump into it, they feel. So that I understand why you have a lot of fans may feel like that's despicable. I don't want to be dealing with these people, but the ultimate thing is you shouldn't care about none of them. If we were playing them in the NFC Championship game, then we can care. But right now, we're playing them in this game. We'll figure out what's going on. Which one, Landfill, is it anybody else on this call screen, or that was just Drew?
Let's go to Rusty.
All right, Rusty, what's up, man?
Hey, D, what's going on, man? How are you?
Cool. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. I just wanted to touch real quick on how the Commanders beat the Bears, and that's if JP and I just happened to run into each other outside the media elevator right outside Section 109. We did that last year, took a selfie, Hail Mary win, just saying. As far as the Bears,
how they gonna beat them?
Never gave. That's how we're going to beat them, by recreating our selfie from last year. But as far as the Bears fans go, I never thought about them either until I married a girl whose father was a Bears fan. And I think that it's kind of like what Drew was saying, man. Like, they've just never had a nice thing. And now, you know, they think they have a nice thing, and they want to tell us how nice their thing is compared to our nice thing. So that's
But what makes them think we give a damn about their nice thing?
Well, that's the thing. They've never had it. So as soon as they've got it, they want to tell everybody, like, hey, you guys got a nice thing, but guess what? We got a nice thing. That summer, when Jaden wasn't named the starter, all I heard from my father-in-law was how well Caleb knows the offense and how he can do it without a wristband and how they're going to let him call audibles. All that stuff died when he saw that Hail Mary in front of his own two eyes.
All right, Rusty. Appreciate it, man.
All right, fellas.
All right. Danfield, who we got next?
We got Daryl.
Daryl, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Doing good, bro.
Hey, so I just wanted to chime in on what Jeff was saying earlier. I think it's definitely the Chicago Bears fans. I mean, they're putting someone in that water down there, dude. Like, the obsession with Jaden Daniels is weird. Like, it's weird. And I've always been the guy, you know, I'm a diehard Skins fan my whole life. I've always been a guy that said, like, the Eagles fans are the worst. Chicago is right there, dude. Like, they're right there. They don't stop talking about them. It's annoying. I hope we beat them by 20 on Monday, just to shut them up. That's all I got to say, fellas.
Man.
Take care.
I appreciate it. But, you know, it's like this. Like, when you start talking about something that has nothing to do with you, you're showing, like, either your jealousy or whatever. You know, I think that's the ultimate thing where people begin to feel like, oh, we don't care, but they talk about you every day. Damn, you living in their heads. Let's go to D.C. Check out Tom. Tom, what's going on, bro?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
I don't have any hate towards the Bears fans or the coach. But what I will say about winning this game, we need more consistency from our secondary, especially Lattimore. We played that Atlanta game. He gave up a lot of big plays, and we just need that secondary to step up and be big. My second thing is we need to see more from Chris Rodriguez. He is a big time back. He doesn't play enough. We need him out there. And then my third thing is more flexibility from Cliff on play calling. Sometimes his play calling is really stale. And those are my three things. Thanks for taking my call.
Man. Appreciate your call. But I think like Rodriguez, when they put him on the field, he's performed. I mean, he can't control how much time they're playing, but when he's out there, he's balled every time. Let's go to Landover Hills. Check out Mark. Mark, who do you hate most? Bears fans or Ben Johnson?
Well, top of the day to you, Brian, and I gotta go with my friend B. Mitch and say that I don't really give a darn about either one of them. I just want to win the game and listen to you guys and listen to your candor and share our views on it and learn from one another, and especially learn from you from playing the game. And that's what makes life good, man. And as far as the Bears fans and their new head coach goes, man, I'm from Missouri. Show me what you got.
All right, I'm with you on that, bro. Thank you very much. Listen, the thing of it.
Good day, B. Take care of
All
yourself,
right, you
buddy.
too. We care about our team, okay? And we're gonna pull for our team, and hopefully they get things corrected. I think we just talked with Tom from DC. Tom, you notice when they get pressure, the secondary plays a lot better. When they don't get pressure, the secondary looks a little bit more bad. look bad. Okay. The ultimate thing is they need to play for each other. They need to play together, complementary football. The coverage helps out the rush, and the rush helps out the coverage. It's not always on one person, no matter what. If a quarterback can take 7-step drop, double hitch, and hadn't gotten any pressure, I don't know many cornerbacks that are going to hold that guy. So I understand a lot of people want to go at Lattimore, but you look at when he struggles, you don't see a lot of a lot of pressure going on the quarterback as well. So we're going to take a quick break here, but you need to be caller number 10 right now to 800-636-1067 to win a pair of tickets for the Washington Capitals Friday, October 17th versus Minnesota. All fans in attendance will receive a rally towel. For tickets and complete Capitals schedule, visit thefandc.com, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Caller number 10 right now.
This Sports Update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Nationals have let go of at least 12 members of their player development staff and 4 members of their international scouting department, per the Washington Post, as the Nationals continue a sweeping staff overhaul under new president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni. Several coaches within the Nationals minor league system were also informed that their contracts would not be renewed. But there are at least 2 minor league managers that were given offers to stay. That's AAA Rochester's beloved coach Matthew LeCroy and Harrisburg's Delino DeShields, though their roles moving forward are unclear. The Nationals have also retained Mike DiBartolo, who served as interim general manager once Mike Rizzo was fired in season. He will also be staying in Washington's front office, though his title has not been revealed. Paul Taboni is joining Grant and Danny in studio today at 2 p.m. You are going to hear from the man himself amid all of these changes to the Nationals organization. You're going to want to tune into that. That is 2 p.m. Over in the NFL, despite trading for Joe Flacco on Tuesday, Bengals head coach Zach Taylor has announced that the newly acquired quarterback will start for the team in Week 6. So it's not a huge shock that Joe Flacco is starting for the Bengals, but it is a little concerning that he's starting so soon. He will only have a few days to learn the team's entire offense and play calls before they take on Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today and score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. In a few minutes, you're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt. But right now, we're excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our guy, Mr. John Walton, voice of the Caps right here on the flagship Caps radio station, 1067 The Fan.
A bigger Prince fan than I am.
That's true. That's true. Walton, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I was busy jamming there. Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a minute. That was nice.
Oh, yeah, John. They know what to play when you're coming on, bro.
I know. I love that. I can't tell you how much I love that every time I come on.
Hey, what did you take away from the game last night?
You know, I think there's a lot of things that were fine. The 5-on-5 play I could have seen a little bit more of. I thought Boston did a really nice job of, keeping tight defensive gaps against the guys. I think they were a little frustrated. Power play could have easily gone their way. They had a lot of chances, and I thought, especially the first couple, I thought, you're facing a hot goalie, and sometimes that's going to happen. So I just hearing from what Tom Wilson and Jacob Chikrin said after the game, a little bit from Ovi too, I really kind of felt, the game was right there, and sometimes you're going to run into a goalie, it's going to make your life miserable. I thought Swayman was excellent last night. I thought LT was pretty good too. I think Thompson was probably deserving of a better fate, but in the game 1 of 82, it's just there's always a lot more focus on that first one because you got the red carpet and everybody's back and everybody's pumped, and you want to make sure the party goes the way it's supposed to. But I think all in all, going to New York this weekend, real chance to get back on a beam and just tighten a few screws and be on their way.
What was the vibe in there last night? It was low score until the third. It was just how excited was everybody for the season to start, and then just how did that game continue?
Yeah, I thinking back to when Wilson scored in the third period, I was like, okay, you know what? This is where the roof caves in on Boston and it caves in on Swayman. They're going to generate momentum off of that, and then it was taken away almost immediately, and I think that was where the game was probably lost. I think if they had a chance to build up some of that momentum, you could kind of feel the building charge up when that happens. So unfortunate that they didn't really get that chance and a puck goes in the net the other way at the wrong time. But, I think that's, it's going to happen. I think it's always when you've got that many people coming down, excited to see him, and the building was pretty jammed. I thought it was great. I mean, just, the red carpet over the years is, kind of evolved a little bit where it's always that, special time when everybody comes down early and takes off work early, and it's kind of fun being out there. We don't get outside much, so it's nice to be able to look up and see some sky. That was pretty cool, and the rain held off. So it was pretty cool.
So I asked Ted this last night. I got to interview Ted Leonsis, and I'm going to ask you the same thing. This
nice
time
name
last
drop.
year,
That was nice. That was good.
Yeah, you like that? Yeah, he's the owner. This time last year, there was so much focus on Ovi's goal chase, right? And he eventually got home on that, and it was this really, really fun and exciting kind of subplot, maybe even the main plot to the season. That is not the case anymore. I understand, every time Ovi scores, we're going to be keeping track of it, and he's going to get to 900 here, probably relatively early in the season, just, in an effort to 900 is just such a round whole number, which is really cool. But without kind of the Ovi focus, what is the focus this season when you think about it?
It's funny. It's a question that I started getting the vibe about this time last year, maybe a little bit later, maybe it was the end of October, and talking with Logan Thompson and talking with some of the guys that came in. And Thompson, to me, is always the guy that personifies this best, that kind of chip on the shoulder. A lot of people don't think we're very good. The team was, when you looked at the roster, there are a lot of new faces. How would they assimilate? And I thought they would be pretty good. I'd be lying if I thought they were going to run away and win the division in a walk like the way they did. But, that was a theme that we started to hear. It's like, yeah, well, nobody gets up for the Caps and everybody thinks we're not very good. And, lo and behold, we are. And then you got later in the year, and then you had the Ovi chase along with, hey, you know what, this team's pretty good. I thought that was behind us a little bit, just because after 111 points, you'd think so, right? And then you start reading, the Athletic puts out there 1 to 32, like where do the teams stack up from the very best to the very worst? And in a 32-team league, they've got them at 14. I was like, wait a minute. Like they were down to the, literally the last 4 days of the season, they could have won the President's Trophy and had the best record in the league, and they have all the same guys back. And why are they there? And I found that curious, but it turns out that hockey players and coaches read those things too, and they're like thinking along the same line. So in being around Thompson especially, and Spencer Carberry was asked a little bit during the preseason too, it is a little mystifying to them, but I really think that they use that as fuel. And there's a little bit of, hey, listen, we're going to show you. And I really believe with the character of the guys in this room, you don't have this gigantic hockey history that everyone talks about and we'll talk about for the rest of time, but you have a guy they'd like to win for, that same guy. And then you have a team that of guys that came from other places where they want to be able to get further than they did last year. They've got to find a way to beat Carolina. Hurricanes still a pretty good team, but when you look at it across the board, this is a team that should be right there. And people want to talk about the Rangers. I didn't think the Rangers were very good at all the other night. I watched their first game; they got shut out at home, to Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is struggling, and they're an older team and don't have all the horses. And New Jersey, they're hurt all the time. I'm like, well, where exactly did they think this team was going to fall? And I think they use that. To be able to say, hey, listen, the we'll show you mentality, I think, runs through that room. Not all of them talk about it, but I definitely have gotten that sense in there.
John, you can't expect a 40-year-old guy to go out and carry a team. Obi will have his moments. He'll have some fantastic moments, but there are a lot of young guys on this squad that seem to be ready to take that step. Is this kind of a situation where it's kind of the changing of the guard? You still got the man there, but still, it's a changing of the guard?
It is, and I think we've seen that. I think you can go back even 2 years ago, B. mentioned, they didn't make the playoffs, but, they traded Hathaway and they traded Orlov and they got some picks and they went out and got Sandin. And at the time, they called it the retool on the fly. And, even at the time, I'd say, okay, it's one thing to say that, but, how do you do it? How do you back that up? How do you keep the sun in the sky for Alex in the late stages of his career here? And Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick, in a brilliant manner, went out and identified, Logan Thompson and Matt Roy and Jacob Chikrin, and basically built the best defensive core in the NHL. And I even the people who don't think this team is as good as they think they are, it's pretty undeniable that this is the best D-core around. When you've got Jacob Chikrin on your third pair, and he scored 20 goals last year, that's pretty good. And they're very, helpful to their goaltenders. And, I think there's a lot that they do that's really good. That part's okay, but it was, how do you keep that going? And, that's the prospects, and Alexei Protas stepping up and getting 30 goals last year. Tom Wilson getting to 33 goals last year, which was incredible. They've got, there's a lot of guys that hit the gas, and Connor McMichael was one too. And now you're looking at, that changing of the guard too, where you've got, what can the third line do? What's Ryan Leonard going to do this year? First full year in the league. What's Henrik Lapierre going to do? They need that line to be good. That wasn't very good last year. That was the one thing about the team last year. They just didn't get a lot of offensive production from line three. And you've got to be able to have all lines, contributing and doing what they need to do. But, Henrik Lapierre had a great camp, and Ryan Leonard's a top 10 pick and comes in. He led all of college hockey in goals last year. So, once they figure that out, and once they're able to do their thing, I mean, that's where I think a lot of that transition continues.
Of all those guys you mentioned, of all the really pleasant surprises, if you will, or even Willie breaking out like that offensively, who of those guys, maybe it's Chikrin, there's a lot of dudes, Protas, who do you think has another level to hit?
It's funny you say Protas last, because I look at him and skating ability. When I saw, and his brother too, right? I mean, you've got we're scouring Belarus as we speak to see if there's any other distant relatives or anybody else we can sign up here. Because, my goodness, I mean, Ely at 6'6", and he isn't quite ready for the NHL, but he's going to go down to Hershey and get a chance to play 20 minutes a game, and just watching him make a move to the front of the net. I think back to preseason where there's he's just playing right at the right post, and the puck comes to him, and he doesn't score, but just so physically imposing. Alexei's skating from 2 years ago to now is so much better, and he's fast. And when he gets going at 6'6", it's tough to catch him. And he got a couple of shorthanded goals last year that way, and a great touch and a great shot, and he moves the puck really well for his line mates. I mean, I think there's more there. I mean, it's tough to say that about a guy that was so successful last year, but who's going to stop him? I mean, it's 6'6", and to be able to skate like that, and there's a lot coming in the pipeline. I think it's really encouraging in what will certainly be the post-Ovi era in the coming years here, where you've got so many guys that they've drafted with size and speed, and a lot of them are in Hershey already, and others will be there soon in the next year or so. And they're all going to, I mean, it's a good group coming. As good as I've seen in the 15 years I've been here. I don't think it's ever been better than it is right now with what's coming. So a good way to, we were talking about that transition. I mean, that's what you're looking at. And there's a lot to transition to, and I think it's pretty exciting.
The transition, I've said this repeatedly. I've been really excited, and I really tip my hat to how the Caps have kind of rebuilt on the fly and gotten younger and gotten faster while allowing Ovi to continue to be a big part of this, allowing him to break Gretzky's record. But at the same time, it's like they're rebuilding on the fly. You lose Oshie, you lose Backstrom, you still have Wilson, you still have Carlson, but this thing is really turned over. There's this weird need in our world for everybody to wonder what's next, and I think a huge part of that is wondering if this is Ovi's last year. It's my understanding he's like, man, as long as I'm playing well and we're winning games and I'm a part of that, I'm in no hurry to make a decision. Is that consistent with what you see and you hear, John?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way of putting it, and I think only he knows. I don't think there's anybody internally or externally. I think he will do what he sees best and best for him and what he loves to do and what made him successful for more than 2 decades and the greatest goal scorer of all time. is that he loves to come to the rink and he loves to score goals. And as long as he's doing that, I think he's going to keep going. And if he decides that, hey, you know what, I don't know that I have this in me anymore, then I think that day will come, and none of us want to hear it, but then it'll happen. But I truly believe that he hasn't decided. I don't think he has, because he gets life from being around the young guys. I mean, pass attempts and trying to, he had one in the game last night where he was trying to feed Protas. And I thought, here's a guy who, is 3 goals from 900. And a lot of times, more often than maybe people think, he's looking to pass and looking to lift others up around him. And, I think as long as he's enjoying that, as long as he's doing that, as long as he feels that's needs to be a part of his life, he's going to do it. So, yeah, I don't know when it's coming. I'm kind of one of those that, he's made my career with all the places that I've gotten calls that I never would have believed. So I'm in no hurry for him to go anywhere. But, I'm just going to live in denial and into myself and saying that this is just going to keep going and going and going. I don't want to think about it.
What kind of game you anticipate Friday night with the Islanders?
Yeah, it's with the Isles. This is they're a team in transition. I mean, they've got a new general manager who, funny enough, I know very well. Matthew Darsh was a goal scorer and a good one at the AHL level when I was in Hershey, and he took over as general manager. He is an A1 human being, and he's a really good hockey guy. He is going to make the Islanders better, but right now they're not a playoff team. So I think they've got the number 1 pick. We're looking forward to seeing in this past year's draft, Matthew Schaefer. Defenseman can skate like the wind. He's the youngest D-man, I think, to step in for the Islanders, maybe in their history. Just now turned 18. But they're a team that is, coming off of the last regime of general manager there that, they're old, they're slow, they didn't have a lot of prospects, and they're turning the page and kind of starting fresh. They're going to be good in a couple of years. I have every confidence in the guy that they just hired for the job. Which isn't great news for the Caps, but in right now, I think going into that building, there's always going to be the emotion. It's going to be their home opener, so player introductions and the players or the fans, just like here last night. I mean, they're going to be all fired up, but I think they're going to be fine. And then you got the Rangers on Sunday, where I was not impressed with them. I think that they will get it together. I think they'll be better than they were last year when they just bottomed out. But they're going to be playing in the back half of a 2-2, the same as the Capitals. So I think if they can go and have a really nice New York weekend, they can come back home in a really nice stretch of games, guys, coming up after this weekend, where 5 of the next 6 are going to be at home. So chance to, before the schedule really gets nasty in November, to kind of build some standings equity. And I think they've got a pretty good opportunity to do that.
Do I remember, didn't the Rangers sell off a bunch at the trade deadline, or did they acquire?
There were some. They had a weird year. So Jacob Trouba was there, and they traded him, and they traded Chris Kreider, and they got some pieces back. They've got a really good goaltender. Igor Shesterkin is one of the best in the league. So they're not going to necessarily give up a whole lot, but they don't really have the scoring that they did 2 years ago either. So. And they did no scoring in their opener, 100th anniversary, and everybody fired up at MSG. Pittsburgh in town, a bit of a lesser team right now, and the Penguins just spanked them on the nose and left with a 3-0 win. So they're going to be a little angry too. They've got a game in Pittsburgh on Saturday before playing the Caps on Sunday. So yeah, we'll see. But it'd be nice to pick up a nice 4-point weekend and a little time in the city on Sunday.
Who's my guy that Willie threw off his back like a lantern fly? Panarin?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, back when during COVID there with yes. Yeah. That was like a lantern fly. I like that.
Is that dude? That dude drives me nuts. He's a good goal scorer, but he's annoying. Is that dude still?
Yeah,
on the
and
Rangers?
he had a bad year last year, and he's still very talented. I mean, that's something you got to look out for. But yeah, that's that there is a little bit of history there with 43 and that guy.
Yeah, well, remember when we were there 2 years ago for the playoff series? He was pretty good, and all the fans had like bread heads for Panarin. I'm excited hockey's back, dude. I confess that it doesn't get my full devoted attention until football's over, but it's great to have Caps games on, man. I'm excited.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's it's funny because as it started, I was out front last night doing some TV stuff, and you're like that tiny little chill in the air, and then you get up today, and it's like, ooh, it kind of feels like fall out. Must be hockey season.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, well, time to get after it.
Indeed. Thank you, John. We always appreciate your
you,
time.
John.
All right, thanks, fellas. Anytime.
All right, man.
All right, that is the great John Walton. You can hear his call right here on 106.7 The Fan. Caps' next game is Saturday, 7 o'clock in Long Island, taking on the Islanders. You can give John a follow at John Walton PXP. When we come back, Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury address the media. Let's see what they say. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
1 year removed from the costly play to define his second season with the Bears, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson said the backlash he received for his role in tipping a Hail Mary pass against the Commanders still hurts. Stevenson's teammates say that what happened against Washington has no bearing on the type of player he currently is, but he said that going into this Commanders week, he knows he's going to hear more than his fair share of comments about the play. And there is some good news for Washington fans as they go into this week to face the Bears. Since 2013, Chicago, who is coming off their bye week, they're 2-10 in games directly after the bye. So history is on the Commanders' side and maybe even a little bit of last year's magic. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I guess you didn't know. I never know the words to songs. Landfill. I'd like that. You know what? I just decided something. When I drive home from Ashburn this afternoon, whenever the hell it is, and it takes me 90 minutes because of the traffic in Tyson's, I'm just going to listen to Prince. Prince radio, Prince playlist. I'll decide. But that's going to be my afternoon. What we're going to listen to right now, though, is another smart man. Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury addressing the media, starting with, listen, Bill has made a big impact on this organization. He's now won 2 Rookies of the Week. He just won a FedEx Ground Player of the Week. Bill looks like the real deal, and I'm curious, for Cliff, what's impressed him most about the rookie running back?
Yeah, I think the work ethic, first and foremost, as far as things that have impressed me, doesn't make the same mistake twice. And throughout camp, when he touched the ball, good things happened. Still has a ways to go away from the ball, but I would say just the constant improvement earned him more touches.
That away from the ball, is that blocking mainly that you're talking about?
Yeah, everything that's not carrying it when you're talking about pass protection and pass game, any sort of lead blocks that he's asked to do. Like, he just has to keep working to become a complete back. But since day one, when he got here, when he touches the ball, he tends to do good things with it.
And for running backs, we often talk about how they need, kind of volume to get going, but he's a guy that, even when he had limited carries, he's been able to make the most of them. What's sort of the challenge of doing that for running backs, and why do you think he's excelled so much in that area?
Yeah, I think the O-line's played at a high level for all those guys. When you look at some of the yards per carry that all those backs have had, I think it's been pretty good thus far. And the guys like to play, like to get in a rhythm, but he has a knack for kind of finding it whenever he gets this opportunity, and he can make some plays that aren't there, that aren't blocked up as well as you would like. And so I think that's kind of allowed him to have some success early, and hopefully it continues.
Between him not really playing his last college football season and, being a 7th-round pick early on, I'm sure he didn't get a ton of reps. What work did you see him do when he wasn't on the field and getting those reps to try to improve?
Yeah, he just always wants more. I think that's the biggest thing. He'd hop in, if we're not careful, we look out, and he'd be out there with the ones from day one. He believes in himself, high confidence level, but I just think has a big chip on his shoulder, like you said, from not getting to play his senior year. He went to the All-Star game, really had a great week there, and then has just carried that confidence with him.
What was your evaluation of Jaden's performance on Sunday, and I guess specifically with regards to sliding, taking care of the ball, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I thought he protected the ball well. It's a good defense that we faced, and I liked that we started slow, and he was really unfazed by that, just continued to play at a high level, had some good throwaways, and kind of knocked the rust off and led his team to a victory.
And then a guard with Chris Paul, really hit the ground running. How do you envision the future of that spot when Sam comes back? And is this kind of his job to lose, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it?
Yeah, we're taking it week by week as we go, but I've been really proud of Chris and his performances. He's played really well for us, been physical inside there, and from last year to this year is a completely different player. I think his play style, the effort, came back in better shape and has really elevated his play.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. I know you guys were really high on how Luke McCaffrey came into the program this offseason. Even from that point to now being able to contribute the way that he has, what have you kind of seen from him since then?
Yeah, just continues to get better and better, like we talked about. I really liked how he came back, the attitude, the physical shape he was in, and has just taken it and run with it. It was a lot to ask him to play inside and outside last year, and I think he's settled in now, and we have full confidence wherever we put him, he's going to go make a play, and I know Jaden does too, so that's been cool to see that connection kind of grow in year two.
And I know a lot of time receiver blocks don't necessarily get noticed by all that many, but there was one specifically, that big run by Bill on the right side, where he's engaged with one charger, another one's coming, he kind of puts his body in the way. I know it entertained Jaden. What were your thoughts just kind of when you watched it in real time and then when you broke it down on tape?
Yeah, that's awesome. We talk about that, like playing longer than the guy with the football and playing away from the football, being a lead at that. And he takes a lot of pride in it. He practices in a practice. If you watch the film, he's a guy, anytime the ball's thrown or it's a good run, I mean, he's sprinting into the screen. And so to see it show up on Sunday was cool to see.
We've talked about Debo before, but I'm going to ask again. When you see, like, people talk about his energy, how do you see that playing out, whether it's on the field, meeting rooms, how do you see that?
Yeah, just the competitive nature. I mean, he is as competitive as I've been around. I mean, on game day, he sets the tone with the intensity, the focus. When he touches the ball, you're like, okay, here we go. And I think that gives us all a lot of confidence when he's out there. But he's practiced every day. When he hasn't had any sort of issue, that he's been here from spring workouts on. Like, he wasn't asking for vet days, wasn't taking days off, and he just loves to play. And I think that is infectious.
And when you have guys like Terry, Noah out, and he's obviously a guy defenses know you're going to want to get to, what's the challenge for him, and why is he still able to get the ball so much and do something with it?
I would say just his versatility. I mean, they know we're going to try to get him touches, but he can play outside, he can play inside, he can play running back, he can do it kind of all, and I think that allows me as a play caller and us as an offensive staff to be creative in how we get him the ball and continue to try and find ways to do that.
Did you give Luke any instruction or set goals for him in the offseason to really work on certain stuff?
No, I just think as an organization, we all kind of gave him a vision for what we saw in that role, what it could look like. And he came back really focused and really understanding, like, we have some really good wideouts on this team, and so if I'm going to contribute, this is what my role needs to be, and I need to be a master of the offense, understanding inside, outside, and then the play style, and he's done that. So it's really, as a coach, and I know Bobby feels the same way, it just makes you super proud to see a kid dedicated whole offseason to it and then come back and have the results he's had.
And then with Bill, I mean, given that he didn't play all but one game at Arizona, how much did you know about him before you got him? And, after first seeing him, did you expect this to be what you get?
I didn't know much, to be honest. I didn't know his name was Bill, first and foremost. But I think from day one of just being here, you could tell the run style was unique. He had twitch, he had quickness, and then just he wants to play every play. Like, he loves the game. He's eaten up by it, and so those things kind of shine through from day one.
Hey, Cliff, with regards to Josh Connerly, by the stats, he gave up a few pressures, but I'm just curious, what did you think of him, not just in this last game, but just now that we're into week 5?
Yeah, he just continues to improve as well. We talked about the stretch he had to open his career there at right tackle was kind of a murderer's row of some of the top pass rushers in the NFL, and so I think he learned a lot from that, and the more he plays, the better he's going to get. He's another guy who he's very conscientious, comes from a great program there at Oregon, was really well coached, knows how to study film, knows how to prepare, and so those things, as the season goes on, he's going to have his ups and downs, but he'll continue to get better.
And with no disrespect to Andrew Wiley, when Sam comes back, are there certain aspects you think are going to really help Josh, just based on what you've seen his strengths and weaknesses and what Sam can do?
Yeah, we'll see how that all plays out. I think anytime you have a veteran guy next to you can help. I mean, it's a guy that's been through it and plays at a high level like Sam. I think any tackle in the league would be happy to have him next to him.
Hey, Coach. Along the lines of the running back room, Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichols, what have you seen from them so far?
Yeah, I think just what we've always known, like when they're called upon to make a play, to make a block, to do it right, they nail it each and every time. And we feel comfortable with either one of those guys as their starting running back, and I think that's the biggest compliment I can give them. They can do it in all phases. They play special teams. They can be effective in the pass game, and so very dependable, reliable players that we feel like we can play at a high level with.
And looking ahead to the Chicago Bears, what types of challenges might that defense present to you all?
Yeah, they've really done a nice job of taking the ball away. Dennis Allen's been one of the great defensive minds in the NFL for a long time, and it's a talented roster. They're getting some players back that have missed a couple games, so I know it'll be a big challenge for us.
Hey, Coach, could you talk about the offense? Where have you seen them improve the most over the last couple games?
Yeah, I just like the run game, the physicality in the run game, I think has really gotten better as we've gone along. I think that last drive going 99.5 yards is a big step for us, like closing the game out on our terms, being physical. They knew we had to run it. We were still able to run it. And that's the type of football that carries you into the postseason if you can get there, is being able to have that type of run game. So we got to keep building off of it and just continue to be consistent in that area.
And pass blocking, could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think we're continuing to improve. It's a group that we've had some moving parts, so I think when we can get consistent in there and have the same unit for multiple weeks, that always helps. And I think we made a step this last week. We got to take a step again against Chicago with a really good pass rush. Appreciate it, Coach. Thank y'all.
Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury there. Lot to take in. They're not going to say Cosme gets his job back. I do think Cosme eventually gets his job back. I kind of
don't have to say it. He will.
Right. I also kind of think I think it's the Dallas game more than the Bears game. But we'll see. Right. Today's a big day because it's a padded practice. They're going to really go for it today, and we'll kind of see where it lands with Sam. Cliff on Bill, I thought was really relevant, and Bill has been electric with the ball in his hands, undoubtedly. But Kingsbury said, of the things Bill still has to do, he has a ways to go about his game without the ball.
Away from the ball, yep.
Kingsbury specifically said pass pro, pass game, any sort of lead blocks. He has to keep working to become a complete back. But since day one, when he touches the ball, he does good things with it.
And that gets you more time, but if you want to be the guy who's going to be out there even more, that pass pro is unbelievable. Carrying out a fake away from the ball is unbelievable. You have to do all those things, and he will get it. You watch him, that kid basically he enjoys what he's doing. He always has a smile on his face, and he's going to keep improving. And as he improves, then he'll get more time. Most fans look at stuff, they just want to automatically throw you at the top. That's not how it works on a football field. And those are fans that have played at some level of football, your coach don't just throw you out there. You earn it. And I think Bill is earning it.
Definitely. And the more you do with the ball, the more they'll work on the other stuff with you.
There you go.
But I think a lot of folks are like if we see a bunch of C-Rod this week, it's not just them not trusting rookies or something. I've heard that. The not trusting rookies thing, Jaden started day one. Sammer still started day one. Connerly has started day one. Lane has started day one. Amos has started day one. They'll put the guys on the field. Totally. That's not the issue. All right, when we return,
they just want to put you out. They don't want to put you out there and you fall on your face.
Right. They don't want the player to fall on his face or the results.
But they don't care about your. They don't care about the damn either. Your fantasy football teams.
No.
So that's what a lot of people care about.
Does Kingsbury strike you as a dude that cares about fantasy football?
No, Kingsbury just like me.
You know what people sleep on, I think, with Cliff? He's a big fella. People, I don't think, realize that Cliff is kind of a unit, man. He's that prototypical QB size, and I think people aren't aware of that. I don't know if that's particularly relevant, but that's just one thing I'm going to point out today. You'll hear from Joe Witt coming up, plus John Oran joins us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch Finley,
She was more like a beauty
1067
queen from among
fan.
the sea.
I know who sings this. Fired up to talk to our friend Mr. John Oran from Puck in just a few minutes. Kind of get the latest on this YouTube TV situation with the Caps. It seems like YouTube TV is just drawing a hard line on all the RSNs. It's not specific to Monumental, but I think it is just more complications for sports fans that want to watch games.
Yeah.
B, I did want to take a quick look. Think about it all top of your head, maybe. Who do you think the best division is in football?
Best division in football. That NFC North is good. The NFC East is good. Well, they got two teams. Well, Dallas is like, you don't know what they really are. Hell, you got the...
Going into the season, we would have probably said AFC North.
AFC North, yeah. You
But they have completely fallen
but
apart.
then what's the Green Bay and all them? They're good.
NFC North.
And California must be the way over the west.
The NFC West.
Yeah, with that's what
Niners, Seahawks,
and
Rams.
Yeah, they're good.
So, according to an ESPN poll, where they use their football power index this is Graziano's story, to rate the best divisions, they have the NFC North tops.
Okay.
They have the Lions and the Packers ranked in this football power index.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Lions and the Packers ranked second and third overall.
Okay.
So that's going to drive that way up,
Way up.
obviously.
But still, Minnesota's still in there too now.
They have Minnesota at 19th. Now, a lot of that's probably Carson Wentz driven.
Yeah.
Minnesota's had an advantageous schedule while they've had to start Wentz. Eventually, that's going to get tougher. So they go North tops, then the West, then the NFC West. They have the Rams 7th, the Niners 10th, the Seahawks 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Then the AFC West. This is interesting. From a football power index score, they have the Kansas City Chiefs as the best team in the NFL.
Damn.
Even at 2 and 3.
Damn. Why?
I don't know. So I'll try to read this to you. The football power index ranks the divisions. They have KC 1, Denver 8, LA 12, the Chargers.
Okay.
Fourth, I'm guessing, is going to be the NFC East. Yeah, that's correct. They have the Eagles 4th and the Commanders 6th. The Giants 30th is gonna hurt
That's
the
gonna
old
drop.
average.
Where they have the Cowboys at?
15th.
Okay.
I'll read a little bit here. There's a lot going on here. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champs and have FP1's number one defense, FPI's number one defense by a decent margin over second place Houston. But they also have the 11th best offense, which feels generous, and the toughest remaining schedule. And they are defending champs in a division that hasn't had a repeat winner in 21 years. People laugh when I bring that up, but the fact is something literally always happens, just as it did to the Eagles 2 years ago when that streak was on the verge of ending. The Commanders, led by sensational second-year quarterback Jaden Daniels, have the number 5 offense, the number 18 defense, and the 8th easiest remaining schedule. The Cowboys, who rank 4th in FPI offensively but 31st in FPI defensively, have the exact kind of Jekyll and Hyde you'd expect from a team with that description. And the Giants, who have consistently been one of the league's worst teams for more than a decade, are last in FPI by offense and 23rd in FPI by defense. They have already turned the operation over to rookie quarterback Jackson Dart with the fifth hardest remaining schedule and no Malik Neighbors.
Wow.
Philly and Washington each carry as much upside as any team in the league, and Dallas could be dangerous if it gets the defense together. But the Giants drag this division out of contention for the top spot as they feel very, very far away from being a playoff team.
So it's not just what has happened, it's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What they're anticipating. So
that makes more sense for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to anticipate, I wouldn't count out Andy and Pat.
Nah, not at all.
For me, just without the use of FPI and looking at the divisions, I do think the NFC North is quite good.
They are.
I think that NFC West, if you buy the Niners, I think you could say the NFC West is really damn good.
Look like a lot of people not buying them, though.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
Looking at the AFC, the utter collapse of the Ravens, and now Lamar's hurt. To me, it's worth pointing out they were 1-3 with Lamar, so it's not like things were going great and then their quarterback got hurt. Do you think the Bengals? Do you think turning it around? I won't suggest, but can Flacco at least get them tilted upwards a little bit?
Flacco had a 26.5 quarterback rating.
True.
Or 27.6. I think it was the kid from Tennessee had 26.5. He was playing horrible, dude. It's not like he was playing good.
No.
He was playing as bad as anybody in the league. And he's going to have better receivers. You can expect a lot, but he was playing horrible, not because it wasn't his receivers. It was because he doesn't have the arm he had in once.
Forget the FPI. Let's do the B. Mitch and Finley cooked index.
Okay.
In the AFC, the East, the Bills aren't cooked. The Pats aren't cooked. Dolphins 1-4 cooked.
Yeah.
Cooked. The Jets 0-5
cooked. Yeah.
Cooked. So that's 2 out of 4 cooked. You're not the best division. The AFC North, Pittsburgh's not cooked.
Nope.
Ravens cooked.
Somewhat.
Starting to. It's a pot.
It's
showing a couple
sizzle.
bubbles.
It's starting to sizzle a little
Okay.
bit. Yeah.
Bengals are 2-3. Are they cooked?
I think the Bengals are cooked.
Browns are certainly cooked.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 2 out of 4. You're not the best.
But they're gonna upset some teams.
Especially,
they have a good defense.
AFC South, Colts definitely not cooked. Jags definitely not cooked. I don't think the Texans are.
No.
Titans are cooked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3 out of 4 not cooked. That's the best we've found so far. Chargers not cooked. Broncos not cooked. Chiefs not cooked. Raiders?
They're sizzling.
They're sizzling.
Yeah.
Okay. The AFC West with 3.5 teams not cooked might be the best now, so far. East, certainly not the Eagles, not the Commanders. I don't think the Cowboys are.
I don't think they are.
You got an explosive offense. You got something. Giants cooked?
Yeah.
Giants are burnt hot dog. Yeah. The North, I don't know that any of the North teams are cooked. Lions, hell no. Packers, no. Vikings are 3-2 and supposed to get their starting quarterback back.
And then the Bears.
I don't think the Bears are cooked. They're 2-2.
No, I don't think they could.
Yeah. Bears might, on the cooked index, be in the best shape. NFC South, Bucks, no way. Falcons?
They're not cooked.
Too early.
Yeah. They got talent, bro.
Panthers?
Yeah.
They've had these two come from behind. They're 2-3.
Okay. Yeah, and they lost 30-0. No, they beat Wisconsin 30-0.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, I don't know if they're cooked.
I'll give you sizzling.
Yeah, they're sizzling.
Saints, cooked.
They burnt pot of gumbo.
All right, and then out west, Niners not cooked, Seahawks not cooked, Rams not cooked, Cardinals 2-3. Little sizzle.
Yeah, because it's all about their quarterback.
You're just starting to smell it. It's
all
not
about their
cooked.
quarterback. Yeah.
The aromas in the.
Get something. They got to go stir that pot a little bit.
All right, that's the cooked index. We're going with that from here forward. John Oran joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Paul Taboni, the brand new president of baseball operations for the Nationals, is joining Grant and Danny in studio today at 2 p.m. With all the news surrounding the sweeping staff overhaul and the brand new report that the Washington Post has just put out that the Nationals have let go of at least 12 members of their player development staff and 4 members of their international scouting department, I'm sure there is plenty to discuss with Paul Taboni. Again, that is at 2 p.m. with Grant and Danny. Speaking of baseball, tonight the Dodgers and Brewers have a chance to close out their respective series after both of them taking an L last night. Phillies versus the Dodgers and Brewers at Cubs. Also happening tonight, Thursday Night Football, where the Giants play host to the Eagles. New York fell to 1-4 after committing 5 turnovers in a loss to the New Orleans Saints last week. Rookie quarterback Jackson Dart had 3 of them. Dart is making his 3rd professional start, and this one in prime time. But the Eagles, they're coming off their first loss of the season to the Broncos. Plus, they're going to be without left guard Landon Dickerson. He's been deemed out for this matchup, and potentially many more after he hurt his left ankle in a loss to Denver. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Really excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend John Ourand. Of course, you can read John's work in Puck. Sign up for the newsletter. You can follow John at Ourand_Puck, OURAND_Puck. John, what's up, dude? How are you?
Great, man. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man.
We're doing quite well. I'm
that
not
was some
sure
kind of an intro music you had. Why, like a sports business guy comes on, you have Michael Jackson going in Thriller.
That's right. You're our Thriller, John.
That's what I was begging for. I was begging for that comment. Thanks, JP.
Dude, get us up to speed on Caps fans with YouTube TV being able to watch Caps games.
You can't. Right now, Monumental Sports Network is dark on YouTube TV, and if you listen to Zach Leonsis or Ted Leonsis, they're not even negotiating. And I can tell you, I've been covering YouTube TV for a couple of months now, and they went through a bunch of really big deals with Fox and all of the Fox networks. And they went through a big deal with NBC and all the NBC networks. And right now they're going through this gigantic deal with Disney and all the Disney networks. And so the one regional sports network that's based in DC is it doesn't fit in with their strategy of sort of how they're moving forward. They have the NBC RSNs, but no other RSNs, and it's just so small compared to these other gigantic deals that they're doing. And according to both sides, nobody's negotiating. There doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of resolution on this, at least not in the near term. And if you're a Caps fan, you're going to have to either go to Xfinity or another bundled service, or you're going to have to go to Monumental Sports Network and stream it online. Pay them a monthly fee and stream it online. But if you are Hulu plus Live TV or YouTube TV, you're really out of luck.
So, who has the upper hand in this deal right now? Is it YouTube?
Oh, well, without a doubt. What I understand is that Ted and Zach Leonsis, they dropped the price and they were trying to do whatever they could to stay on YouTube TV. But the problem is that we're all looking at it as DC sports fans. If you step back, YouTube TV doesn't have any of the FanDuel TV networks. They're like in 17, 18 different markets. They don't have any of them on. They don't have a Yes Network on. They don't have the Dodgers or the Lakers network on. So there's an overall strategy. Like you could see this coming because there's an overall strategy that YouTube has that it doesn't. It's more interested in these national rights and these national deals than the local deals. So in terms of the upper hand, the Leonsis don't have any hand in this whatsoever, and I know that's frustrating for them.
So the Lakers and the Dodgers aren't on YouTube TV either?
No, the only RSNs that YouTube TV carries are the NBC RSNs, and that's why we were able to see the Monumental Sports regional sports network on there, because Ted and Zach bought that from NBC. What was it? It was like 3 years ago, I think, that they did that. Sure. And so they were operating under a deal that NBC had cut with them. And those are the only regional sports networks that are on YouTube TV. And they just redid a deal, NBC did, that kept their regional sports networks on YouTube TV. But my bet is 3 years from now, when that deal is up, that'll be the end of those deals as well.
Wow. So
sorry, I feel like I am the bearer of really bad news for YouTube TV fans here. The Wizards to Caps. There's no other way to go.
It just seems to me like we're doing this when the whole Monumental thing happened. You felt okay, boom, great deal, but it seemed like by leaving the umbrella of NBC, they messed up some.
I think you can take a look at that. You can certainly read it that way. And when they did this deal 3 years ago, it's harder to go into these negotiations. As I explained, if you're YouTube TV, you're dealing with Disney, Fox, and NBC. You're not dealing with the Monumental Sports Network. Independent channels have such a hard time with all of these services trying to get a good deal and stay on there. And then on top of that, I'm going to give you the YouTube TV side of things, because right now they took away programming and everybody's mad at YouTube TV. The Monumental Sports Network, they launched a competing service. You can go and stream games from Monumental Sports Network, and so you have all these cable operators and satellite companies saying, we're paying top dollar for your regional sports networks, and then you're turning around and selling them to direct to consumer. Like, don't we get any kind of exclusivity with that? So right now, everything seems to be on fire in the media business, and Monumental Sports Network is sort of caught right in the middle of that.
Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of the one-offs aren't going to be on there, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't watch them, I guess, because you can get is YouTube basically just making a play to be a national service and not localized?
Yeah, I think that's a way to see it, and I'll bring some positivity here a little bit. Like in 2025, right now, if you're a Caps fan, a Wizards fan, or a Mystics fan, it's easier than ever to watch those games if that's what you want to watch. All you have to do is go to monumentalsports.com, pay a monthly fee, and you get the feed. And so you don't have to buy this gigantic cable bundle. If you're just a Caps fan and that's all you care about, and there are people like that, you don't have to buy a cable bundle that costs upwards of $100 a month. You just go and get it direct from Monumental Sports Network. And so it's a lot easier today to be able to withstand, somebody like YouTube TV dropping your channel so that you can't see the sports.
Gotcha. I mean, that's
good news.
Yeah. And so if you want to watch the Caps, you can still watch the Caps. You just get the Monumental channel.
Exactly, and you get it streamed directly to your TV. You download the app, and you can still watch it. The problem with that is that then the cost start going up again, because then you have to get the ESPN app, and then you have to get the Peacock app, and then you have to get all these other apps in order to see it. So if you're a sports fan that likes a lot of different sports, that's not going to be a cost efficient solution for you. But if you want to see the Caps game, you can see it. And the great part about that is, I can tell you that I'm still an Orioles fan because we grew up in DC without a team. I have friends that downloaded the MASN app, and then come June, when the Orioles are out of it, they stop paying for it. It's like, all right, well, now it's not worth it. So they saved themselves, a couple $100 by not paying for it in June, July, and August.
So I guess my question with some of this stuff, and I actually thought this back when it started to happen, right, is like, it's only going to grow more and more bifurcated as more and more leagues, teams, whatever, try to take back their rights. Like, if you're just a general fan and you want to be able to watch Monday Night Football, the Wizards, and some soccer, like, how many services do you have to take? And where is that going, like, as we keep, like, 3 years from now, 5 years from now?
JP, you have identified the main complaint that I hear from family and friends is that if you want to watch, if you bring up the Orioles, if you want to watch the Orioles, you have to get subscribe to a cable bundle so that you can get MASN. You have to subscribe to Apple TV because a couple of the games are on Apple TV behind the paywall. You have to subscribe to Roku because I think they had 1 or 2 games that were on Roku as well. Now Peacock is going to get some games starting next season. Like, all of a sudden, I just named 4 right off the top of my head, and I'm sure I'm missing out on a couple of other ones as well. So that's something that all of these leagues and all of these media companies know is not sustainable. Like, there are just too many places to get it. So this is a terrible corporate word, but they call it the great rebundling. And at some point, there's going to be, you're going to get something that looks like the old cable bundle that you and I grew up with. That was like where you pay one fee and you see pretty much everything.
That's where it stops at.
How that's going to look, how that's going to look, and when that's going to happen, nobody really knows.
Yeah, it just seems like this is the Wild Wild West.
Totally. And, dude, the one thing, I say this all the time, it's so – I still have cable. Maybe I'm a dinosaur. But, like, I love being able to just change channels from one game to the next. When you're trying to change out of one streaming apparatus into another streaming app, like, it's such a pain in the ass.
And they have them little pauses on you at times.
Totally, dude. Like, did people take that into account?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Thursday Night Football is on Amazon, and I've started sitting through commercials for a sporting event. I never used to do that when the games are on cable. That's a big issue right now because YouTube TV, part of what they were doing, part of the reason that they were fighting with NBC is because they didn't want their subscribers to have to exit YouTube TV and then launch Peacock if they wanted to see a sport on Peacock. So they were trying to make it so that Peacock would just be within YouTube TV. NBC said, we're investing so much in Peacock. We don't want YouTube TV. We don't want the $3 trillion Google to have access to our viewer numbers, have access to, down to the minute about like the advertising. And if the media companies did that, it would be fatal for them. So there's no easy solution for that.
Everybody's trying to like stake their own territory. Gosh, It's just like a fascinating deconstruction of the traditional sports
model. You're going to get to the point, depending on where the hell you're at in the country, you're going to have to go with somebody's stuff over there. It's going to be completely quadrants.
Talking with our friend John Ourand.
The media business is on fire, man.
Well, John, I want to switch it just a little more locally. The Nats. We know that the Learners were selling it. Now they're not. Sure seems like there is a baseball work stoppage sort of on the horizon. Maybe they're able to eschew it, but it seems like that's the way we're headed. There's also the question of what happens with Masson. The Nats now own their television rights again. They did finally make a big move. They fired Mike Rizzo. They hired this young guy. He's making a zillion moves. You can listen to him on with Grant and Danny at 2 o'clock. What is the state of the Washington Nationals right now?
The Washington Nationals right now are a. It's hard to say this because like you guys, I'm a Washingtonian, but we're not a small market. We're sort of like a mid-market team, and the reason is that the media rights deals that the Nats had with Masson were really undervalued for such a long time. Attendance is, if the team is good, the attendance is good. If the team isn't, the attendance isn't that great. And so the Nationals are in this bucket, along with the Orioles, and along with a lot of other Kansas City and Minnesota and Cleveland, sort of small to mid market teams that are really just pushing for a salary cap to come into baseball. Why are the learners not selling? The franchise values for baseball teams are really low. I mean, if you compare them, look at the Lakers going for, $10 billion, and the Orioles just sold for 1.7. Wow. I know the Lakers are a better brand than the Orioles. The Portland Trailblazers went for like $4 billion. It went for more than twice the amount of the of what the Orioles went for. So you have owners like the Learners and like Rubenstein up in Baltimore that are really agitating for a salary cap, and that's why when you said there's going to be a work stoppage, it seems like there almost certainly is, because that is a third rail for the players. And so, sort of what happens from that? I know you asked me about the Nats, and I went on that tangent because it's hard to just say the Nats are in good shape or bad shape, because everything is contingent on what happens with the labor negotiations and then the national media deals coming from that.
Now, what I don't understand is how would the salary cap help their values go up?
Because they can compete with the Mets and the Dodgers, presumably, right?
So if I was the learners and you asked me that question, I would say the NBA franchise values that I pointed to, that they all have salary caps.
But they also go over the salary cap too.
Exactly. Go over
the teams that are valued go over. So you can't expect to be having a high value team if you don't put no money into it, no matter how you look at it.
Well, yeah, and one of the hardest things that's going to happen in baseball that you're hitting on is that the Players Association, if they ever do give up on the salary cap, they're going to mandate a salary floor, and then you have owners that are in Pittsburgh, certain markets that are going to fight that tooth and nail, and that's going to be very interesting to see because you identified the big problem, and that's why it's a third rail for the players. B. Mitch.
Yeah.
So Nats games next year still on Masson?
Yeah. And in fact, I know Ted was making a pitch for it, but I know that they've been negotiating with Masson. They've been with Masson for a while. They know each other. I would be really surprised if the Nats move away from Masson either next year or the year after or the year after.
Well, isn't MLB trying to bundle all the teams' rights together and then sell them to Apple or YouTube on their own? I've heard that. Is that a pipe dream?
No, it's not a pipe dream. I think it's likely to happen. That doesn't mean that you as a cable subscriber are going to lose access to Masson showing it on cable. But what that does mean is, if you want to go and buy that package from, say, Amazon or ESPN or whoever MLB sells it to, you'll be able to buy it and then not have to deal with some of the blackout restrictions. So you can buy I'm buying MLB.TV for whatever price they put it at, and I will have access locally to the Nats or the Orioles or the Phillies if you're in Philadelphia. So that's what they're thinking. The holdup on that is that the big market teams like the Lakers and the Dodgers and the Yankees, they get no benefit out of them. Why are they going to help out the Pittsburgh Pirates, by joining
Right.
it.
Yeah.
But I think that baseball's committed to moving forward, even without like the Cubs, Yankees, Dodgers, because basically Nats games in DC are the highest rated things on TV the night that they play. Same thing with the Orioles games in Baltimore. Same thing with the Royals games in Kansas City. So the idea of launching this type of service, even without the New York market or the LA market, like you still are going to control like 28 markets in the U.S. I think that's a pretty good prospect there, a pretty good business case.
It's so funny to me, John, because you're on the ground floor, like you're in the salt mines of all this. There's never been a better time to be a sports fan in some ways because of all the access, all the social media, all the podcasts. Like there's just so much sports information, but it's never been a bigger pain in the ass to try to watch games.
True.
And I feel like that's only going to continue.
Yeah, and then so you and I both we're Maryland fans. I don't know who's carrying the Maryland game on Saturday. It could be on Peacock, it could be on Big Ten Network, it could be on CBS. I have no idea, and I know I can Google it and find out. It's pretty easy, but generally I just sit down and I go first to Big Ten Network, and like it could be one of 30, not 30, one of 5, 6 different streamers or channels. It's hard. I mean, people don't know. People don't just happen upon games anymore. It used to be that you would watch Law and Order, and then inside the NBA would come, and you're watching an NBA game. It would get a lot of casual fans. You see a lot less of that now, and that's a potential problem for some of these teams and leagues.
Well, John, I don't have to worry about it because I'm going to the game in College Park this weekend. Thank you for the time, dude. Always great to catch up
John,
with you.
appreciate you, bro.
Hey, anytime, guys.
All right.
care.
That's our friend John Oran from Puck. Check out his newsletter. Give him a follow at Oran_Puck. When we come back, opening these phone lines up for a Bleep You Thursday. That's right. Time to get your takes off. Nobody go anywhere.
Mac Jones will likely start again in Week 6 with Brock Purdy remaining out of practice. Jones was limited in practice on Wednesday with a knee and oblique injury, but 49ers GM John Lynch isn't too concerned. He added that he is fairly confident that tight end George Kittle will resume practicing next week and that wide receiver Juwan Jennings will practice Thursday, as his status is up in the air as of now. So hopefully 49ers are getting a little bit healthier. And Tua Tagovailoa popped up on the Dolphins' injury report on Wednesday with injuries to both his hip and his left thumb. But there is no concern for his Week 6 status. He will play against the Chargers. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur told reporters today that his kicker, Brandon McManus, his quad injury is a major concern right now. He was limited in practice yesterday while dealing with this injury, even as Green Bay is coming off the bye week. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Thursday, and we do need to let some people get whatever's on your chest off it. That's right. No pause. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's Bleep You Thursday. If you're mad at somebody, whether it's significant or inconsequential, this is your opportunity. Wanted to read this one from my man C-Dub. Said, got to get a bleep you for these annoying Bears fans manufacturing a made-up rival. I had no idea how irritating they were until we got Jaden Daniels. I totally agree with that. I don't think for players this Bears-Commanders thing is a rivalry. I think this is completely made up, like, social media nonsense. And if they are mad, like, sorry, like, that's on you, dude. I find the whole we're mad, Caleb's better stuff stupid, and I'm kind of over it. Do you land at the same place with me, Landfill?
I like seeing the Bears fans miserable because they started this, and it's been one-sided, and Jaden owns them, and he's going to continue to do it for the next 15 years because we got the better quarterback. Deal with it.
Totally. I also think, I don't know, I think there's like a weird fetishization of like declaring the best quarterback from the draft class. If you're a Washington fan, I get it if you are a Denver fan or a Bears fan or whatever. But like if you're a Washington fan, just feel confident in what is happening here. And like I know that there's some thought of like, oh, you know, Jaden's regressed. I don't agree with it. He's missed 2 games. So, like, if you want to just go straight stats, I think all of that is just silly. Jaden, this team won more games than they had in 30 years. They got further in the playoffs than they had in 30 years. He comes back, has a complete game. They look great. There's reason to believe they could get on another run here. Like, don't let this crazy stuff bother you, man. And to the Bears fans that are just trying to flame a non-existing fire, bleep you. Let's let my man Tim in Haymarket chime in. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Tim, who you mad at?
What's up, JP? First, thank you for the hockey talk this week.
You're welcome. Just for you.
Also, I know it's game 1, but bleep you to the Caps power play. 5 chances. Come on, man. That's it.
Yeah. Listen, man, you wanted hockey talk. You got it. Like, if we're being super real, last night kind of sucked. Like, it was exciting because it was the opener, but it wasn't exactly a very exciting day, you know? Take the L at home. Thanks for the call, Timmy. Landfill, do you have any bleeps? Anything you're mad about? Because I know you've been dealing with Jeff, who's been dealing with stomach pains because it's my understanding Jeff is consuming far too much meat.
Yeah, I mean, he's been making just a lot of weird statements. He's asking us to help him dehydrate his meat. He's consuming a lot of meat. He's just disappearing for several minutes at a time, multiple times throughout the show. Just an odd character.
He is an odd character, and honestly, the photo you posted of Jeff most recently is quite disturbing. Just to be honest, you know what I'm saying?
I do have to say bleep you though to 1015 Half Street Southeast Washington D.C. We have a rat infestation.
Yee.
Yeah.
Jay, want to go to your house tomorrow?
My house
all right.
has its own issues.
Okay, well,
I can find us an undisclosed location. How serious are you about the rat infestation?
I mean, I haven't seen any yet, but other than Ryan the Stallion, I haven't seen any. But theoretically, they're here.
They have rats.
Was there like an email? Do I need to check my Odyssey email?
There's rumors going around. We haven't seen them, but we've heard from the junkies. We've heard from people at PGC. Personally, we're not concerned. We can take rats. We can deal with them. We have golf clubs and stuff. But this is just what we deal with. We had a bug infestation. I think the first year that we were doing the show.
I remember that. That was god awful.
That was pretty bad. So I don't know. I guess this is worse.
But the rats that are the other ones that just tell on people, just take them out.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely take them out. Do you guys want me to bring my cat tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have a cat rat, Landfill?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Noted cat guy. Other cat guys include Chase Hughes, Ben Standing, Pete Haley, my boy Braden. Noted cat guys. Now, Landfill on the list. Just because we're going to run out of time. If we get more calls, we'll take them. But a couple of updates for practice. I don't know what you call this. Terry McLaurin was at practice. The players were in uniforms. Terry was not in uniform. He did some work on the side field with trainers. So that's going to be a DNP officially, but it's also a step. Because remember, they don't play till Monday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're not out here. So Terry could practice tomorrow, but there ain't no media to watch it.
And you're not out here Friday.
We're not here Friday. Media's welcome Saturday, but that practice is going to be 20 minutes
But once you leave the field on Thursday, you don't know what he did then.
What's your gut tell you, Terry-wise?
Game time.
Where I'm leaning to, Brian. Elsewhere, Deebo Samuel wasn't in practice. That's gonna be a nothing to me. I think they're gonna handle Deebo with veteran days off, and he kind of gets to do what he wants. Not what he wants.
VDO.
What?
VDO.
Veteran day off. Yeah, that's kind of where I am.
What you thought I was saying?
I don't. I thought you said OPP. Yeah, you know me. I think Noah Brown, like the receiving group will be very interesting by the time we get to Monday night. I just can't stress enough that today is Thursday, and they don't play till Monday night. And Landville's concerned about a rat infestation at the office.
That's something we're worried about.
Brian and I may have to work remote tomorrow, Landfill. Something came up, okay?
Landfill ignoring.
Landville's clearly thrilled.
Landfill is ignoring you on that one, dog.
My advice, ignore, like Landfill ignored me and B about working remote tomorrow to not fist fight the rat infestation. Also ignore the Deebo thing from today. I think that's a big old nothing burger.
Yeah.
I think Terry being out there is a something burger. Maybe Landfill likes the big cheeseburger at Five Guys. I like the standard cheeseburger. I think Terry being out
like
there,
the Lil Hands cheeseburger.
I think it's a standard cheeseburger. Nobody go
like
anywhere.
The Kenny Pickett cheeseburger.
We got to make some bets. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday's touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win. Your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply a profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's the perfect time. We can get life. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, there you have it. We got football tonight. I think your boy is 3-0, by the way. Don't look.
In what?
In bets this week. Don't stop me now. Landini. Let's make some bets, bro. I wonder if Bees can get us odds on me and B-Mitch coming to the studio tomorrow during the rat infestation. Before we get to that,
I may bring me a little pellet gun.
That sounds incredibly dangerous.
Why? I'm accurate.
I'm not concerned about your accuracy. The way the 4 or 5 of us mess around in there.
No. I wouldn't let y'all touch my gun.
I think you would shoot Jeff in the ass.
No, I wouldn't.
I
only shoot things that needs to be shot.
Yeah, Jeff's butt. My buddy Charlie's older brother Pat shot us with a BB gun in the butt when we were kids. Oh, Jeff's back.
Something wrong with
It's a
y'all.
Festivus miracle. White Brian, where are we at?
Yeah, JP, you're 3-0. You've won 6 in a row.
Let's go, B.
He's cheating. He's got to be cheating.
It's just the system, Landfill. It's just the
Take
system.
that system tonight. There you.
We'll see how it goes. I have college football I can pick tonight, Brian, and baseball. So I have options.
Mm-hmm.
How'd everybody else do, White Brian?
Landfill is 2-1 on the week. Big Dumper came through for him last week. And me
Big
and B-Mitch are
Dumper.
sitting at 0-3.
0-3? Damn,
I can't
B.
be around you, dog.
You're blaming White Brian for your.
Yeah,
the
man.
Bryans are 0-6 combined.
I won last week. I don't care what nobody says.
You did win last week, but much like Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels have said, last week ain't going to help you win Monday
It's gonna
night.
help me though. It's history.
Does anybody have anything they like? Shout out to Jeff, who's back. Jeff, how's the meat? How's the meat consumption?
What?
All I hear laughing in the background.
What?
It's my understanding you've been swallowing a lot of meat, and it's led to some issues. How's the meat?
Yeah, your stomach.
Now, I'm not going to say my initial remark because I'm not sure. I don't have the time to say, yo, can I say this on air to Landfill right now? So
No,
let's
you
just,
can't say that,
Let's
no.
just get to the bets.
Jeff, what's my little saying? If you got to think twice about it, I ask a question, don't say it.
Landfill
I'ma be
informed
quiet.
us that you've been swallowing a lot of meat, and that's led to some stomach problems.
No. Stop listening to Landfill. That's where you mess up every time.
Landfill is
JP.
trouble, dog. Landfill is straight trouble.
All right, Jeff, then please. Jeff, are you all right? The Yankees lost.
Yeah. I was a Washington fan for 30 years. I done came to terms with my team losing, so I'm good. That don't affect me no more.
All right. Let's see
well,
what you got tonight, Hotshot.
What
I'm
I'm
taking
going to
the-
do
I'm
is
taking
go,
the Giants plus.
I'm
Oh,
going,
hell, I need a new
I'm going
pick.
Dodgers and Eagles.
You're laying a touchdown and a half.
Sure in the hell are.
Meadowlands.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
You got a quarterback who loves to run, who has a hamstring problem.
I
I
don't
bet
necessarily disagree with
Malik Neighbors will not be on the field tonight. Does that count as a bet?
No.
That's minus 8,000.
Jeff, no.
Can't do that one.
Yeah, that's off the board. I'm taking the Dodgers and Jalen Hurts rushing or receiving touchdown.
Do the tush push really count as a rush? Because he's not running.
Yeah, it does.
It counts as a rush, though, because he didn't throw it. Nobody didn't catch it.
White Brian?
Can I put a bet in Jeff won't
Tulane
get no
minus
Rabies
6.5.
right this weekend?
Dang,
Dude, I was looking
don't
at
do
Tulane
that.
too, laying those points. All right. I kind of like White Brian's bet of Tulane tonight, but since White Brian's on it, I'm taking the late game. I wonder if our friend Jordan Giorgio is working this game. Sam Houston State Bearcats +7 at home against Jacksonville State. Sam Houston State B 0-5. Tonight is the night.
You going for it?
Yeah.
All right. tonight is the night the system collapse.
Sam Houston State. There you go. Not touching that Giants-Eagles game. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today.
Man,
Fun
A.J.
show.
Brown might have 3 touchdowns tonight.
Thank you to Dave Zangaro for joining us. Thank you to John Walton for joining us. Thank you to John Oran for joining us. Lots of Johns today. Fun day on the phones. Fun day on the show. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They're going to have new Nets. What's my man's title? President of Baseball Ops. I guess he's not GM. Paul Taboni will be on the program. I assume he's in studio because I'm hearing he's going to be in studio. So you should be able to watch it on the stream. I'm sure the Nats are going to.
Don't they have a studio over there at the stadium? Why they have that little box they go in sometimes?
I don't know, but I would think Taboni is at our studio, like on Half Street.
Okay.
Hopefully he avoids the rats and the rat infestation.
You might want to go to the little studio at
It might be better off in the box. Check out what they have to say. The Nats are going to rebuild this thing. Do it the right way. They'll have our full support. We're back tomorrow. We'll see what's going on with the Commanders. It's going to be a fun day as we get ready. Listen, we got a weekend of football to look forward to because the Commanders don't play till Monday night. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
The Washington Nationals have let go of at least 12 members of their player development staff and 4 members of their international scouting department, per the Washington Post, as the Nationals continue a sweeping staff overhaul under new president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni. Several coaches within the Nationals minor league system were informed that their contracts would not be renewed as well. Clearly, a new era in Nationals baseball is here. And lucky for you, you get to hear from the man himself. Right after this, Grant and Danny are sitting down with Paul Taboni, the new president of baseball operations, in studio. I have a feeling you are not going to miss what they talk about. Happening in the baseball world tonight, the Philadelphia Phillies staved off elimination and can now lean into some momentum with Game 4 tonight at Dodger Stadium. While the Phillies will return to left-hander Christopher Sanchez in Game 4 on 4 days rest, the Dodgers are going to right-hander Tyler Glasnow for his first start of the postseason. As for the night game, the Cubs and Brewers have traded hot bats, but Chicago only has one win to show for it. They're fighting for their postseason life tonight with the Brewers up 2-1 in the series. And if football is more your thing, we've got Thursday night football action between the Giants and the Eagles. New York lost to the winless Saints last week, turning the ball over 5 times. Philadelphia, meanwhile, took their first loss of the season in Week 5, blowing a 2-touchdown lead to the Broncos. Who's going to get back into the win column tonight? We'll see. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's October 9th, 2025. You are listening to The Fan. At 3 o'clock, we've got pro football legend Ed McCaffrey on the show. Of course, in D.C., he's now known, Danny, as Luke's dad. Luke McCaffrey of the Washington Commanders, who's breaking out at receiver. His pops was a heck of a receiver in Denver.
Yes, he was.
He will be on the show to talk ball with us, talk about Luke's emergence. And at 4 o'clock, we've got tickets for you to go see My Chemical Romance over at Nationals Park. But we're very, very excited today because in studio with us here in our first hour is the new president of baseball operations. Speaking of Nationals Park, it's his domain. He's like Simba's dad, looking out over the whole kingdom now. Nats Park is
everything the light touches.
His to run. Paul Taboni is in studio with us, the new president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals on Grant and Danny. Paul, thank you for the time. We appreciate you. Welcome in studio. How are you?
Doing great, guys. Appreciate you having me on here. Thanks for having me on.
What's been the hardest part kind of getting going here? Is it, moving the family? Is it, meeting with everybody? Is it figuring out what stays, what goes? Like, what's been the biggest challenge?
I think you hit on one of them, right? The family piece of it. Haven't spent much time around my family lately, unfortunately. But I think the other part is just, I think there's this desire to, build it in a day. And when you're doing, things like this, it's great and everything, but you're constantly thinking like, gosh, we got some rocks to move, and you just have to remind yourself that it's going to take a little bit of time. So
to that point, you've had the distractions of whether it's interviews like this one or all the other things that you're doing just to introduce yourself, familiarize yourself with everyone. You got a lot of people to meet. How do you feel like the process is going so far? And I'm sure you're looking forward to it, but when do you just get to the baseball part where everything else kind of falls to the side?
It's coming. Like, I feel like it's a little bit of a slow drip. Like, he just today, like, for the first time, I felt like I was getting into it a little bit. But I think you hit the nail on the head, like just meeting people, media members, and obviously folks in the front office throughout the organization. That's taken up a good amount of my time over the course of the first week or so. So I think with every day that passes, I'll probably be dealing with more and more baseball stuff.
So it's obviously not professional sports, but years ago in a real person job, not like this, what we do now, but I had a new boss who came in, and I always I always remember kind of the tenor of what she said in her first meeting. One thing I will not accept is this is how we've always done it. Now, if it's a best practice and we figure that out, great, we'll keep it. But the point is, we're not just going to do things because that's the way it was done here. But it also doesn't mean we're going to throw everything out. So the next few weeks are going to stink as we really self-scout, so to speak, and evaluate. I imagine that process is pretty similar for you. How hard is it to resist the temptation to go, I'm here because everything didn't go great, and I want to fix it? But maybe there's some parts of it that were good. How do you weigh those decisions, and how hard is that?
That was actually one of the first things I said to the group, front office group, and a lot of the individual conversations I had with whether it's player development staff or scouting staff or R&D staff, like, you know, whoever it was, hey, I get it. Like a lot of the narrative out here is like, what do you want to change, right? And that's true. Like there are going to be some things that we change, right? But question I followed up on pretty quickly is like, what are the great things that we want to preserve too, right? And it's going to take me a while, I think, to figure out exactly what those things are within this organization. But leading on folks that I've met in the early going that can point at what some of those things are is extremely beneficial.
So give us an idea of that. And Paul Taboni, the president, baseball ops for the Nats, is on Grant and Danny. So is that Zooms? Because I imagine people in the offseason are all over the country, or do they all fly in? And did you have some big meeting in an assembly somewhere I don't know about at Nats Park? Like, were you guys sitting in Section 217? Like, what were those meetings like, and where were they?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been moving a little too quick to have people flying in. I think ideally at some point in time would love to have the whole group fly in, but it's been moving so quickly that I think it's been largely phone calls, and then for the folks that are working out of DC, just meeting with them one-on-one, meeting with them in group settings, that sort of thing.
And so yesterday was a pretty significant day, at least publicly. We find out about some of the restructuring, some of the people that are out. Are those decisions just solo yours that you're making, or are you leaning on other people, whether it's external, internal, to help inform who stays and who goes? How's that going right now?
Yeah, and they're my decision. Like, and I own the decisions, obviously. I think what you want to balance, right, is doing what you think is best for the organization, especially with the thought of where we want to go in mind, right, while also having the utmost care and respect and empathy when you have some of those conversations. It's obviously a really difficult day for folks that have been with this organization for some time. And I think it's maybe lost in it all, right? But you can have those really tough conversations and make those really tough decisions, but also carry yourself with a lot of compassion and empathy, like I said.
And to Danny's point, there are good people and there are good things happening. I wonder, like, the importance of continuity, not just because you're finding this is a guy that if he gets away could be a GM in 6 years somewhere else, but also just institutional knowledge. Like if you clean house and just have a bunch of really smart people from Boston and the athletics organization come in here or wherever, who's going to be able to tap into what's good and what's bad? So what's that balance like for you?
Yeah, honestly, I think it circles back to what I said at the start of this, which is we want to preserve what we do really well, right? And we also want to preserve a lot of the institutional knowledge, as you said, Grant. Like we want to preserve a lot of that, while also, you don't really know what great looks like, so to speak, unless maybe you've seen it. And that's not to say that I've necessarily seen it, but I also have a different perspective coming from the Red Sox organization, but not just working for the Red Sox organization. It's almost like I've worked for 4 or 5 different organizations, because I worked under Ben Sherrington, who's now with Pittsburgh. I worked under Dave Nabrowski, who's now with Philly. I worked under Chaim Bloom, and Brian O'Halloran, who Chaim is now with St. Louis. I worked under Brez, who was with Chicago, so with the Cubs. So it's almost as if I've worked for 4 or 5 different organizations, and so you're able to take the perspective gained from all those conversations I've had with those folks that I've worked under and try and fold it into what we're doing here.
What was the allure of this job, this position, this city, this market, this team that made you say, this is the right decision for me?
I think it starts with the city, to be honest. Like I said it in the presser, after the presser, my wife and I had a lot of conversation around the fact that, if we were going to jump at a job like this, it was going to have to be in the right spot. And candidly, like we had eliminated, a large part of Major League Baseball teams. And
let's name them all.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And who turned you off in each one? Yeah.
Yeah. But, a lot of that circled back to this city and, how passionate the fan base is. I talked about it in the presser, but how deeply sports are woven into the fabric of this community. I caught a lot of heat for naming Georgetown hoops and Howard hoops and not naming Maryland hoops and American hoops. I had a great buddy that played at American. I probably
As a Georgetown season ticket holder, I was fine with the list, I will tell you.
GW hoops also, just if someone went there, it'd be fun.
And then also referencing DeMatha, but not Gonzaga and some of these other schools.
You're a basketball mark, though. I could tell. Like, you love hoops.
Yeah, I love it.
So do you watch the NBA pretty religiously still, or do you even have time to do that in baseball season?
Up until probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I watched a ton of NBA games. 5 or 6 years ago, I had that job and just life in general got in the way of it. So now I don't follow it as closely as I would have liked, but as you've probably guessed, I'm a sucker for prep sports and college sports and all that. So
So as you kind of go through this process in terms of, decision making and things, what a lot of Nats fans want to know, because they just went through the last 6 years that you didn't. I mean, you weren't here, not your fault. But they want to know how long whatever this is going to take. Like that's the question that comes up for everybody. And when we say on the radio, we're like, hey, patience, this makes sense. We're going to start a new stamp and a new organization almost. You're turning things over. The last round of rebuild, whatever you want to call it, didn't come to fruition. How long do you think this process takes before you go, this is a Paul Taboni, this is what I want. I want it like this?
I'll give you the same answer that I gave ownership, right? Which is, I don't know. And anyone that tells you they know is lying straight to your face, right? So we're not going to be concerned with that. I once again, I said it the other day, like what we're going to be concerned with is just making really good decisions day after day after day. And then, we'll look up whether it's, whatever, 18 months or 24 months or 3 years or 4, whatever it is, like we'll look up and I think it'll be clear to fans along the way that we're trending in the right direction. And I'm telling you, like when it's really time to push the chips in, I think it'll be incredibly obvious to the whole fan base.
Which makes a lot of sense. I guess specific to this offseason, though, do you already know or what's going to inform the decision? The Reds just kind of accidentally made the playoffs at about 500, right? It wouldn't be that crazy for you guys to make a couple of moves with your core and possibly be 500. Is it an offseason where you try to do that? Or is this a situation where you look at this and you go, we got to build this thing for 3 years from now and start again? Like, how do you make that decision and when will you?
Yeah, we'll stay open-minded. And honestly, I think a lot of that is like what the market will bring you, right? And what opportunities you have. Having said that, what we want to guard against is putting in the windows and the doors before the foundation is strong, right? Like you look at a lot of these organizations across the league, some of the best organizations that even come from small markets, right? And they've been patient and they've been really disciplined and they've built these really, really strong foundations that have played a large part in allowing them to have sustainable runs, at the big league level. So that's what we want to do. And, like I said, I think it requires patience and discipline. And we want to balance that with creating a winning culture and actually competing. That's our goal, and I'm looking forward to it.
So this will be an oversimplified question, but in terms of the kind of player that you value, I'm just thinking of something basic that a regular fan might be able to pick apart. You go, hey, that guy can steal 50 bases, or that guy can hit 30 homers. You know what I mean? Like those sorts of attributes and things. Is there a style that you'd prefer, or is it kind of wherever the market dictates, or it's just we're going to build according to that foundation that you just talked about and then sort of supplement accordingly? Like if you had your druthers, would you build a team that's great on defense? Would you build a team that could fly? Would you build a team that hits bombs?
Yeah.
Yes to all those?
Yeah, I'll take all of it. I think like what we want to be careful of is pigeonholing ourselves where we say like, man, we want super athletic up the middle type players that steal a ton of bags. And then you're looking at Ryan Zimmerman like, oh, we're not going to go after that guy. Right. So like we want to balance those, all those things. And we want to come onto value like wherever it might be. And, what I think will stay constant through our whole roster, hopefully, is that we want folks with winning attitudes, right, that can hold themselves accountable and hold others in the clubhouse accountable. Like that has to be the constant throughout the roster, whether you're a guy stealing bags or a guy hitting homers or a guy, that walks a ton, whatever it might be. Like you got to bring that winning culture, or you got to add to that winning culture in the clubhouse.
Paul Taboni, president baseball ops with the Nats. Makes sense because that was always to me like the shortcoming with Moneyball or whatever is like, why shrink your talent pool? Why not take the best high schooler in America? If Mike Trout's staring you in the face at 25, if you're the Angels, if you're just hunting for the college guy that gets on base or what have you. What have you learned in your dive into the analytics department right now and the technology and kind of where this org is compared to where you're coming from? We've seen so many players leave, guys that I keep in touch with and talk with either, just off the record or even just guys that have publicly come out and said things about, you won't believe how different what they have here is or how I'm coached here. Or all of a sudden Kyle Finnegan is throwing only, his splitter constantly. Like, what are you finding when you take the hood up and look underneath right now on what's available?
Yeah, so I haven't had the opportunity to really take the...
So we have not opened the hood yet.
Yeah, we haven't opened the hood. But what I will say is, like, I talk about preserving some of the great things in the organization. I think we have a lot of great people in this organization and a lot of really smart people, especially in R&D, right, that are going to be able to really, really, really help move the ball forward in the coming months and years.
You mentioned R&D. I think a lot of us, I don't want to speak for every listener, but I know on this show, we're giddy about the possibilities of the analytics and research and development. I'm curious, just to get your insight on this. What does a really good scout look like in 2025? And how has that changed from 20 years ago where, you got the cheeseburger wrappers in the back seat and you're going ballpark to ballpark? Like, what you might still have the cheeseburger wrappers in the back seat, hopefully, because they're delicious.
They are
But,
good.
what is the difference of a really good scout now compared to then?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me talk about it in the presser regarding like the coaches that like understand the art of coaching, but also understand like technically how to really get players better, right? I'd almost draw the same parallel to scouts, right? It's like what you just mentioned, the picture that you just painted of that type scout, like that's a huge asset. I think what you're getting at is experience, right? And they've been around the game a ton. Those are all really positive things, right? What we also want, though, is folks that are open-minded, and as the game has changed, they've really worked hard to stay with the times, and that's on us too, right? To really pour ourselves into educating scouts on, hey, this is how the game has changed, this is what we're going to value, so on and so forth. But to me, a lot of it circles back to the expectations that we set for our scouts, right? Hey, this is what we're looking for when we evaluate. This is how we're going to evaluate it, right? And then ultimately, like the accountability on their end to hold themselves to those expectations, right? So that can come in different shapes and sizes, but at the end of the day, I think it just circles back to quality of person and worker you are, and we've talked about getting over yourself and putting the team before yourself, right? A lot of it circles back to that and your willingness to do so.
When it comes to players that are here, what's your timetable for going, okay, now I've got a good feel on who each guy is, right? I mean, you're in baseball, so obviously you know the names and you know that you can look up any stat that you want, but how long do you think it's going to take you to go, okay, this is what we've got, so now maybe we know this is what we need?
Unfortunately, I think it's going to take a little bit of time,
Yeah.
right? And I don't think you can really truly understand a person until you've spent a lot of hours around them, right? And with some of our players living outside of DC, the majority of them living outside of DC in the off season, I'll travel to go meet with a lot of them. But even then, like I don't think we're going to really know, or I'm going to really know until we get halfway through next year, and I've spent countless hours around them. I've seen them work, all those type things. So. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try, right? What I got to be intentional about is balancing that with everything else that's being thrown my way in this role.
So forgive my ignorance of this question because I don't actually know how this works. So I understand you come in and from a very macro level, you go, this is how we're going to scout and develop, and this is our core principles. Do you rebuild everything like to a micro level where like this is how I want a report written, and this is how we're going to write the report and use the report, or is it not to that extent? Does my question make sense?
Yeah. How I would think about it is like you want to take like a really zoomed out view, right? And then like as time goes on, you can get more granular with your expectations, right? So at a really high level, right? Like this is what we value from a offensive standpoint, right? Maybe a year from now, it's like, hey, this is how we're going to evaluate contact skills, right? Or whatever it is. But the goal is that with every passing month, we're introducing something new where when we look up, whether it's 6 months, 12 months, 18 months down the line, hopefully our scouts, coaches, whoever it might be, will look back at today's date and say, wow, I am such a better scout or coach or analyst after all this time because of the amount of support and education that's been poured into me.
And then just to double click on that, so like as an example, you're talking about offensive philosophy. Is that like we're looking bat to ball, like when they went, Willits over Holiday at the top of the draft or whatever. It's a staying at shortstop. There's other things, but bat the ball over maybe a little swing and miss and power. Or are you talking like a philosophy is hitting the ball in the air versus on the ground? Seeing as many pitches as possible, just grinding through. Because frankly, like I don't know what the offensive philosophy's been here the last couple of years. You can't really watch a Nats game and go, oh, I know what their plan is offensively. Like that didn't really exist to me.
Yeah. So great question. And to me, like it should be derived from like what drives value in the big leagues, right?
Okay.
And I know that's kind of like a very basic way to put it, right? But what we don't want to do is like just go after the bat to ball guy, and then you look up and we've eliminated James Wood as an amateur, who's a stud, right? So, what we want to do is be open minded to the profiles that we're bringing in, and you look at all these teams like that are in the playoffs now, like. Most all of them have guys that swing and miss a good amount, and also guys that make a lot of contact, right? So. That'll be front of mind for us. But then the second part of your question, I think it's important to know that like on the amateur side, I think we have to have a pretty darn good idea of the traits that we want to select on that we're not as comfortable developing, right? And then the traits that, hey, we think we can develop these traits. And if we just get this like chassis, so to speak, into the system, right, then we can build on the different parts with all the tools and folks that we have in player development that are really good at their jobs.
That's fascinating. So, like Connolly Early from Boston, right? So, if people don't know, you guys draft him in the 5th round at a UVA, and you guys turn him into really quickly this legit prospect who's helping in the big leagues and pitching in the playoffs way before anyone thought he was going to be helpful. He's not the example necessarily, but I guess the point is, if there's something that if you knew we can find 2 miles an hour, but we're not as good at developing this, like that might inform why a player like that's more interesting. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, so Connolly is a great example, right? Like he's at UVA. He started out at West Point actually, and then moved to UVA, threw a ton of strikes, right? Like had a really good feel to pitch from a young age. Velo was not great. He would tell you that himself, right? And we thought there was a lot of juice to squeeze, so to speak, on the design of his pitches, right? And so you look up, it's been a couple years now, right? And his velo's way up, right? And his pitch mix has completely changed, right? And it's easy to look at it now like, oh wow, this guy's made this great transformation. But really, what it was is like you're taking bite-sized pieces out of the apple, and you set out these development goals for Connolly. Call it in the first 3 months, right? And then you achieve that, and then you move on to the next one, achieve that, move on to the next one, you achieve that, and then before you know it, he's got 5 pitches and he's sitting whatever 93, 94, 95, and he's a different animal than he was at UVA.
And now he looks nothing like a 5th round pick.
Yeah, right. Not anymore. Yeah,
how that he's different than he was then.
Indeed. What was your impression outside looking in of the talent that's already here, that's under contract, some of the young building blocks?
It's what I told a lot of these guys over the phone and over text, which is I think we have a number of young players that are already really good, right? But I'm hoping that there's another gear in them. And when I look at them, I feel that. I genuinely feel that. So that's without me really getting to know a lot of them as people. I knew a lot of them as amateur players, but I'm excited about the potential that these guys have left. And I think it's worth acknowledging, like, that I think really highly of them now, but I think it's even more worth acknowledging, like, I think their futures are even brighter.
It seems to me like I've talked to a couple of the guys from Boston System who like know you very well and think of you as a friend and whatnot. Maybe your role was different then than it is now, and so this will change. But it seems like you do have really good relationships with players as a team president. Can you still kind of maintain that, or you kind of work with the staff and the manager? And how does that work?
No, that's right up my alley. It's what I love doing, and selfishly, like it's probably the most gratifying part of working in baseball. Like I forget about it making us better. Like I just love doing it. So, any of those guys were, just because you brought it up, whether it's Roman or Connolly or Peyton or even guys we've traded, Kyle Teel or Chase Bidroth. I say the Red Sox have traded. I still stay in touch with them. I think it's a great thing, and I mean it. When either I'm leaving the Red Sox organization or we trade a player. If they ever want to use me as a resource going forward, I'm there to help them. Like just because I've moved on to a different organization or they have, like that doesn't mean that the relationship stops. Like I want to be able to look up when I'm 85 years old and maybe retired, maybe not retired. Look back on those relationships and still be able to call those guys not all that dissimilar from a college hoops coach or something.
Paul Taboni is with us in studio, kind enough to give us a few minutes before he's got some travel coming up today. Live on your flagship home for the Nationals, Grant and Danny with you on 106.7. The Fan will continue chatting with the new president of baseball operation tasked with getting the Nats back to the postseason. Paul Taboni with us on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Bears on Monday Night Football. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was named Rookie of the Week for the second time this season. Update on some injuries. Terry McLaurin was working off to the side at practice today. Ian Rappaport said he's not expecting him to play on Monday night. Noah Brown is practicing again. Some other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray missed practice today. Thursday Night Football, Eagles and Giants, 8:15 kickoff. Can do the game right here on the Fan. For Nationals fans, Paul Taboni, the new president of baseball operations, live in studio with Grant and Danny. Last segment is this segment as well. Basketball, USA Basketball expected to name Eric Spoelstra as the head coach of the men's national team. Hockey, the Capitals fell in their season opener to the Bruins 3-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Hey, Paul, it's Will Dawkins with the Washington Wizards. Congrats. We are all super excited to welcome you, your wife, and the boys to the DMV. You will soon learn that DC is a passionate sports town with a knowledgeable, supportive, and caring fan base. We're all pulling for you, man. Best of luck to you and the staff as you work to build out your vision. Go Nats!
Hey, Paul. This is Chris Patrick with the Caps. Welcome to DC, and congrats, man, on an awesome opportunity for you, and I'm sure very exciting times for your family. Best fans in the world here in the DMV, and I'm sure they're very excited to have you on board and ready to see the next chapter in the Washington Nationals. So best of luck, and we'll be following you.
Hey, Paul, this is Adam Peters with the Commanders. I want to welcome you and your family to the DMV. I know you guys will love it here. It's an awesome sports town. It's great to have another Bay Area guy in town as well, man. So look forward to welcoming you. Look forward to connecting soon, man. Best of luck to you, and we'll see you soon. Go Nats.
I didn't even think about the Bay Area connection between you and Adam Peters, but he's shouting that out.
Not bad.
There you go. All the GMs in town welcoming you to D.C., cheering on the Nats. There's good synergy between the teams, I think you'll find. Obviously, you'll have no problem getting tickets to any games, right? But we got to get you out and get you to some of these games. They'll be supporting the Nats, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for it. I was telling my kids the other day, I grew up a big Niner fan. I knew Adam a little bit when he was with the Niners, but now we're going full send on the Commanders, so we're ready to roll.
Love that. Yeah, because they'll grow up here, right? The kids will, so they won't know anything else. I love that.
We got to get them some gear. I know they have their new Nats jersey. So what is that like? I'd imagine when you're a player and you have kids, it's very similar. But they're all Boston all the time, right? And now you're at the press conference. I'm just trying to think. We both have 4 very young kids. Is your oldest around 6 as well?
He's 6, yeah.
Okay, so 6 and under. I'm just trying to think about, like, hey, everything I've been telling you about the Red Sox for, like, all these years, now it's the Nationals. That would just not go that well. It's like, how is that transition even going at this point?
Yeah, they've flipped the page quicker than I thought they would have. Yeah, so it was funny. Like I throw BP in the street to my 6-year-old, and a couple weeks ago it was like him being Alex Bregman or Trevor Story or whoever, and now it's James Wood or Dalen Lyle or Dylan Cruz or whoever. So and that's him. That's not me. So he's flipped the script pretty quickly.
That's really
awesome.
neat. And over the course of your career, I'm always curious about stuff like this. You've obviously got a lot right. That's why you're sitting in the chair that you're sitting in. What's something you got wrong, and what did you learn from it?
Man, great question. Why I'm struggling answering this, because I think there are too many things that I got wrong. I think, I think when you are young and probably immature, you come into the game thinking you have a lot of the answers, right? And you probably shouldn't be talking as much as you are listening, right? And there are little moments along the way that I think back and I cringe, like, God, you had no idea what you were talking about, and you were pretty quick to voice an opinion. But that's just in a general sense. I think, I think there are a number of other topics that I could hit on, but probably a little bit nuanced for the fans that are listening. So.
Paul Taboni with us on G&D. So at your press conference, you may have forgotten this, but we're going to remind you, not for anything that you need to know, but just because we need to acknowledge that one of our producers, Ryan, went over there on behalf of the Grant and Danny radio program. You wouldn't know his name's Ryan because he introduced himself. I think he called you Ryan and called himself Paul. We're going to play the audio for you and just take you down memory lane here really quickly.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 106.7 The Fan there. So, looking around baseball, obviously, a lot of
We
teams
don't need to hear the question. It was a great question, in fairness. You did a good job with the question. 106.7 The Fan there. So, there is here. This is 106.7.
We're here now.
We're still not really sure why he said there, but this is what he meant, I think, 4 blocks that way. So, you found it. So, good job based on his directions. Do you remember him calling you Ryan and calling himself Paul?
I do remember it. Yeah, and man, I follow some of Ryan's work now, and I've gone back and looked. And
Let's go. Yeah, by the way, we won't hear the end of that. That's tough.
Yeah. No, he does awesome
That
work.
blew up on our face a little bit.
That stinks.
Yeah, here I am lifting him up. Ryan belongs. He needs to know he belongs to.
You know, Locked On Nationals, man.
That's
Locked
right.
On Nationals.
Yeah.
So when he came back, what we found out and we didn't know is that the day before, he and Toby are talking, and he tells Toby, he's like, I got to think of a good question for tomorrow, for Taboni. And Toby's like, all right, let's workshop.
Let's brainstorm it.
And apparently Clary says, and I quote, I want to do something memorable.
Mission accomplished, buddy.
Yeah,
pulled it off.
He told me, he's like, I'm going to make sure that Paul remembers me. And then little did he know he was going to do that. And by the way, Paul, I need to make sure Bustin' Loose Baseball is the podcast you want to listen to
Yes,
for
that's the
national stuff.
premier
That's the
national
premier,
podcast.
yeah, if you're grading.
Yeah, or listen to none of them is actually probably your best subscription moving forward. But yeah, he said he wants to do something memorable, and then that's how the press conference went.
So it was memorable.
It worked out, right?
Yeah, he did it. He executed.
It wasn't the plan. It was something that I said I was going to do, and then we were actually kind of joking beforehand, this is gonna be the time. Then of course I say, "Hey Ryan," and I'm like, "Oh gosh," and everyone just looks at me, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" His kids look behind me. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is bad."
At least you got a good pop from the owner, Mark Lerner. He liked what he heard, I think.
Oh yeah, he loved it.
So if you ever see Ryan, you feel free to just call him Paul.
Just straight up call him, yeah.
We call him Paul. We ask him questions like, "Hey, big off season coming up. What are your plans?" We like to get to the bottom.
And
of
he's
some,
tipping his hand for the offseason plan, by the way.
He
This
is, yeah.
Paul
That
over here
Paul
has
over
all
there is
sorts
giving
of
us some nuggets, right? All right, so managerial search. Let's get serious for a second. What is the timeline on that search? I know there's some oddities with the baseball calendar when you can actually make announcements, but are you interviewing anyone yet, or where are we at in that?
No, so I've had conversations with Miguel and the rest of our major league staff, and as it relates to Miguel, I've told him that he's going to be a candidate as part of a more extensive search, and that extensive search hopefully is going to kick off here soon. And here's the deal with these managerial searches, as I've learned over the years, you want them to move really quickly, right? But you got teams in the playoffs. There's this whole permissions process with Major League Baseball. It usually drags on a little bit longer than you'd like. So we're going to try and move on it quickly, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a little bit longer than we might hope.
What are you looking for in the next manager, and is previous experience important?
I'll answer the latter half of that first. So previous experience, to me, it's not the end all be all, but I think it's a feather in your cap, right? It matters. Having gone through it before, I think helps, right? And that's not necessarily previous experience as a major league manager, right? Experience can come in a number of different shapes and sizes. It can be a minor league manager, it can be a major league bench coach, it can be, front office experience, right? All that experience is important, obviously. What are you looking for? You're probably sick of me saying this now, but I think it starts with the quality of the human being, right? And just making sure that the values that that person holds sacred are the values that I hold sacred. And to me, if you get that right, and you get someone that is open-minded and humble and all those things, the X's and O's you can figure out. You know what I mean? So it starts there, and then I think that probably takes up 70+% of it, and then it really gets into some of the more nuanced things, how to get the most out of each individual on the roster, on the staff, how to create a winning culture that we're talking about, where players are holding themselves accountable and holding others accountable, those type things.
How much does the makeup of the ball club potentially influence that? In other words, let's say for the sake of argument, you got a young team where nobody's over 25 and they need to learn on the job. That screams, I need a developer here, versus a team with a bunch of guys in their mid-30s that's one last ride for it. You need a guy that's managing personalities and not turnkey necessarily, but just sort of keeping everybody happy, giving veteran days off, et cetera. How much does the makeup of the ball club kind of influence who you're looking for to lead it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, does it matter? Yeah, it matters, and it's something in the back of my mind. At the same time, the makeup of our ball club is going to look different a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years
Sure.
from now. And, my strong expectation is that this manager is going to be in the seat for a while, right? So I don't think you want to over-index for that, right? But at the same time, I do think it's something that should come into consideration.
Is your thought that in the newer school way of games are sometimes managed before they start, and then the manager's like a 21-hour-a-day managing people person? Is like, in other words, do you plan on the front office having a lot of input on how games are managed, or are you're the skipper, man, do your thing?
No, I think more than anything, it's like, I think it starts with like alignment from the get-go, right? Like if you trust how the person thinks through, whether it's creating a lineup or, whatever else, like making in-game decision making, like all that, like, no, that's your decision, right? That said, the same way I do in my role, right? That role you carry a burden, right? And that burden is when you make certain moves or you have the lineup constructed a certain way, right? Like I think you should be able to, have rationale as to why, right? And the same way, I should have rationale as to, why we selected a player in the draft or made a free agency decision, right? That said, you do not want to create an environment where like a manager is worried about making a particular move because like he hears this voice in his ear of like, hey, is Paul going to ask me about this, right? Like there should be such a level of trust and built, such a great relationship where that concern isn't there, and really it's just like full trust that the person's going to execute it in line with how you think about it. Are you going to agree on every decision? No, that's okay though. I think that's part of the dynamic.
Paul Taboni, President Baseball Ops with the Nats. A couple of moments left with us on a busy day for him. This core, what attracted you about this group? I mean, James Wood has a chance to be a superstar, but there's some young talent on this team. What do you see when you look at it from outside?
Yeah, I think it's really easy to point to the on-field stuff and how great these guys are as baseball players, right? But the more I dug into it, coming into it, just seems like we have some really quality people, and it was something that we placed a huge emphasis on in Boston, just making sure that the quality of people we're bringing into the organization, players, like amateur players, is really, really high. And because at the end of the day, like that winning culture that I'm talking about, that is going to be driven by the players, right? And if you have players that aren't in on creating that winning culture, it's going to be really tough to create it, right? On the contrary, if you get folks that are completely bought in to creating that culture, you're going to have a lot easier time doing it. So that was a big draw for me because I think we have a number of young, talented players that carry those traits.
Will you have the budget that you need to do what you want?
Yeah, like I said, this seat is different than the one I was sitting in the presser, but I'm in it for a reason, right? And ownership has made it clear that they're going to support it, and that I'm going to feel supported. I already feel supported, and I'll say too, like that doesn't just come in the form of Major League payroll, right? That comes in the form of like making sure that our infrastructure throughout the organization is in a really strong place. And like I said, I feel supported.
Could that come in the form of like a Trajectart machine and some other technology too, maybe?
Yeah, I know that's.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe, or you like
Yeah.
Can we pull that off this year? You think?
We obviously had it in Boston. I think a lot of the teams in Major League Baseball have it. Unbelievable tool. It carries a lot of attention for whatever reason in the media.
So here it's like the symbolic nature of like what we didn't have, right? So I think the Post did a really good story on it and was like, here's a thing the Nationals don't have that people want. And so just so you know, like it's going to come up a bunch because it's like that's the face on. There have been a lot of years where it seems like, hey, we want some biomechanics plates, and maybe eventually you get some you know what I mean? So like that's the thing right now when we hear they don't have that, it's just like that's how you give a voice to almost like we'd like to get with the times a little bit.
Yeah.
And obviously you're here to help do that.
Yeah. And what I would say to that is like, just remove the name Traject for a second, right? Like, are the dollars spent on, coming onto a Traject, like, is it better to use those dollars on something like a Traject or technology, or some sort of player development resource like that, or in free agency or, something else, right? And that's how we're going to think through the decisions. And if like the best way to use those dollars is on a player development resource like that, like, heck yeah, let's do it.
Where will the rubber meet the road in terms of your development philosophy versus somebody maybe saying, a player maybe saying, well, this is how I've done it, right? Like, how do you, is it, I don't want to say cookie cutter because there's a negative connotation there, but this is how the Nationals do it. I mean, I remember forever ago, I'm much older than you, but you heard about the Dodger way or the Cardinal way or the Oriole way. That's how they develop prospects, period, end of story. How much is that, hey, these are non-negotiables versus if you've got your own way of doing plyometrics or jumping on rope ladders or whatever, you can do that, but ... Draw me that that kind of parallel.
Yeah, so I have found that the wrong approach to take is shoving it down players' throats. Like, hey, this is what we're doing. You better do it.
Yeah.
Right. To me, the far more effective way is, once again, like pouring yourself into educating the player as to like, hey, this is what we're planning on doing. This is why we're doing it. Here's how it's going to get you a lot better, right? And if the players just take that first step, right, and then they start to feel like, oh wow, I'm really getting better here, then it's just, I talked about that cascading buy-in in the press conference, right? Like the buy-in just comes day after day after day because they're looking up and they're looking at their numbers or whatever it is, and we're showing them the scoreboard, so to speak, and they go from sitting 88 miles per hour to 88.5 to 89, and they're like, they get that feedback like, wow, this is working, right? And so then they double down on the type work, right? And if we do that across all spaces, like my experience is that if we have the right people in the building and they carry the right values, they'll get to a spot where it's like there's just really good alignment because there's trust that we're caring for each other and we're looking out for each other in the process.
So what's next for you? I know you get to fly home now. You get to spend a little time with the fam, couple of days, and get back after it. Like where are you at in kind of your schedule now?
Yeah, no, I'll still be working. It'll be good to be back in Boston for a quick minute to spend time with wife and kids.
And I'm sure your kids understand, like mine, when you're working from home, to just never
leave
to
you
bug
alone.
you.
Don't
or
bother
come
Dad.
over to you.
Yeah.
Just, we're getting some stuff done today. They're
Yeah.
very cool about that. I bet.
Yeah. They're especially their ages and the fact that they're boys. Like
Yeah,
they get
exactly.
it. Yeah, 6'5" and
Right.
3 and 1. They get it. So no, it's about as far down the other side of the spectrum as you could imagine.
Right.
But you'll be able to work from the house a little bit and keep chopping wood. Get to spend some time with them.
Yeah, you got it. And I'll be on a lot of calls and just once again trying to push us forward in any way we can. So
Well, we're excited, man. This is
We're pumped, man.
a breath of fresh air. People are really fired up and behind you and pumped up. So best of luck to you. If you need anything over at the station, you know where to find us. We're 4 blocks away. There's some delicious places to eat lunch in the neighborhood. Danny and I have scouting reports on all of them at this
I love
point.
it. I'm going to take you guys up on that.
And easy to remember, we're all just named Paul, just to kind of keep
Yeah,
it straight.
Bunch of Pauls in
Just
here.
a bunch of Pauls.
If you need some 2080s on any of these restaurants, you let us know.
I will.
All right.
Appreciate it, guys.
Paul Taboni is your president of baseball operations on Grant and Danny. Very kind to hang out with today on The Fan. Thanks again to Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations with the Washington Nationals. I've got to imagine you're a few days in, still trying to learn everyone in the organization. He's making sweeping changes. Yesterday, we found out a lot of the members of the org who have been here a long, long time, including two of the assistant general managers. Mark Shalabo, who's been here since, I think, 2006, and Eddie Longos, who's been here in a full-time capacity since 2011, are out, among others. You're drinking through a fire hose, and you're trying to get to the bottom of still a bunch of things. So it seems like the plan is still coming together more so than he knows exactly the direction they're going in. So I didn't ask him the specifics. I had a couple of things jotted down about C.J. Abrams defensively and if he stays at shortstop and Mackenzie Gore this offseason. And it just seemed like he wasn't in a place where he was willing to answer a lot of those things. But I thought we got some really, really good insight on some of the paradigm and philosophical ways of going about baseball that he plans to bring to this organization. I thought that was the value there, and a great conversation with him.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see the reason that he got the gig. It bursts off the screen or through the air or what, however you want to talk about it. But to me, this is still the phase of I'm making decisions on the people that are going to help me make the decisions, right? In terms of like, what are we going to do with, for example, to get specific, C.J. Abrams, is he going to stay at shortstop long term, or should we investigate something else? That decision probably hasn't been made yet, because the people that are going to be evaluating it and weighing in that room, think of like Moneyball when they kind of get together to figure out how they're going to replace Giambi. That room hasn't been assembled yet. They're still working on that to kind of that point. So that's putting the cart before the horse. But you hear the philosophical things, and that I like. There's not what you find a lot of times in pro sports is I came up this way. This is how I do it, and that's it. There's no flexibility there. Like, there's certain intractables. There's certain things that have to happen. You got to be a hard worker. You got to buy in. You got to be willing to work and this, that, and the other. But in terms of, I don't necessarily want to be a pitching team, a speed team, a bullpen team, a home run team, whatever. Wherever the market leads you, wherever your own kind of internal players coming up, however they perform is going to lead you to certain directions. You're not going to pass on Trey Turner because he's not Kyle Schwarber, and vice versa. You're not going to pass on Kyle Schwarber because he's not Trey Turner. I don't want to pick two Phillies. I'm just thinking of former Nats. Those kind of dichotomies, I think you can make it. There's a million different ways to make a baseball team work. Same way with football, same way with basketball, whatever. And that flexibility, given the market, given the constraints that maybe still with ownership, we don't know how much they're really going to spend. We've got all the, as many assurances as we can get at this point. It's still refreshing to hear that there's a flexibility there. It's not just any kind of, this is how we do it.
The key is going to be commitment from ownership and really recommitment, because there was a time during that window from 12 to 19 when there were 5 playoff appearances and there was a World Series run and a championship in 2019 where the payroll was high, where they did commit dollars to players and to other areas. And he clearly expects that is going to be the case. We heard this offseason that when Mike Rizzo was ready to spend, they would be willing to spend. I guess that means that, at least according to ownership, maybe, he wasn't asking for big-time money to go out and go get players the last couple of off seasons. I had kind of heard there were guys that they liked and they weren't able to go get. Christian Walker and other names kept coming up and popping up. But maybe after another really disappointing season, and frankly the worst of the years that they've had since the World Series, 66 and 96. They've had a worse record back in 2022 and by a game in 21, but this was by far the most kick to the stomach, regressive, just bad year since the World Series where you didn't meet expectations, and it's why jobs were lost by Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo.
That's right.
But you just hope that ownership now says, okay, well, this isn't working because attendance is down and people are checking out and less people are caring. And this is too good of a town with too many baseball and sports fans. We've seen what the ballpark looks like when they're playing playoff games and everyone's just throwing random drinks in the air because Juan Soto just got a hit into the outfield against the Brewers to take an 8th-inning lead. Let's make sure that we field a winner, and hopefully they get back to trying to do that.
Yeah, and not to be flippant about it, but this is an organization that doesn't have 120 years of tradition like the Yankees or the Cubs. I mean, that 30+ years without baseball in this town did more damage, sort of cascading through generations. And if you've got kids that came up, like my youngest son does not remember the World Series. Not youngest, he's 7. He's the middle son now. So I have to get used to that. He doesn't remember the World Series. All he's seen, he doesn't want to go to Nats games. When I'm like, hey, do you want me to take you and your buddies to a Nats game? No, has no interest because they've been terrible his entire sentient life.
Which is something, by the way, that Taboni mentioned in his presser. Didn't come up in our conversation, but one of my favorite things about his presser last week was talking about wanting kids to fall in love with this team. But to his point, there is a generation now that is being lost if you don't start to field a competitive, fun team to go watch.
And that's the point.
And it's a shame because there's so many good young players. Your kid would love to see. I mean, my little guy's wearing a James Wood t-shirt today when I left the house, and he loves Dylan Cruz, and he's all in on Jacob Young and Dalen Lyle and some of these pieces. There is young, fun talent on that ball club. Let's talk to, speaking of people who helped mold and shape young sports fans, Ed McCaffrey, the son of Christian and Luke in the National Football League and a former legendary wide receiver. He joins us next to talk football on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you win. It's going to be fun. Bonus bets spread out among all the winners. Visit FanDuel.com/GP. Take a shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/GP for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Place your game with FanDuel, an official sports book and partner of the NFL. Got to be 21. Got to be present in Virginia. Opt-in. Must apply profit boost token on selects market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Bears. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt joins Grant and Danny Tuesdays every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, and he was named the Rookie of the Week for the second time this season after his 150 total yard and 2 touchdown performance. Injuries for the Commanders. Terry McLaurin was working off to the side field today. Noah Brown was practicing again as well. Ian Rappaport saying, though, that Terry McLaurin unlikely to play on Sunday. And other injuries around the league, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray not practicing today. Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 6 of the NFL season. 8:15 kickoff between the Eagles and the Giants. You can hear the game here on The Fan. For the Giants, they're going to be without wide receiver Darius Slayton. Running back Tyrone Tracy makes his return to the lineup, though, for the G-Men. NBA, USA Basketball is expected to name Eric Spoelstra, the Miami Heat head coach, as the head coach of the men's national team. In hockey last night, the Capitals kicked off their season with a loss to the Bruins 3-1. Their next game against the Islanders on the road, 7 p.m. puck drop with John Walton and Ken Sabrin, 6:45 pregame coverage with Katie Florio right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We got good news and we got bad news on Grant and Danny. Bad news is Ed McCaffrey's not coming on. Apparently, we have a developing situation.
Oh, no.
There was the old mix-up on the coordination. So Luke's Papa Bear might join us tomorrow, might not. Nobody knows. We'll figure that out in due time. But here's the good news. There's a lot to discuss for your pals Grant and Danny. And after our first hour of the program, catching up with Paul Taboni, President Baseball Operations in studio from the Nationals. Go grab that podcast wherever you get your audio if you missed any part of it. There's plenty of NFL we got to get to, including the story today that Terry McLaurin may not play on Sunday. So he did make progress for what it's worth. Remember, it's a Monday Night Football game, not Sunday. So today, while a Thursday, is actually more like a Wednesday. He was at practice. He was taking part in some drills and things on the side. I'll be curious to see the official designation he's listed with, probably limited in some capacity. But it's trending poorly, I would say, just based on the report from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, who said today, Danny, that he doesn't think Terry McLaurin will play on Sunday. And generally, you're not going out on a limb if you're one of the national reporters.
What's the upside there to make that's an easy gotcha because you got it wrong thing that people can dunk on you with? Like, he's trending towards this, or he's doing okay, or he's working his way back. To say you don't think he's going to play, you kind of go, you must have it on pretty good authority.
And you're smart enough to hedge, right? It sounds like it's trending toward there's a chance that. But on a Thursday, to just open the door to Terry McLaurin's probably not playing this weekend means to me either on the player side with the agent, probably more likely, or the team side talking to someone with the Commanders on their staff. He got word that it sounds like McLaurin may not play. Let's just listen to what Rap Sheet had to say on NFL Network today about McLaurin.
Washington Commanders does not seem like they're going to have the services of one of their top receivers. Terry McLaurin, who's been battling a hip flexor injury, officially called it quad, more like a hip flexor, though. He was not at practice yesterday for the Commanders again because he missed last week. Does not bode well for his status on Sunday. You would think that to be able to play in the game, he'd have to have a full practice. Has not even had a limited practice yet since his injury. Not looking good, the Monday nighter against the Bears, but obviously we will see if he's there at practice today.
Which he was, not full go, not participating in everything on the field, but doing something. It was a step upwards, which is a good sign, I guess. But this is different than the start of the week. This is different than when Dan Quinn did more than he normally does to kick off a week. When Quinn, on Monday, said he thought that McLaurin, the number one wide receiver for Washington, who they just extended after turmoil and a contract dispute all offseason, was trending toward playing. And now you've got a guy that has nothing to gain from being wrong on this coming out and feeling comfortable enough on Thursday. Same person that has diagnosed the injury a couple weeks ago that told us it was more serious than people thought. He's been right every step of the way. I think he's talking to the agent probably, more so than the team. But I think Rap Sheet's here, and he's not going to go on Sunday, and the team's not putting that out yet, but leads you to believe, I guess it's Monday night rather, but he's not going to go on Monday night. That's where I'm now trending.
So I didn't know this yesterday, obviously, when I said, hey, I'm more concerned than the average Bear on it, despite the confidence sort of tone from Dan Quinn talking about McLaurin. But this whole thing was more mysterious and more cloudy than your standard. He sprained this, he strained this, he'll be back and whatever. I know they always kind of hide behind that wall of return to play and every milestone's important and we'll answer that question the same way next week, etc. But there was more optimism with this one. But remember what the backdrop was. It was not your standard issue, he landed funny or he turned it. It was multiple second opinions. So I don't know what opinion we got to, 3, 4, 5, or 11, who knows. But this didn't seem very standard. And the idea that this was just he needs a second. The way John Bates strained his groin, I think is what it was. I think it was a groin for Bates. Takes a couple weeks. He'll be back. He was back. That's more normal. This one didn't seem normal. So I'm not surprised that it may be taking a little bit longer than we might have thought initially.
I just know that this season has been a disaster so far on the McLaurin front. Not even his own doing, but after holding out of all activities all summer and then not showing up at training camp, and then the only fly in the ointment throughout the entire camp process, right? We just talked to Paul Taboni, the president of baseball ops for the Nats. They're going to be down at West Palm. They're going to be having spring training workouts, and you get down there like we do every single year. It's the best. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone's pulling the rope in the same direction. Everybody's ramping up for the start of the season. The brotherhood is alive and well. At training camp this year for the Commanders, everybody was pulling the rope except McLaurin, basically.
Yep.
And now you fast forward, and after 3 games, he had 10 catches. He'd never only had 10 catches through 3 games. It was the least production we've ever seen from him through 3 contests. And then you skip forward another 2 weeks where he's never missed back-to-back games with injuries. Now he has. He's on the precipice of missing a 3rd consecutive game. I guess it wouldn't shock me to miss a 3rd game with this injury if Quinn didn't come out Monday and make it sound like, yeah, things are positive. We feel pretty good about Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin and how they look for this weekend.
Do you wonder if there's a disconnect in some way?
Well, what I think is because Quinn never really does that, I think it was a nod to, yeah, there's a good chance he can play from what we can tell. I don't know that he's sending a message to McLaurin at all, but I just think he's saying, like, Terry's getting 2nd and 3rd and 4th evaluations outside of the building, and this is what I'm feeling, and this is what's going on. I took it as, yeah, we think there's a really good chance he can play on Sunday, and him and Noah Brown are trending in the right way. I'm paraphrasing.
Yep.
And then he doesn't practice, and everyone goes, oh, he's still not practicing. Noah Brown did. Dan didn't separate those two. He didn't say, well, we feel better about Noah. He does that a lot, by the way. He's like, this guy's a little further along, probably more from him early in the week than Terry. He didn't. He kind of linked them together. Yeah, we like where they're at, hopefully this weekend. Brown is practicing each day now. Terry is not. That's interesting to me.
Now, it's nowhere near this level. And I want to say that one more time, Grant. It's nowhere near this level yet. But it has the beginnings. The first chapter reminds me of the Chase Young, Ron Rivera chapter, where it sounded like he'll be back this week. And then he wasn't. We feel like it's going to happen this week. And then it wasn't. And then the behind-the-scenes report was, this is the week. And then it wasn't. And then it was 2 months or however long it was. I don't remember when Young came back. It was like week 7, week 8, something like that. But again, we're not close to that yet. I want to re-stamp that. This is not the same. But that's what that reminds me of when we think he's going to play or he's trending in that direction, and then you get a contradiction report later in the week. Now, it simply could just be it didn't respond yesterday to whatever treatment that happened, or today it wasn't feeling as good as we thought after we pushed it yesterday for, and kind of whatever. And I understand that sort of stuff happens. But when you start getting that, the voice that's in charge expects X, and then the report comes out a totally different channel that it's actually not X, it's in fact Y, it reminds me of that a little bit. Again, we are nowhere near that level yet of whatever you call it, miscommunication, dysfunction, whatever that crap was. I'm not saying we are, but that's what it reminds me of to a little bit.
I think this is all going to be a distant memory a month from now. I believe that. I think as we get deeper into the season, McLaurin's obviously going to play, and I think he's going to play really well. That's what his entire history has been. That's what he's always been able to do. Flip the switch, go produce, go put up numbers. And so he's going to get out there. He's not going to route people up. That's not his game. But when he can get up to full speed and he can run behind people, him and Daniels will be on the same page, and they'll be able to hit on some deeper things down the field. And we're going to look back at September, early October and say, Remember when there was concern about McLaurin's season? I really think that's where we're headed and how this thing will end. But this is lingering longer than I thought. I said that before the season started. I said, it'll be a couple weeks, but by the end of September, he's going to look like Terry McLaurin. Well, because of the injury, it hasn't happened. But then when he got hurt, I said, all right, that week to week, maybe a couple games from now, but he'll come back and by mid-October, he'll be raring to go. It's almost mid-October. He's still going to just have to get back on the field for a game or two before you would think he's back at max capacity. So other than just circling back over and over to what we were talking about in the summer when we said it's going to be a really, really bad look if this season goes sideways, the season's about a third over after this week. It's going sideways.
It's in the middle of sideways.
And he's never had a season like this. And 6 years in a row, your offseason was completely different. Sorry, man. This did not end the way it should have. And everyone, whether it's the team, whether it's the player, and I think specifically the agent and the player on this, more so than the team, is going to have to answer some tough questions about that. Now, I don't think he has spoken since his injury. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen anything publicly from him since his injury about how he's feeling or the recovery or anything like that. And the day he heard it, I was there at the game in the locker room. He was out of the locker room before we even got in there post-game. So he didn't speak that day. So we haven't really heard from him. We just have the reports, these veiled comments from Rappaport or Schefter or whoever, and they're talking to an agent and they're talking to the team. But at what point do we kind of say, all right, it's time for the jury to return the verdict here and slam the gavel?
There's still plenty of opportunity for a recovery.
This summer was a debacle, and it cost you a year of production in your career.
Yeah, and you know, when I was beating that drum in July and August, hey, it's going to come to a point where we get there. You've now passed the point of being able to have a good beginning to the season, which could then affect all of it. And this was one of those disaster scenarios where you had a muscle strain, and that could have happened, you know, if he was at every training camp practice. We'll never know that. But the point is you open the door up. There's still plenty of chance for this train to get back on track, right? But we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I think it was actually one of the days that you were out. Is this Terry McLaurin season in jeopardy? He has been the dependable Swiss watch, right? Where it's just over 1,000 yards, upper 70s, right around 80 catches. You know, last year the touchdown number spiked, but in general it's 5, 6, 7 touchdowns, about 1,100 yards, 80 catches. Book it, right? When he plays, that's what's going to happen. We're not close to that right now. And if we somehow come back over the next couple of weeks, whether it's this week or next week, and start playing at that pace, he won't get to the overall numbers, but it'll still be a really useful, helpful receiver for the stretch run. All will be forgotten because there's 5 divisional games left. You'll be just fine. You know, who cares if he gets his end of season numbers or not? He's still really helpful for a team that goes to the playoffs and does some of the things that they want to do this year. But it's in jeopardy. I mean, at this point, and again, it's not fair to say 100% blame goes one place or another place because we don't know. That variable of would he have gotten hurt had he been in every training camp practice and done everything he was supposed to do, we'll never know that. That's impossible to say. And as someone who was screaming he needs to show up in practice, I'm fully aware of that fact. I cannot prove it one way or the other. The point to me was you need to be doing everything you can. Past the attempt to get every dollar that you can, which I respect and understand, you then went too long into the business of this year, and now we're here. Now we're at a place where you are not having a Terry McLaurin season.
The only good news, I think, with them being 3-2 is I don't believe that his struggles, and I'm lumping injuries and just less productivity than in the past, have led to any less success for them. It's not like they'd be 4-1 right now, in my opinion, if Terry McLaurin had played in every game and was Terry McLaurin. Like the Green Bay game,
I think you're right about that.
They had no chance and they got waxed.
Yep.
The Atlanta game was not an offensive problem. They got what they wanted. They moved the football. They scored points. When they were on the field with The Rock, the Falcons didn't really have answers defensively.
Yeah, there might have been one more big play in there, but he wasn't going to cover any passes.
You catch a ball that Chris Moore drops, maybe, okay, cool. But that was a defensive issue. That you lost that game. So they'd be 3-2 with him, 3-2 without him. So I guess if that is the case, then what really is the issue here in the grand scheme of things? Someone could say that. I'm more of a process-oriented guy than a result-based guy. So I don't think through that prism. Like I'm not viewing it through that lens. But if you just want to say he has not cost them anything, they'd be 3-2 with him or without him. Sure, okay, fine. And by the way, because of the Jaden Daniels injury, like the offense hasn't even really gotten going yet and taken flight. That would probably be the case with or without Terry McLaurin too. So he could still be here for the part of the season where I'm telling everybody yesterday, let's buy stock right here and right now in this offense. You're getting McLaurin back at some point. Noah Brown's coming back. You're running the ball better than you have at any point, number 1 in the National Football League. Your offensive line's excellent. The insertion of Chris Paul at guard's been huge. He's great via PFF. His run blocker's been terrific. He threw another clean sheet in pass protection this week. So there's no reason not to assume that a top 5 offense at times last year with an MVP caliber quarterback, if Jaden gets back to playing at that level, can't be one of the best in football. And McLaurin can be a huge part of that. The whole season's out in front of him. I just can't help but keep coming back to, and maybe it's just because of the hours and hours we spent on this in the summer. Every segment that we did on that ended with some variation of, man, it's going to look really bad if he has a really ugly start to the year. And you couldn't have imagined one uglier than this because he's hurt and he's got 10 catches still. I'm not team Chris Russell, but remember what Russell said when he was in here last week.
I do remember it.
Slashy basically suggested that Terry McLaurin may shift the way he thinks about pushing through injury, putting his body on the line, grinding to get back on the field based on this summer, based on the fact that you did everything the team asked for all these years. You fought through injuries. You played through pain. You gutted it out while you were on losing teams with bad quarterbacks. And maybe in his mind, what did it get you? Not the contract you wanted. Basically got you a team-friendly 1-year extension, right? And so what he had suggested, and we'll play this audio next segment, but he said something to the effect of, are we sure that Terry McLaurin isn't just now making sure that I'm looking out for number 1 and making sure my body's completely okay because the tape I'm putting out there becomes more important if I'm clearly not going to be here for the next 5 or 6 years?
And his point was about human nature. Now, again, I wouldn't feel comfortable even raising the question, to be honest with you, but that's thank God for Russell for that very reason. But the human nature part of it is, I don't feel the love and loyalty from my bosses. So you're going to get the minimum that I need to do to be successful instead of everything I've got. You ever been in a situation like that before? Now, listen, it's not ideal. But
well, how about this?
But yeah, that's the thing.
I think that's the correct way to put it. I'll even go this route, though. If you had a 5 or 6 year deal right now, you would act a little bit differently than if you didn't know where you're going to be working in a year. And I think that's kind of what happened this offseason. McLaurin was looking for a deal that would lock him in D.C. for the next 3, maybe 4 seasons, let's say, where it's impossible to get out of the deal for 3 years, but likely I'm going to be here for the next 4. And the team balked on that to an extent. I think they did the right thing. I think Adam Peters looks correct. I think the way they handled this, while at the time a lot of us just wanted it over and it didn't seem like the juice was worth the squeeze because they ended up significantly winning the negotiation. And I don't even think it was that close. They don't have anything necessarily to feel bad about because the deal they got is very team-friendly and it's over soon. But if you're McLaurin, what if you do come back and push through and now you hurt it this weekend and you're out for 2 months or you need surgery on your hip flexor, whatever the hell the injury is. I've heard 9 different things. Nobody knows what this injury is.
Core injury, quad injury.
Sure, that's not a bad sign, by the way.
I know.
Everyone's calling it a different thing.
11 different second opinions.
But that in and of itself, to me, this idea of just the vagueness of the injury and the fact that no one really knows what's going on tells you a lot. But if you were going to be here for the foreseeable future, maybe you just say, okay, well, if I come back and I get hurt, then so be it. But now you come back and you get hurt, or you come back and you don't play well and it hinders you. You're a year and a half away from free agency right now. That has to be somewhere in the back of your mind. I think that was Russell's point. We'll let you hear the audio and touch on that next. How much have the Commanders missed McLaurin? That's a question worth talking about. Luke McCaffrey's coming on. Jalen Lane has made some big plays, made a 3rd and 16 catch at the sticks last week. And it's not like their offense and their passing game has been a problem. Even without Jaden Daniels, with Marcus Mariota for 2 weeks against the Raiders and against the Falcons, They moved the ball up and down the field. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on McLaurin ahead of Monday Night Football. The report from NFL Network today is that it's trending toward him not being able to go for a third straight game. He had never missed back-to-back games, let alone 3 in a row. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are on to Monday Night Football against the Bears. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has been named Rookie of the Week for the second time this season after his career day with 2 touchdowns and 150 total yards. Terry McLaurin was on the practice field today working off to the side. Noah Brown also practicing, but earlier reports saying from Ian Rappaport that Terry McLaurin unexpected to play on Monday night. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback and Cardinals quarterback Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray, both of them not practicing today. Thursday Night Football, Eagles and Giants kicks off Week 6, 8:15 kickoff. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Giants going to be without wide receiver Darius Slayton, but they will have running back Tyrone Tracy back in the fold. In basketball, USA Basketball expected to name Eric Spoelstra, the Miami Heat head coach, as the head coach of the men's national team. Hockey last night, the Capitals got their season underway, falling to the Bruins 3-1. The next game against the Islanders. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 30 minutes at 4 o'clock, we've got tickets to My Chemical Romance. You can win those. You got to be listening to the Fan. Phone number is 800-636-1067. We're asking you right now about wide receiver Terry McLaurin. A controversial, turbulent summer has turned into a fall now where he has played in 3 games, caught 10 passes, and he's on the verge, according to Ian Rappaport, of possibly missing a 3rd consecutive game. He will have missed half of the games to this point, while having his least productive first 3 games of the season at any point after the way the summer played out. This was Rap Sheet today on NFL Network. And by the way, this is not I thought he was just saying, like, he's trending toward not playing. It's actually a little harder in the paint than that. He says, does not seem like they're going to have him. Talks about yesterday not boding well. Now, if he was just basing this on his practice status yesterday from New York, wherever he broadcasts from, I don't think you would have seen him on the practice injury report as DNP and then say on Wednesday before a Monday night, it doesn't bode well. That's a gigantic leap. We had Nicky Javallo, who covers the team for The Athletic, on the show yesterday. I said, Nicky, am I crazy here? Him not practicing today is not that big of a deal. It's a bonus practice. It's basically a normal Tuesday because they don't play until Monday. And she's like, completely agree. Tomorrow's more telling. So it's not like Rap Sheet just looked at him not practicing and said, well, the game's on Monday. It's basically a Tuesday practice. He didn't go. This doesn't bode well. He's not going to play. He's clearly hearing from somebody something.
Yeah.
It's the same guy that had all the info on the injury. My guess is he's talking to the agent. This was him on national TV today.
Washington Commanders does not seem like they're going to have the services of one of their top receivers. Terry McLaurin, who's been battling a hip flexor injury, officially called it quad, more like a hip flexor, though. He was not at practice yesterday for the Commanders, again, because he missed last week. Does not bode well for his status on Sunday. You would think that to be able to play in the game, he'd have to have a full practice. Has not even had a limited practice yet since his injury. Not looking good, the Monday nighter against the Bears, but obviously we will see if he's there at practice today.
Danny, fill in the blank here. Finish the sentence. If Terry McLaurin doesn't play this week and misses a 3rd straight game, then?
Should they have put him on IR? I mean, I guess if he comes back for the 4th game and he's, fine, but you would think he might be a little bit limited. Did they misdiagnose it? Is it a case of miscommunication? Is it a case of surprising and setbacks? I mean, to me, there's a lot of variables here.
Our 1067 The Fan Twitter's got the poll of the day posted. It's on this very topic. Presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We'll read the results to that poll to you in just a moment. But let's hit the guest line of the phone lines. Tyrone's in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Tyrone? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. And I'm glad you actually brought this conversation up again, because I called it last week when Chris was on the on the show with you guys, and I definitely, my opinion, just because of Terry's track record, I don't agree with that sentiment that he may be not saying taking it easier I mean, or being overly cautious because of the guaranteed contract or the years on the guarantee. I don't really buy that. That's not my opinion. And I think we still need them. Like, unless we put at least a 5-game win streak together, we need Terry out there. But good news is we got Debo. The running game is flowing right now, so we can kind of hold down the fort until he gets ready for that run in November and December. I'm fine with that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, no question they're better with him.
Well, yeah, I would hope. Yeah. Otherwise, what the hell's the point of having a $30 million AAV?
Indeed.
If you don't need him. Now, I will say, I don't think they have missed him significantly. They can get by for a week or two. And by the way, that's not a knock against Terry. The Commanders didn't miss Jaden Daniels that much for 2 weeks, and he might be an MVP candidate. Marcus Mariota played his butt off against the Raiders. They won by almost 20. And then they went to Atlanta, and the offense was a non-issue. With Daniels, do you make a couple more plays? Do you possibly win a shootout? Can you maybe get that game to overtime? I guess if you have more time of possession, you keep the defense off the field. But short of Jaden Daniels rushing the quarterback in Atlanta, I don't know how he would have helped them win that football game.
Is he covering Drake London?
But there's a difference, Danny, between a game or 2 and 12. You know, there's a difference between a game or 2 or 3 and a season. And without Terry McLaurin, your offensive bar lowers because Deebo Samuel's probably not playing 17 games. Because Luke McCaffrey, for the breakout that he is having, and Jalen Lane, for the good that he's done at this point of his career, is not on that level. They may never be on that level. This is a star. Those guys may never be $30 million a year third contract players. I don't know. Hopefully they become that. But I just don't know that you can really say there's obvious spots where they missed him through a couple of weeks, other than maybe he would have taken a little more pressure off of or attention off of Zach Ertz. And maybe he gets a couple more targets, a couple more catches.
Yeah, he catches the ball that Chris Moore dropped in the end zone. Or, a couple other places where he may have been the number one option, where it went for a check down somewhere, the 3rd and 10 to McNichols that he turned into a first down. Maybe that's a 25-yarder to McLaurin somewhere else. It's always hard to say. But they need him to be him to get where they want to go. And that's kind of the salient point that cuts through this. And we're waiting. This is now week 5. Or we're past that now. Now we're looking to week 6 where we're going, when are you going to be the Terry McLaurin that we all were waiting for, that the team has paid for, right? That there's a whole bunch of money headed your way to perform at this really high level that you were demanding. You wanted more than this guy, than that guy. Please live up to that. And it hasn't happened yet. And it still can, but it hasn't.
I want to play the Chris Russell clip, which when he said it, I disagreed with. And I think as I sit here today, by the way, I still disagree with.
Like, I don't subscribe to it.
But with every passing non-full practice day, and with every week where he doesn't play, it's a more interesting conversation. Even if I continue to disagree with it, it gets harder to dismiss outright. This is what Russell said on our show.
I think Terry McLaurin might be, for the first time in his career, listening to the doctors, to specialists, and his body instead of trying to burn a hole through a brick wall to play and get back on the field. Because, and this is my theory, I don't know this, I'm sure they would deny this, I think his main stance to get the money that he wanted or to get the ask that or something close to that was, hey, I'm here for every practice. I'm here for every game. I'm Mr. Reliable. And it didn't work. He didn't get rewarded the way he wanted to or the way he thought he would or some of the market said he should. And because of that, I now wonder, okay, you didn't take care of me. You didn't reward that. I'm going to listen to the specialists, hence the reason why I'm seeing multiple specialists. I'm going to listen to my body, which is not 100% right. I'm not going to go out there injured and not be able to run routes and for everybody to blow me up on all 22 footage and say that I'm not as fast and I'm not as good and Cliff didn't move me around and this, that, and the other thing. I'm not going to do all that.
Again, calling it a theory, I think, is exactly what it is. It's a hypothesis at this point. Nobody's inside the mind. Nobody's been able to talk to him. Nobody's been able to deduce exactly what's happening. And again, the mystery shrouding this injury also plays into it as well. I have no idea, because the accusation, when you really boil it down, is that, yeah, he's slow playing this to come back. I don't think that's the case at this point. I don't have enough evidence to be able to slam the gavel on that, et cetera. And I wouldn't necessarily do that because of the player that we're talking about.
Is it synonymous to say slow playing with not stomping the gas pedal? Like, in other words, you don't have to be tapping the brakes at all. If you're just not if you're trying to drive somewhere and I'm trying to drive somewhere and I'm driving way more aggressively than you, I'm going to get there first. It doesn't mean you're going slowly. You're just going.
Jaden Daniels is hurt, and he's like a puppy when its owner comes back home, desperate to play. I need now. Please get me back in. Please get me back in.
Is Terry the same way?
Is he the same way? I don't. And again, I have no idea. He might be.
I would imagine he is.
He might be.
That's where I disagree with Russell. But I think Russell's point is it wouldn't be crazy if he wasn't after what happened to him this summer.
Right.
I think that's his point.
And so, but here's where I'm going. Previously, the track record of Terry McLaurin was one thing, and that was part of his selling point to the team as to why he deserved more. This whole saga was not in line with what he'd done previously. The Terry McLaurin that I know would have done whatever he could to try to get paid, but then when it's like, all right, Terry, business time, football time, let's go. This year, we need you. All the rhetoric, all the things that made you the great citizen, all the wonderful stuff that you've done in this community, for this organization, for these players, for this team, for this coaching staff, for the fans. Business of football happened. Whether you win or lose, you didn't sign up for a Supreme Court nomination where you get the job for life. This is the NFL. It's a bad business and it's tough. It's now this year. You need to show up and play, and he didn't do that. So my previous view of him had to be altered a little bit, right? Doesn't mean he's a bad dude or like a cancer or something like that, but I didn't think he would do that, and I watched him do it for months.
Let's go to Matt in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Matt? How are you?
This is bad, Grant and Danny. Bad. It's like when Terry was holding out, what do you think he was doing? Eating like cans of Hormel chili and drinking 2-liter bottles of Sprite? I bet he was doing some running, some stretching.
I'm sure he was.
I'm sure he was.
But he wasn't practicing football. There's a reason why not being at training camp leads to a higher risk of injury for guys that hold out.
I mean, that is a thing that happens, but also you can take a look at the Bengals who, went all in on getting off to a good start.
Totally.
And they're, yeah. So
that's not the same thing at all. You're talking about preseason reps?
Well, I mean, that's a whole deal. Like,
Shamar Stewart, who didn't show up on time at practice for them, is hurt. That's the comp there, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but it seems like, I feel like it's more the notion when you're 24 or 5 or 6, you may be able to push through an injury a little bit easier than a 30-year-old.
I think that's fair, too.
Totally possible, yeah.
And I think, we would all agree, much like Jaden, it's like I don't want him rushing back and being at like 75% and getting hurt. I mean, to your point of saying like who knows what would have happened had he played, I guess in the Atlanta game in our losses. Certainly he is very possibly and probably would have made a big play.
Well, I bet you they'd be better on third down. They'd have more speed on the field, so maybe some of the explosive plays they've lacked would have. That number would be higher. They would have hit on a couple of those. But there's no reason to believe that any of their wins wouldn't have been. They would have still won those games because they're a better football team. And their losses weren't offensive issues or passing game issues. So those losses probably don't become wins either. Maybe you stay on the field a couple times on third down. You flip time of possession. Maybe a team's playing from behind because you score an early touchdown or something. In Atlanta, all of a sudden Michael Penix, he can tee off and get to the quarterback. I guess a lot of things could have changed, but just looking at how those games played out, I don't think the 3-2 record changes much with or without him. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I happen to believe this is an injury that he's fighting through and he's trying to get back on the field. It does not change the fact that after the summer, where he did everything differently for the first time ever, the results have all been different as well. That's just a fact. Now, whether one equaled the other, I don't know.
We got correlation, maybe not causation.
But at the beginning of the week, because of Dan Quinn saying it sounded like he was going to go on Monday night, 7 days later, I said, all right, cool. I'm filing Terry McLaurin into the probably coming back category. We can put this discussion to bed. And now, 3 days later, Rappaport comes out and says, yeah, the Commanders are preparing to not have Terry McLaurin on Monday. That's a departure from what we were trending toward 3 days ago. Did something change? Were they just wrong? Are they thinking something different than the player? These are reasonable questions. G&D on the Fan. Let's get you a double play next. Remember, we got those tickets to My Chemical Romance coming up in 17 minutes. They'll be at Nats Park this summer. If you want to get over to Nationals Park to see them, You'd better be listening right at 4 on the Fan. Tomorrow, the show is on the road. A Friday field trip. We are back in Reston, back at Char Bar at the JW Marriott Hotel. Char Bar is basically the lobby hotel there. It's a great restaurant as well. The food was incredible.
Dynamite.
If you're in the Reston area, looking to have lunch or just a cocktail at happy hour or something, we're going to be there from 2 to 6:30. So stop by. Come say hello, watch some of the show, and enjoy yourself. It's a brand new, freshly opened bar. In fact, I've got a few buddies out that way that were asking, where are you guys doing the show? And I told them, and they said, oh, that place is open? Because they've seen it getting built.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still like new paint smell and everything, but come on in. We were there
dynamite.
a couple weeks ago, and we couldn't have had more fun.
The chef could have been kinder, made us a giant, like, Super Bowl trophy-sized chocolate football. I say again, the whole football was chocolate, and also had mini footballs on the chocolate football.
The football was made out of 100 small footballs.
Of chocolate.
And everything was chocolate.
Yeah.
I took the chocolate football home to the kids, and like the next morning, they ate a bunch of chocolate for breakfast.
That's right. How did you guys devour the actual bigger football? How did you do that?
I wasn't there for that part.
Okay.
I ended up going to, I think it was Commanders? I don't know. I was gone the next day, and I didn't see how the football part of it went. If I had to guess, my kid took a couple bites of it, and then my wife got mad and probably made sure he didn't eat any more of it.
Okay.
But all the footballs were gone. All of the side pieces that are rippable were gone, and we were down to just like the Lombardi Trophy part of it.
Amazing.
Which was just like a big, heavy 5-pound chocolate football.
Just a big, giant chocolate football. There are pictures of it. It's great. But the food was dynamite. I have purposefully, a couple different times, I've wanted to eat burger or ground beef at some point over the last week plus. I didn't. Do you want to know why? I'll tell you. Because I'm going to eat the cheeseburger there tomorrow. I've been thinking about it. I didn't eat it last time, saving it for the second time we were going.
The burger there is very, very elite. 70 burger. 75 on its best day, probably. It's a Hall of Fame burger. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Everybody's fine, so this is a non-emergency, non-issue. But I had to scoot out of the show yesterday as soon as we were done at City Tap. I told you what was going on. So my oldest had this weird, like, face rash with, like, bumps and stuff. He was fine by the time I got to practice, but it was one of those things where everybody's sort of looking and saying, hey, somebody needs to come take a look at this. This seems unusual. And again, he was fine. And then I had some friends over today to play some pickleball this morning, and one of their kids is sick and has some sort of weird. It just reminded me, whatever this is, as soon as we start up again where the kids are around other kids, whatever, it's a full-scale, at all times, assault of various things. It's impossible to be clean enough. It's impossible not to have reactions. It's impossible not to have colds and flus and stomach things and this. And everybody says the same thing. It's going around. It was harrowing for about an hour, then everything was fine. But it just reminded me, like, we're in it, dude. And I signed up for so many more years of it with my 8-month-old.
I was at the Caps game last night. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. The result was not very good. They lost 3-1, empty net goal. It was a 2-1 game. They lose to the Boston Bruins. Caps should be good this year. Bruins should be bad this year. Played down. Wasn't an ideal opener. I wonder sometimes with like the red carpet event beforehand and then the introductions and all the stuff that goes into the hoopla before the game, if it's just like too distracting and too much to go play your A game. So we'll see what they look like next time out. I'll be curious. But not a great performance for the Capitals. But I bring this up to say I'm at the arena last night and I go get myself a drink. I get a Coke Zero. And I get like one of the smaller, the level I'm on, it's not even like a souvenir-sized cup, although they may have called it that. But it was like like smaller than your cup right there, but
yeah,
a normal-sized cup, I'd say, plastic cup with a lid. And so I go over to then, I paid for the drink. It's like $9.95 or whatever. Like, are you sure it's $9.95? All right, fine.
I get 4 drinks for that, right?
Whatever it takes. So I get my little cup, and I go over to the soda machine, and I'm assuming, I think, and I never really found out, but I think based on the price, like I'm guessing it's refillable throughout the night or whatever. But I'm at the soda machine, and I'm pushing really hard against the little contraption that's supposed to allow soda to now fall out.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's happening.
Okay.
I'm pushing again. Nothing's happening. I turn around to tell my buddy, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, are they out of soda? Is it just the Coke Zero? I'm like hitting other things. Nothing's happening. But I keep seeing other people successfully getting drinks.
Oh, it drives me crazy when that happens.
And I'm like, what are they doing that I'm not doing? So there's this little kid. I'm not exaggerating. He had to be maybe 8 tops. This kid just filling up a bunch of drinks for people and like passing them to his family. And I was like, dude, I'm like, what are you doing that I'm not doing? And he's like, well, did you scan your barcode? And I'm like, no, what barcode? Off my receipt? He's like, no, on your cup. What are you talking about? So at the arena, there are barcodes on the cup that you scan into like this little red scanner thing that looks like something at a grocery store where you'd have to, drag an item across.
What in the hell?
And so it picks up your barcode, and then it gives you 10 seconds or whatever, 15 seconds to fill up your drink at that barcode. I guess it's so that you can't just walk up to the machine with a normal cup and fill it up with a drink.
Oh, so that means probably don't get refills then. You have to go.
So that was my other assessment is maybe I don't get a refill. Maybe it's not a souvenir cup because otherwise, like if I scan the barcode a second time, an hour later or something, is it going to give me another 15 seconds? Maybe it will. I don't know. So here's what I know. I scan the barcode. I get a bunch of Coke Zero. It's a very small cup. So like 3 swigs, it's gone. And then it's probably been like 90 seconds. I scan it again, and it gives me 17 more seconds.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
So I'm wondering, is it because I have like 5 minutes to get a couple of refills, or is it actually mean I have it all night long? I still don't know the answer. But have you ever seen barcode cup technology?
No.
Where you have to scan your cup before you put it underneath and push for a drink? And I am so dumb I couldn't figure it out. I mean, everyone else is like, has no problems. I don't know how they all figured this out. I could not until this little kid said,
I hate that feeling.
He like takes the cup for me and starts scanning it. I'm like, oh. He's like, yeah, that's how you get the drink. And I'm like, anything else you could teach me, please, young man?
How do you do pictures on the phone?
Felt 100.
It is the worst feeling. Because it's supposed to make everything easier, and I don't know if it is. Not easier for me.
Let's give away My Chemical Romance tickets. We'll do that as soon as we come back on Grant and Danny. Still to come on the program today, we got ourselves another Rookie of the Week distinction for the Commanders. It's Bill season. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, for the second time this season, he's become the front runner for the O'Roy Award, I suppose. And I want to get into Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, round 2 from Northwest Stadium coming up on Monday. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In hockey last night, the Capitals got their season underway, falling to the Bruins 3-1. They'll be back in action on Saturday, taking on the Islanders. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In football, the Commanders getting set to take on the Bears on Monday Night Football. Running back Corey Krosky-Merritt was named Rookie of the Week for the second time this season after his 150-yard game as well as 2 touchdowns. Injury updates, Terry McLaurin was working off to the side at practice today. Ian Rappaport earlier today saying that he's not likely to play. Noah Brown was back on the practice field once again today. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is still not practicing, unlikely to play for the Ravens on Sunday. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is also not practicing. Thursday Night Football, Eagles and Giants kicks off Week 6 of the NFL season. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan for the Giants. Wide receiver Darius Slayton is out for the matchup tonight. Running back Tyrone Tracy will make his return to the lineup for the Giants. Playoff baseball tonight. Game 4 is the NLDS. Dodgers in Philly, 6 o'clock. The Dodgers lead that series 2-1. Cubs and Brewers, Game 4 at 9 o'clock tonight. The Brewers lead that series 2-1. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Shout out to their crew. Went with one of the guys from our K&M travel group to the Caps game last night. Had a fun time. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Go to kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Kansas City, later in the month. In fact, me and Ibrahim last night were talking about the road ahead going to KC and some of our possible stops to get some barbecue.
Oh, yes.
We
Hello.
started laying out a little game plan for the Kansas City trip. You probably should have been involved, as I think you plan on consuming a barbecue plate or two.
That is the plan. That is 100% the plan. The Kansas City barbecue, I think, gets slept on a little bit. It gets forgotten about.
It's really good.
Because you still get a little bit more tomato based in there, but I'm telling you, it can hold its own.
Caller number 10 is promised at 800-636-1067. You're winning tickets to My Chemical Romance right now on Grant and Danny. Good luck to those of you calling.
At 800-636-1067, the Black Parade 2026 Tour. Tuesday, August 18th at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
Let's go get a Beltway Blitz started on the ice. Caps 0-1 after an opening night loss at the hands of Boston. Was not pretty offensively. A lone Tom Wilson goal and a 3-1 setback. Empty netter sinks them in the closing moments. Sammy Silver joins us to discuss the Capitals. What went wrong last night, Sammy?
Yeah, I mean, it's just opening night. I think that there's a lot going on, kind of talking to the players, there's things that, you have the intros and the red carpet and the welcome and the this and that. And you had, preseason where not, the whole team's playing together, and then it's your first game, kind of getting back into the swing, and, routines may be a little bit off, puck touches may be a little bit off. So I think you just saw a team that was shaking off the rust at the same time. I mean, credit to Boston, right? I mean, Jeremy Swayman played a really good game, and sometimes you get goalied, sometimes you get outplayed, and I think, now that they have a game under their belt, they know where they need to adjust, and you go from there.
How many games before you think Carberry starts doing any kind of tweaking or adjusting or calling up from Hershey or anything like that? I mean, last year it felt like he would give guys a chance for a couple of weeks, and then when it wasn't working, you would know it because there'd be some changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been one game, so I think you see how things go on Long Island. You kind of, saw Carbs playing around with the lines last night and kind of flipping things around, and seeing who goes where. I think a couple weeks is fair. I don't think after 2 games or 1 game, it's fair to pull the plug, on anyone, especially, these guys fought all training camp for their spot and earned it. And now it's just, okay, how do you respond, after this first game? If it's the same stuff after, 2 or 3 weeks, yeah, maybe you start to look at different options. But still super early, and, they'll assess and go forward.
Sammy, as far as the goaltending last night, Logan Thompson was tremendous. The expectation's high for the group. He and Lindgren interchangeably going to be a nice 1-2. Are they going to go every other, basically, until it's time to just lock in with LT, or how do you see this playing out?
No, I mean, Spencer kind of touched on this before the season that, LT's, earned the chance to show that he's, a number 1 guy, and I think they're obviously going to go on a game-by-game basis and see where things are. And there's also, situational circumstances, right, of back-to-backs and road trips and all that jazz. But at the same time, they do have a lot of faith in Charlie Lindgren. That's why they committed to him for 3 years and, also signed LT long-term. So I think you'll see Thompson, obviously getting, his chance to show he can be a starter, but, don't count out Lindgren too. Does that mean you're going to see the same every other game that was last year? Probably not, but you'll still see a fair amount of both.
Expectations for Ryan Leonard this year?
Yeah, I mean, he's exciting to watch. I mean, you even saw it last night, as the minutes went up and the game went on, he was making some great plays and looked like one of the strongest players, on offense out there. So, I think the more you see him come into his own, the more you'll see him do. I think he's going to have a good rookie season, and I think every game he gets under his belt, he gets, better and better. So definitely exciting to watch.
Sammy, thank you. Good information. We will chat soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sammy.
You got it. Let's talk football. Our buddy Slasherini, Chris Russell. Apparently, Toby had to run outside to pick up lunch. Somebody was dropping off food here today. And Russell just happened to be walking by right out front.
Is that right?
It was a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
What were you doing
Really
down
was
here?
gorgeous.
I mean, you live way out west.
Yeah,
by
I was just
Loudoun
walking,
County.
skipping to the sound of music.
I went and took
Hoping
my
to meet
daughter.
Ryan Taboni.
I took my Ryan Taboni or Paul Taboni?
No, Ryan
Taboni. Ryan Taboni,
the other
the big
Taboni.
boss, yeah.
Ah, I got you.
The president of the Nationals.
Yeah,
I heard he was in town.
I heard he was very good on the Grant and Danny radio program. Grab that interview wherever you get your audio. Rini.
Yeah.
We played a clip from you earlier in the show.
I heard.
You had a really hot take that I didn't buy, and I still don't, but with every passing day gets a little less crazy, which is that maybe Terry McLaurin is looking out for number 1 a little bit here.
Yeah.
My point is, when I hear it, I think you're saying that he is not trying to get back very hard. And I don't think that's your point. Your point is
that is not my point.
Your
Correct.
point is, what if he's just saying, in the past, I hit the gas pedal all the way down to the floor, and now I'm gonna do my thing at my pace.
I'm going to go in cruise control or whatever, maybe driving 45 and a 60 or something like that, and hogging up the left lane. I don't know. I mean, I thought he would be back. All the writing on the wall was that he would be back. Every reporter that I heard that was expecting him to be back, and I guess we can't officially rule him out, right? They have a day of recovery tomorrow. He worked on the side today. They have a practice on Saturday, which would normally be there Friday. They do have an extra day, so maybe they can trot him out there. If you would have told me at the beginning of the week that Noah Brown was going to play and Terry McLaurin wasn't, I would have told you you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Noah Brown gets hurt getting off the trainer's table. I would have never believed that.
Dan Quinn, Monday, I'm paraphrasing, said something to the effect of, yeah, it looks good. Those guys should be back this week. Fast forward 3 days, and now Rap Sheet's going, they don't think McLaurin's going to play this week.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So what is the disconnect? Did something change, or do you think the team and the player, I know this would be crazy, McLaurin and the team not being on the same page. Is that possible?
I think, yes, I think it's possible, but it could also be that, I guess between Monday and Wednesday or today even, that something didn't feel right? And Quinn, I don't know, maybe didn't have a full understanding of where he was out on Monday when he said that. And to be fair, when Quinn says, they're all trending up in the right direction, right? They're all trending in the right direction. We're not going to miss a step. We're going to do everything. He says the same things over and over and over again. It's broken record. So he's not saying anything specific about Terry McLaurin because he don't want to get specific.
What kind of season is McLaurin going to actually have?
Is Terry going to have, you said? Well, I mean, if he's now out for 3.5 games, if he misses Monday night, right? On a short week, are you getting back for Dallas? Maybe. I would say at best, I mean, if he's missed 3.5 games, 900 yards receiving, maybe.
If he gets to 900 yards now, that would be a hell of an accomplishment.
Right? At best.
He's on pace if he doesn't play this week for like 6 something.
Okay, yeah, at best. So, I mean, that's if he goes on a tear, I guess.
Well, so I guess the way to ask this
certainly
question,
nowhere near the touchdowns that he had last year,
well,
right?
What I suggested to Danny earlier, and maybe this is the way to ask it is, do you think in 6 or 8 weeks we're looking back going, that was a rough start, but Terry McLaurin's Terry McLaurin again? Or does this linger and it's another thing, and then we're looking at the production and we're going, it's not quite at the normal level because the offense goes through Debo and Luke's come on and this, Jalen Lane's now a factor.
I think this lingers. And I do think the offense, by necessity to some degree, has had to go through Debo and now might even go through Bill a lot more than it has been, right? So Terry kind of becomes an accessory, and maybe they've said, look, we scored 27 points against Atlanta with a backup quarterback. We scored 27 points against the Chargers with no Terry, no Noah Brown. We can do this with Luke McCaffrey. We can do this with Debo Samuel. We can do that. Now, the problem is if Debo, if this is just a management thing, which I think today, Debo not being at practice was because they have tomorrow off, the players, so they're trying to give him essentially 2 days off. But if something happens more seriously with Debo, you need Terry. Right now, do you really, really need Terry? You make the argument you certainly do, but do you really need him?
Do you expect Zach Ertz's usage to start trending up as the season progresses, or is Debo kind of the sun in the solar system here?
I think as defenses, especially if Terry doesn't become a threat and they concentrate more and focus more on trying to take away Debo and everything that he's about, yes. And we saw the same thing last year, right? Zach Ertz wasn't a huge factor in the first half of the year, but down the stretch on third down in the red zone, in the playoffs, he was awesome, right? He was Jaden's, I don't want to say his best friend, but he was his co-best friend, right? Along with Terry. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So maybe as the second half. Now, that's assuming Zach Ertz can stay on the field.
Right.
But if you told me they were going to win a game and score 27 points and he was going to have 1 target and no catches, I would have told you you're a fool. Especially with no Terry and no Noah. Think about that.
You mentioned Bill, Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
He has won a second award now for Offensive Rookie of the Week. Emeka Egbuka is that dude. I think he's going to win this thing.
Yeah.
He's running away with it. But if you look at the board, he's still way down the list. I think he's like 9th. Guys like Ashton Genty, Jackson Dart, Tyler Warren, Tet McMillan, Quinshon Judkins are all ahead of him. Does he have a shot to be in the mix at the end of the year, do you think?
Absolutely. Because you look at all those guys you mentioned at running back, and obviously Jackson Dart, we'll see more about him tonight. I haven't been that impressed. He's just not like he's lighting the world on fire. All of those guys, especially the running backs, he's better than. Believe it or not, me, an analytics amigo, I was breaking down the numbers in the Navy Yard while I was walking aimlessly around, yelling and screaming to nobody. I was breaking down the numbers from Bill Barnwell today that said he was first in EPA per rush out of 36 running backs, first in success rate out of 36 running backs. Bill, while a limited and smaller sample size, you can make an argument right now. Not only is Bill the best rookie running back right now today, based on success rates and all the stuff you guys love, he's the best running back in the NFL.
With the ball in his hands. He has been the best ball carrier this season.
Short, limited sample size. Derrick Henry having a bad year. Sorry, fumbles. Not using Saquon Barkley. Now, maybe the Giants tonight and their porous run defense will change things. Maybe he'll run for 200 yards. Right now, outside of Jonathan Taylor, I don't think there's a more effective running back, and the numbers tell us that Bill is more effective, whatever those numbers mean.
Did their pass defense get solved this past week against the Chargers, or is it still a liability to you?
It's only solved if they force 2 takeaways a game, period. That's it. And I've said all along, all off summer, they needed 24 takeaways this year, 1.5 per game. And they had, 1 in the first 4 games and 2 last Sunday. 1 at the goal line, right, which kicked off a 99-yard offensive response and drive. If they can get 2 takeaways, they can solve a lot of their problems. but statistically, they won't solve them the way people want them, meaning shut down, lights out, like they kind of were better in this area last year. But you can get away with a lot of their problems if they force takeaways. So I'm going to say conditional on them forcing takeaways, which I know is a team thing and I know is a luck thing in some ways, but that's the only way they're going to be able to stop the bleeding on defense when it comes to teams throwing the football.
What's your gut feel on Monday night against the Bears?
349.2.
Oh,
yeah!
Under 350.
Yeah!
Now, for the record,
How good was that, huh?
I
thing.
don't think the Bears get to 350.
I do.
But I think they are very effective offensively. I think Ben Johnson dials it up.
Oh, yeah.
I think he has a very impressive day.
Danny, did you know Ben Johnson is the only offensive play caller capable of dialing up a trick play?
Nobody's ever done it before.
And nobody's ever done
Never
it
been
before.
one.
Nobody has suggested that.
Yeah.
I think Ben Johnson has a good game. 350 is just a really high total that I don't think they'll get to in today's NFL because they'll start at the 43 9 times, and you can't amass yards like you used to. I'm hoping for a big day from Tress. Hoping for 357 for the Bears and an L. But what do you see? I made the case yesterday to Danny. I think they're going to run all over Chicago.
Yeah,
this defense stinks.
Well,
they
but
cannot stop
they
the
can't
run.
stop. They're getting some of their guys back. That's
You
going to
could
help.
get 11 new starters. That's
15
probably
days
what
of
it would
rest.
take.
No, I get it. I mean, they listen. If you're the Bears this week in Lake Forest, Illinois, you are concentrating on one thing and one thing only: trying to take away Bill, trying to attack the line of scrimmage, and trying to make sure Jaden doesn't beat you backdoor style. Right, getting away on read options. If you're trying to shut down Bill and taking that offensive line away, or taking the line of scrimmage away, because that's how you have to attack them. Right? Who else is gonna? I mean, you're not going to fear even without their top cornerback, Jalen Johnson. Even without him, you're not going to fear the Commanders' vertical attack. You're going to attack the line of scrimmage, and you're going to, hey, if you can beat us, you beat us. But we're going to attack the line of scrimmage, and we're going to try and bottle you up.
Backdoor style.
Yes.
Rainey.
Yes.
Said those words.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Absolutely.
I get it, man.
This is a family program. Let's keep it G-rated, please.
Sure.
This isn't some podcast on the Deuce down the
No,
hall.
no.
This isn't just stuff you're shouting into the ether walking around the Navy Yard.
I'm a big fan of the shouty shows.
You're a shouty show
I'm
guy.
a shouty show kind
I
of guy.
walk past your studio every day. You don't broadcast at a normal decibel. You're a shouty show kind of guy.
He does it in case you can hear it you're within earshot.
That's right.
In the Navy Yard.
He had the audacity the other. He hears someone else yelling down the hall, and he's like, "Oh, why are they yelling? Well, you're saying that? Really?"
Said the man to himself in the mirror.
You know, but see, I'm kind of a calculating genius because I know Danny's always listening until about 1:15. So I always try and get a Danny mention in, and then I also know that I'm going to get a little bit more mileage out of my spins and my opinions if I mention the Grant and Danny radio program.
Oh, smart.
Yeah.
Trading off of our name. I like
I
that.
used your Seth Walder nonsense the other day.
Oh, very
not,
good.
Not that you guys did anything wrong. I said Seth Walder, he's fine to criticize on third down. He's not fine when he says he's not the savior. Bad point. Bad take.
Well, how dare he say he's not the savior?
You see, but that's how Russell does it. That's the backdoor style we're talking about.
That's
Right there.
exactly
That's how he does
what
it.
you want.
Exactly.
I got a good Luke McCaffrey story for everybody. I want to
Ooh.
talk about his breakout next. Plus, let's talk Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Second week as your Rookie of the Week in the NFL. Does he have a shot at Rookie of the Year? What would it take for him to be in that conversation in the final month of the year? We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook for this Giants-Eagles game tonight. No Darius Slayton, no Malik Neighbors, you already know about, no Tyrone Tracy. For Philadelphia, probably no Landon Dickerson, which might hurt that run game. That is today's latest injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. You've heard me talk about Fanatic Sportsbook and how much I love them. It's the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays, all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets through the first quarter. Now they're extending that protection through the entire first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets. QBs, running backs, receivers, defensive players, doesn't matter. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that fun parlay. So stick with the sportsbook that won't leave you empty-handed. Why bet with anybody else when you can bet with the one that will always have your back every single game all season long? Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders on to Week 6, taking on the Bears on Monday Night Football. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was named Rookie of the Week for the second time this season after his 150-yard, two-touchdown performance on Sunday. Some injury updates. Terry McLaurin was working off to the side today. Ian Rappaport said earlier today he's not expected to play. Noah Brown was practicing again. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson still not out on the practice field, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Eagles and Giants, 8:15. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. In hockey, Capitals began their season last night, falling to the Bruins 3-1. Football season's heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to boilers to radiator heat, they're the pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening. Thank you for making the show part of your day. If you missed any part of Nats President of Baseball Ops, Paul Taboni, on the program for the majority of our first hour, go grab that. He was in studio with us. He was excellent. Wherever you get your audio, that interview will be podcasted deep into the evening.
He was fantastic. Really, really was. You can just hear the emotional intelligence, the intellect, the savvy, the understanding that you know a lot, but you don't know everything, and you have to rely on some really good people to kind of help you stand atop this pyramid. Just really, really impressive, man.
I enjoyed that chat, and it was, if you're a longtime Nats fan, even as a proponent of the previous regime during their many successful years, you've always clamored for more in the way of analytics, more in the way of R&D, more in the way of technology and spending money on the right things for developing and evaluating players on the amateur side. And I think he's going to do all of those things. So it's a really good day for this outfit, and I'm excited about it. So that was cool. Go grab that audio when we're done tonight if you want to hear from Paul Taboni. So I want to tell you a quick Luke McCaffrey story, and then we can get into the McCaffrey breakout this year. So, I've got a 4-year-old at home.
I do.
He is a sports fan. I get him. He's watching games. I'll say this. My kid mostly watches games, I think, to avoid going to bed. Like, there is a scale of how interested are you actually to, is this just a way that if I cuddle up on dad and say I want to watch the game tonight with him, that his heart is all aflutter and he doesn't make me go to bed, and next thing I know, it's 9:57 and you were supposed to be in bed 3 hours ago. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what's happening. But like today, before I come to work, we're playing hockey in the basement. He takes off his Tom Wilson sweater to put on an Alex Ovechkin t-shirt. Like, that's kind of where we're at, okay? But anyway, my wife is driving in the car a few days ago, and occasionally he will say something that is impressive for him. Like, he knows Ovi, he knows James Wood, he knows a few guys. But every now and then he'll say something super cute to me. I'm a big sports fan, it's endearing, but like where it kind of blows us away, like, wait, what? Like, he'll just be walking in my house and he'll be like, I'll be your little Jacob Chikrin today. And I'm like, you'll be what?
Excuse me?
Like, who? What was that? You know what I'm saying? Or like, Barty Ferravari came back. And I'm like, who is this person? Right? So anyway, so they're in the car, and I get a text from my wife the other day out of the blue where she says, I have to remember exactly basically what he said, but something to the effect of, now my 4-year-old has never lost a tooth and is not close to losing any teeth. He likes doing this thing where he pretends like all his teeth are loose all the time. All he ever talks about is how he's about to lose a tooth.
Oh, that's wacky.
But he hasn't lost a tooth. And if I had to guess, I would say over under 1 year. We're still about over a year away.
Okay.
But he's obsessed with the idea that he might lose a tooth.
Because eventually it's money, tooth fairy, yeah.
But when they're driving in the car, apropos of nothing, from the back seat, he goes, I think I'm going to lose a tooth. I'm going to use all the money I get from the tooth fairy on a Luke McCaffrey jersey. There's a lot to unpack there.
Whoa.
All right. So my wife just texts me this. I think it's hilarious. So I look at this text. I think it's funny. I forward it to Luke McCaffrey. I just say, hey, Luke, I think this is really funny. I think you'll like this. This is my 4-year-old son just said this in the car driving with my wife. Luke responds and he's like, dude, don't let him do that. That's hard-earned money. Let me send him a jersey. And I'm like, no.
No. That wasn't fishing.
Exactly. Like, you don't understand. I just thought it was a cute, funny thing. I thought you might think it was cool or funny or whatever. I was like, please don't send him a jersey. If he wants a Luke McCaffrey jersey, I'll buy him a jersey. And Luke's like, dude, that's the coolest thing ever. Like, I'm so flattered. That's awesome that he said that. He's like, give me your address. And I'm like, again, though, please don't send him a jersey. If he asks again, he just says things, man.
Sure, he's
just saying words.
He's like the Joker chasing his car.
Exactly. I was like, you don't understand. Like, he wants ice cream, then I get him ice cream, and he cries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to joan and say he doesn't want to Luke McCaffrey jersey.
He's a little kid. It's what they do.
Does. But and by the way, he doesn't have kid-sized Luke McCaffrey jerseys. He's got to drive to the store and get one, and then put it in a box and take it. Please stop doing this. Like, no, you're very nice. I love you. You don't need to do that, okay? But he's a nice guy. So he's like, all right, I get it. I won't. But shoot me your address.
But also give me your address.
And I'm like, all right, here we go. So today, I get a call from the wife and my son, arriving in the mail, signed gloves from Luke McCaffrey.
Come on.
That I get all these videos and pictures of my son running around the house making diving catches. And I'm pretty sure looking at them, they're the exact gloves he wore for the 50-yard catch this past weekend. The Adidas
Just
black
a little
and white
size
gloves.
down a little bit, or the big ones?
No,
Like
no,
the full-
they're Luke McCaffrey's like game gloves. They're not like, they don't fit my kid. He was wearing them and they're like
They,
hanging.
they look like novelty foam hands. Yeah.
100%. I'll show you the picture right now. Like he's running around the house. My wife's like, he's making a lot of noise, waking up the baby, diving all over the place. So this is him making diving catches in the Luke McCaffrey gloves on the living room floor, wearing the black and white silly Adidas gloves that Luke sent.
I mean, they look like mittens. They look like what you'd have to do to handle like radioactive, plutonium rods. Like they're enormous on him.
So he's wearing the gloves. They do. They look. It looks like a foam hand.
Yeah,
or something
seriously, yeah.
That you would wear at, like a sporting event. Like, and he's getting my wife and her mom's in town today. My mother-in-law to like toss him the ball in Luke McCaffrey's gloves. But just what a nice guy.
Isn't that awesome?
Like what a cool thing. And I feel terrible because that was in no way my intention. I literally thought, yeah, he's a young guy. He's new to the league. I'm sure he signs autographs and meets fans. But it's not every day I wouldn't think that a young kid is like being like, I'm going to get a Luke McCaffrey. I just thought it was funny.
It is.
And so luckily he didn't go through all the trouble of the jersey.
He didn't like drive to Dick's Sporting Goods and drop $129.99 plus tax
Exactly.
on a jersey for
That's what he
Nooms.
said. He's like, dude, that's hard-earned money when the Tooth Fairy gives you money.
Yeah.
He's like, don't let him do that. He's like, let it just be a Halloween present from me. He's like, I'll put it in the mail. I'll send him a jersey. I'm like, nah. But what a good dude. And I just wanted to tell that story because I do think like there's so many good guys on this team that are just so normal and easy to root for, and he's certainly one of them.
A, that's awesome. B, can you imagine being what do you think McCaffrey is? 23, 24 years old, whatever, right?
Ish.
Can you imagine like doing mail?
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like I'll find the appropriate package and then like the label for it.
So
and
here's
then like
my
go
hope.
someplace.
I think he just turned 24. Here's my hope. I believe that by not doing a jersey, like a youth jersey, which he doesn't have, he's probably at the facility, can grab the gloves out of his locker, walk it up to whoever the Miss BJ is now, maybe. And he could either be like, hey, do you have a package? Or he could like slide over the address and be like, can you get these to this address? That's what I'm hoping.
That's my
happens.
hope too.
I hope it was a 3-minute.
Like, can you imagine if he's at home?
That's what I'm saying.
And he's like, oh, let me find a box.
So, Ryan, I'm not even trying to do Joan session or bits here, but you're about Luke McCaffrey's age. Yes, you're 25. You're a year older than him.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Okay. Have you ever put something? Like, have you put something in a package with like a what do they call those little slips?
The
with
label,
address? Like a
the
label,
package label,
and had to do all that at like UPS and send a package to someone?
Weirdly enough, I actually have.
Like, what was the context?
I think I was sending like a card to someone in Denver or in California, like one of my relatives of some sort.
That's just
Yeah.
regular mail, dude. That's not a package.
Well, it was through FedEx. It was like with a gift card and everything. I had to go to the FedEx store and I just literally put it in a package and just kind of handed it to him. But I had no idea what to do. The UPS worker did all of the work for me.
Am I the only person? This is going to be the nerdiest thing anyone says today. I still find it like kind of cool and fun to do that though. Like to write mail to someone, which I'm not going to pretend like I do this. I don't have a pen pal.
Okay.
But the idea of like my daughter will sometimes do some kind of cute little art project and she wants me to send it to my mom or something. She's like, send this to Nini and Papa. So I will put the address with the stamp and I'll put it, she likes to run it out and put it in the mailbox. I get that same feeling of when I was in third grade at Potomac Elementary and we used to use the, what was it called at school? But there was like this little in-school, like school post office.
Inter-school mail.
Yeah. And so like if Danny Rouillet is in fourth grade and he's your buddy from soccer, you could theoretically send him a letter through the school post office. And like every day the teacher comes in and they're like, oh, Grant got a letter. Danny got a letter. Did you guys have that?
We didn't have anything like that specifically.
We did that at Potomac. And the idea of just sending something and getting something in the mail was the most amazing thing in the world. But I still kind of get a little bit of that because it's not something I ever do. So the idea of just putting something in the mail, like the bills that I get are not as fun. That I'm not that interested in.
Sure.
But it's you know what I'm saying? Like
the correspondence.
I'm going to go to FedEx. I'm going to put this package together. I'm going to put some stamps on it. I'm going to send it off. It's kind of a cool feeling.
Bless you. Not
you don't
for me.
have that at all?
None. I despise mail.
Don't you think the efficiency of I'm not trying to do a one-off with like UPS or FedEx, but just in general, the process of whatever that is, post office, any of it, is incredible.
Yeah.
You just take it there.
It's remarkable.
You hand it to a person. They've done this a billion times, so they're like, they're just like stamping things.
They're
and
over it.
putting
For me,
things-
it's like, make sure this gets to the man.
They just tossed it. My life is in their hands.
Yeah.
They just toss it into a pile. They're like, yeah, you're good. I'm like, but it's going to get there. And they're like, yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Like, tomorrow. They're like, yeah. And I'm like, in Seattle, Washington. I'm just like that's going to be in Belgium at noon, and it's 9:15 a.m. And they're like, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, dude.
And it just happens.
It's going with the other stuff that's going to Belgium. We
I
got
think
you.
that's kind of cool.
Oh, it's remarkable. But I'm not trying to rip any workers or anything like that. My point is, I don't want any mail. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to categorize it. I don't have like a filing system. People send me things that I need, and it's like, look at this bill or look at this thing you have to call some customer service thing about. And it's like, I don't want, email me. I don't want to do any of those things ever. The instant you give me the green thing, I don't care about the green part of it. I care about the don't send me any mail part of it. I want things easily deletable.
Do you get your mail out of the mailbox every day?
No.
Who does?
Nobody. The mailman or mail person comes right to the door and they drop it right there.
Like into a mailbox?
No.
At your door?
There's a little mail slot.
And it goes onto your floor?
Yeah.
In your house?
In the house.
Okay, but then you walk in and you scoop it up and you go through the mail?
Yeah, 98.7% of it is giant catalogs and trash and solicitors
But
and
good
nothing.
bit, bad bit. If I write you a handwritten letter tonight and send it to you in the mail.
Waste of your time. Please don't do that. So if you want to say something, I'll see you tomorrow.
No, right, but
Tell me.
Wouldn't it be a little bit funny to get like a letter from me and you read it and it's like a long letter and it's just about
Here's-
updating you on my kids and stuff?
That first of all, quality bit.
Thank you.
But here's what it would sort of necessitate then. Now I've got to write you a letter and I've got to do mail. I don't want to do that.
Dad, Toby, anybody interested in sending or receiving old-fashioned mail? Nothing? I mean, Tobes, you have family members that are out of the country for extended periods of time. Now, obviously, with technology now, FaceTime, phone calls, you could do all that. But is there any, like, pen paling, sending stuff back and forth, anything like that?
No, none.
Zero interest?
No.
So I'll occasionally get mail from my aunt. She'll send a card in the mail for Christmas or birthday, random holidays.
Any cash in that card?
Occasionally there's some cash.
No, man.
Occasionally.
Is it inconsistent?
It's I don't want to put her on blast, but you're a little inconsistent.
A little inconsistent.
You wish there was more consistency.
Here's what I think. I think it's perfectly fine to send a card without cash. It's perfectly awesome and even better to send a card with cash.
So much better.
But the inconsistency is borderline unacceptable.
Yeah, there's I would say
if I get a card from someone, I better know when it shows up. Is this an aunt who sends money or is this an aunt who doesn't send money? Sometimes there's cash, sometimes there's not.
it's consistent for Christmas. Birthday is more like, yeah, sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Last 5 birthdays, how many times have we gotten some money?
2.
You're hitting 400.
Yeah.
You'll accept that, I think. I'm at an age where nobody's sending cash anymore, which is perfectly fine. I don't know about you. I mean, you're so much older than me that you
No,
probably-
nobody's sending cash.
But do you still get birthday cards from any aunts or uncles or like any? I am
Yeah,
down
I'll get a birthday card in
Aunt
there.
Judy still does cards, birthdays and Christmas and whatever, and Uncle Scott and Aunt Kit still do them. That's the only relatives I think that I routinely get cards from.
My mother-in-law is incredible at it. And so is my father-in-law, for that matter. They are really, really good at that kind of date remembering for me, for the wife, for the boys. They are awesome at it. My dad will send me a text, happy birthday, but like
Yes,
for Christmas,
totally.
I'll get a card.
1,000% chance as an uncle, you've never once put a card in the mail with money in it. Maybe your wife has.
No.
But zero chance you have.
I mean, zero.
Right?
0 times.
And by the way, I'm the same way. I think about that. I haven't thought about this until right now, but like, I'm an uncle. I could do that.
I have 3 nieces who are just beyond adorable. They're not like my hyenas, the boys. When they come to play with my sons, it lasts for about 2 minutes, and then they come into the room. They're like, I don't understand what they're doing. I can't. Can I just color? Can I just be by myself and not make any noise and not wreck anything?
But they don't get a card in the mail from Uncle Danny.
No, and I love them so much.
Now, does the wife do that for you or no?
I don't.
Like on behalf of the team? Or are you guys just not a card family?
We're not much of a card. We haven't done like a Christmas card or anything like that. So we're not really cardy.
So like my
Maybe.
wife is not, some people have like your wife's going to handle that for you and she's going to send off cards to all the nieces.
She's gonna
and nephews.
wife on that,
She's got
yeah.
a calendar. My wife's not one of those wives either. I don't think we've ever sent a card to a single niece or nephew, either side of the family. That's kind of a bad look.
It's not great.
I'm gonna have to talk to her about that. No,
Well,
it's my
we
own-
give presents. I
It's
mean,
my
we
own fault too.
Yeah.
Well, you sometimes give presents. Sometimes you forget to, and then you give them to Darius about 2 months later, and you act like they're for him.
Okay, that cut deep.
Is that a good bit?
That
or
was
what?
I mean,
that is a good bit.
I mean, wow.
That is a deep cut for P1s.
Okay, hold on.
How many years
Wait
in
a
a
minute.
row have you gotten a present labeled to somebody else? It was at least 2.
No, it was just the one time.
The one time.
Oh, I thought it was
no, the one time it was
the one.
mislabeled. The other time it was on back order. I ordered it
That's
correctly
what it was. It was
in
the
time.
back order, yeah.
So you're
Oh, the
conflating
back
two
order.
incidents.
My
Once
apologies.
is a manufacturing or shipping thing. Speaking of shipping, it's always nubs. I'm sitting there like, Darius, I'm so sorry, and I think I got it to you in March after Christmas. You know, but like I'm giving gifts to people.
No. Danny is a gift giver at
Yes.
Christmas, and I will say a thoughtful gift giver.
Yes, I try
You
to.
always give me something that I use, that I appreciate, that I like. It's either something to help me drink more water, or it's a nice dress shirt. Or
Mm-hmm.
you're very good about that. Especially my favorite gifts are the ones that you give to Darius. And by the way, now we know why.
Months late.
It said dad on it. Maybe that was to you all along. Now
Was
that
it,
your name-
was it labeled for dad?
Yeah, it was his dad.
It was. Was it? It might have been a shirt that I got from. It was
No,
something that
I thought it was a GAR gift card.
Yes, it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah, to label to his father.
So it was
By
actually
the
meant
way,
for me.
Mr. Rouye is listening right now, being like, that bastard.
I got gypped. I was supposed to get a G. I want to go to Silverado tonight.
Your dad is fired up to go to Mike's American, and here dad's eating steak at Randy's.
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I know I go, please don't worry about the label. This was always for you. Something weird went down. I don't know what it was, but this was supposed to be for you.
Are there Aussie rolls at the end of this? I don't care what happened. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
That is tough, though.
We haven't talked much about Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams. We're going to do that next hour. I want to talk about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt next. 2 weeks now where he has been the Rookie of the Week in the NFL. So I stopped short of posing the question, is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt a legitimate Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate? But absolutely could run his way into the conversation. Here's the problem with trying to win that award right now. Number one, you're not a quarterback. Almost every single year, that's just a quarterback award. It does not matter what you do as a running back, what you do as a receiver. If you're not a QB, you can't win it. I think back to 1,500 yards from Puka Nacua in a year in which C.J. Stroud was great, but his numbers were solid. You know, it was like
it was a really nice rookie year.
20 touchdowns, a handful of picks, right around 4,000 yards. Just a very solid quarterback season, good rookie year quarterback season, and he wins the Rookie of the Year award going away. Last year, Brock Bowers quite literally had a season that tight ends don't have, like ever. Not for a rookie, just for a tight end. It was crazy. It was an all-time season. Didn't sniff the award because Jaden Daniels in Washington was that guy. So if you're not a quarterback, it's really, really hard to win. But the start that Emeka Egbuka is off to right now, this guy is special with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He is on a pace for 85 catches, and they're getting Chris Godwin back healthy. Mike Evans, who's been out this past week, will eventually come back as well, so maybe the catches go down a little bit. But he's already at 445 yards through 5 games. Do some quick math on that. Extrapolate that route and that rate over 17 games. You know, he is on a pace for 1,500 yards right now. And, oh, by the way, he's scoring a touchdown a game. So it's a 1,500-yard, 17-touchdown pace. He'll come back to earth a little bit. But there's your front runner at 22 years old for the Rookie of the Year award. So, Bill, that's who you're chasing.
Yeah, you got to chase him down. You got to chase Ashton Genty down, a top 10 pick who's got all sorts of accolades coming in, or anticipation coming in, I would say. And you've got Jackson Dart, who's starting now in New York. Just the fact that there's a quarterback ahead of you. Tyler Warren is an unbelievable tight end for the Colts. Tet McMillan, Quinshon Judkins. There's a number of guys who are just ahead at this point, just because of whether it's position, QB, or the starts that they're off to. But you put up another few games in prime time, especially, like old JCM has done here of late, you get yourself into the conversation.
So I wonder about, like, Genty's a good example. He was picked so high that I agree with you, as a Heisman Trophy winning superstar at the college level at Boise State, who everybody knew and talked about and watched nationally on TV last year because he was having this all-time season. And now as a rookie doing what he's done, which he's had one huge game where he had 3 touchdowns. Otherwise, it's been fairly quiet. But he's getting a lot more carries, and because of that, he has more yards. I would think you're right. Like, if you're Bill, you've got to far exceed his numbers just because of his fame and just because you're going to crown the guy that went in the top 10 that won the Heisman Trophy. It's a narrative-driven award. Humans are voting on it. But like a Judkins, honestly, I don't see it the same way. I don't think Quinshon Judkins is a guy that, like, you can't surpass or is super famous or anything like that.
No, he could.
He's playing very, very well, 4.8 yards per carry. But Bill's got more touchdowns. He's at much higher yards per attempt. Like, right now, he's higher in the odds because he's carried the ball a little bit more. But I don't worry as much about catching him. I think Genty's really tough. I think Egbuka's hard. And then any of the quarterbacks, which is mostly going to be maybe just, I guess, Cam Ward at 1-1, but he's not playing well. And then Jackson Dart. There's nobody else really have to worry about.
No, not at all.
Dart, who's going to play on national TV tonight, has a chance to take a big step.
No, but those you mentioned national TV. Those showcases, like you play really well against Chicago. You have a couple other primetime flex games here and there. That goes a long way towards making those deposits. You're healthy, available, and active, and doing what he's done, here of late for those games. That goes a long way in voters' minds.
What is a yardage total that he would have to get to, in your opinion, to have a legitimate chance to win Rookie of the Year? And I say this knowing that, again, running backs do not win this award in the NFL. In fact, if you look at the history of the winners, year over year over year, it's wide receivers and quarterbacks other than a running back here or there. You got Saquon Barkley in 2018. Todd Gurley, who had an awesome year. Remember him with the Rams in 2015?
Yeah. Badass.
God, he was a quick flash in the pan. People sleep. Eddie Lacy, who got very fat, but early
Relatable.
On,
Mm-hmm.
I can relate. I was on the Eddie Lacy program myself.
Yeah.
But in 2013, Eddie Lacy could do it. He could run. And then Adrian Peterson, 07. So really, we're going all the way back to when Vince Young was the Roy in 2006, when I'm graduating high school. There have been 4 running backs that have won the award. Peterson, Lacey, Gurley, and Barkley. That's it.
So two things have to happen. One, you probably need to be in that 1,200-yard, double-digit touchdown range, right? Just in terms of rush yards. Add in some receiving yards, yards from scrimmage, et cetera. Will be really, really nice. And then everything else has to crumble around you, right? The quarterbacks don't do anything of note. Egbuka, God forbid, has something happen to him. Where sort of the C's part. Because just as you said, it's become a flash fantasy football type award, and it's quarterback and then maybe the occasional receiver. Again, you mentioned it. Not that he wasn't deserving. Jaden Daniels won it last year. Got no problem with that. But Brock Bowers had a historic tight end season, and he didn't sniff it, right? Like, that's a season that would be good for any pass catcher. Talking about Bowers. Wasn't close to winning the award. And again, Jaden Daniels is my rookie of the year. I'd vote for him tomorrow if I could. But just what has to happen ahead of you, it's more about that than it is about the production. I think if you get 1,200 yards, double-digit TDs, you're now in the conversation.
You are, but if Jackson Dart has a good finish to the year, he beats you.
That's it. Yeah.
Or if Igbuka goes for 1,400, he beats you. Other guys notwithstanding, I think that's kind of a floor. I think to really have a true legitimate shot, he's probably got to run for 1,400 yards, which having 200 right now, 5 games in, makes that really, really difficult. Just because he's not getting enough carries. And by the way, there's no reason to believe he will as the year goes on either. That's the other thing about Bill. It's not like he's just going to be now the bell cow every single week moving forward. I don't think that's
They're not
going to
give him Jonathan Taylor carries.
No, he's not getting 20 a game. And I don't even think he's going to get like 90% of the carries like he did this past week. I still think that's going to be week to week. Chris Rodriguez is banged up and was actually not able to practice today. So maybe this isn't the week. But if you told me that in the next 2 weeks, there's a 10-carry game for Rodriguez or McNichols or something looming and Bills gets half of the touches again, that would not shock me. It's just been what they are doing. I don't necessarily agree with it. I want to give the kid as many touches as possible, but they're also thinking about the long game here and keeping him upright and healthy into the playoffs and making sure if you're playing a week 18 and a week 19 and you're in Tampa and you're in Detroit or wherever in the playoffs, that he can be on the field carrying the ball 15, 16 times. So that's something they got to bake in that I don't have to worry as much about when I sit here screaming about giving him the ball so you can put up some numbers.
Indeed, yeah. They don't have that problem in Vegas for Ashton Genty. He's going to get the ball.
Do you guys care about the Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams rivalry as top 2 picks and the discourse around those quarterbacks? We're going to get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Bears. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt Bill was named the Rookie of the Week for the second time this season. Taking a look at today's practice report for the team, 3 players did not practice. Terry McLaurin, guess he got some work in on the side field, but he missed practice once again with his quad injury. Chris Rodriguez did not practice with a calf injury. Debo did not practice with a heel injury and a veteran rest day. John Bates and Noah Brown were both limited. Sam Cosme practiced in full. Jaden also on the injury report, but he was able to practice in full as well. Other injuries around the league, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson still not at practice, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also did not practice. Thursday Night Football tonight, Eagles and Giants, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Giants going to be without wide receiver Darius Slayton, but they do get running back Tyrone Tracy back in the fold tonight. In basketball, USA Basketball expected to name Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra as the new head coach of the men's team. And in hockey last night, the Capitals began their season with a loss to the Bruins 3-1. They're back in action on Saturday against the Islanders. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
How much you pay attention at all to the other quarterbacks in your draft class from last year, or this early in the year? And if so, what have you kind of seen, particularly from Caleb and Drake?
He's been doing his thing, so I always keep up with like football in general. So he's been doing his thing, and we got our hands full coming up on Monday night with him and his offense. Is just a whole team in general.
Prepared for you to tell me no, but do you pay? He was number one. You were number two. Does it none of that matters?
Nah. He got drafted number one. I got drafted 2. Nothing we could do to change that.
It's kind of an interesting answer there. Nothing we could do to change that. Huh. Jaden Daniels, Ben Standig asking the questions. He of Substack Standig fame. Last man standing. So Jaden Daniels on the season completing 59% of his passes right now. He's got 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Through 4 games, Caleb Williams has played 1 more game. 62% of his passes, 7.1 yards per attempt. Jaden about 6.8. Williams has 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Very, very early on, too small of a sample to look a whole lot at this season. So I think the better deal is to look at the 20 and 21 games respectively. Daniels, obviously last year, waved a wand over this organization and with some magical MVP caliber dust, turned this thing into a real contender and took Washington deep into the playoffs to the NFC Championship game. I would say it goes without saying Commanders fans are giddy about the choice that was made. That Caleb Williams went 1. They feel like that was a blessing that Caleb Williams didn't come here and that Jaden Daniels was picked 2nd. Now, I was texting with a buddy of mine today who's a Bears fan. And he said, I just hate the whole conversation about Jaden and Caleb. He's like, we're both really happy with our quarterbacks. I wonder if that's actually the truth. In his mind, kind of double-clicking on that, he's saying, we're pumped that we took Caleb Williams. He's shown everything that we need to see to feel like he's the answer. He's going to be the long-term solution. Both organizations are happy with who they ended up with, essentially. We're both at the movie theater on our dates. You do your thing over in those seats. We'll do our thing over here. You buy that from Bears fans, that there's not a little bit of buyer's remorse?
No, I don't buy it at all. So a couple things on this. So it's inevitable that these two will be compared forever. They went 1-2. The same way Andrew Luck and Griffin would have been compared had their career arcs played out.
If you remember early in the careers of Marcus Mariota and Jameis Winston, when Winston went 1 to the Bucs and Mariota went 2 to the Titans, they played their first ever game against each other. And for the first couple of years, everything one of them did, it was like, who was right, who was wrong. Because what happens is all these analysts, all these fans, they pick a guy, they tell you who they think they like, and then you got to see who actually turned out good and who didn't, so to speak.
Yeah, had Ryan Leaf turned into something, it would have been Manning and Leaf. I mean, that's forever linked. That's a normal thing. Article a day ago in Sports Illustrated, Caleb Williams versus Jaden Daniels. Did the Bears draft the wrong QB? Whether it's Bears fans' fault or not, and I don't know every single Bears fan. I'm not speaking for everybody in general, but that would be exhausting. That's going to be thrown in your face. It's going to be discussed whether you want it to or not. So they had the number one pick and Washington didn't. And I know everyone knows that, but I think that's intrinsic and important to this entire discussion. From Chicago's perspective, they could have chosen either. Washington couldn't have. So from Washington's perspective, whichever one they hadn't taken, whichever one Chicago didn't take, was probably going to be there at number 2. So who knows what they thought about Caleb Williams? If he'd been here, I would have been optimistic. I still think that guy can really play. I think that's going to work out. I think he's really good. I think he and Ben Johnson will be good together in terms of an offensive fit, design, etc. They're going to have good skill guys. I think eventually maybe they'll figure it out there, and they might have a 4,000-yard passer for the first time pretty much ever, right there in Chicago. But it worked out so well here, and Jaden Daniels is so wonderful, and I never considered the possibility of Caleb Williams because of how locked in on him the Bears were. So for me, it was never one of those, with the Skeens Cruz thing. I love Dylan Cruz. I'm a huge Cruz fan. If you can remember those discussions though leading up to it, the pulse was that Pittsburgh was actually going to take Dylan Cruz and not Paul Skeens. And I'm sitting there dreaming about Paul Skeens, and it would have been so much fun to have him. Never an option for Washington. They didn't have the option of Skeens because he was taken away from them, so they went Dylan Cruz. So that's all you do. But it never occurred to me that they were going to take Caleb Williams. And the reason I bring that up is I don't really care that much about Williams versus Daniels. But I'm also not naive enough to deny the fact that it's absolutely a thing. It will be the graphic that they enter the game with, the game story when the Monday Night Football crew start talking, Buck and Aikman, they'll talk about both guys. There'll be a pregame thing. They'll let you know that this is what's happening. This is who's important. It's the side-by-side comparisons. And it's not going away with the Hail Mary the way it went last year and Daniels scuffling and Williams almost still in the game there in the late minutes. This thing is not going anywhere, and Bears fans are always going to be asked about it. So, yeah, it's going to be a thing on their mind.
Yeah, we talked about the budding rivalry between the organizations. And the biggest reason for the two fan bases having animus toward one another, I think, is the constant debate about the quarterbacks. And I do think there's a little brother syndrome thing here with the Bears because they had the choice of everybody and chose Caleb Williams, and he has been worse than Jaden Daniels to this point. That's just a fact. I mean, there's basically no metric by which you can compare the two guys, juxtapose the numbers and the performance, and say that Caleb Williams has been better than Jaden Daniels. I would even make the case that he had a better situation last year in terms of talent and personnel and some of the things around him than Daniels did. Now, what has to be acknowledged is that while there was a time, go back and pull the audio before week 1 last year, where I was saying Caleb Williams might have the best situation of any rookie quarterback in history because of the receivers and the backs and all of the things they had. He had a terrible coaching situation. The Bears did the thing that is stupid, that teams do, that they shouldn't do, where a bad head coach who's going to be fired probably was retained. They hired an offensive coordinator that was a bad fit that they hired and fired pretty quickly in season last year. So he had multiple guys calling plays, multiple guys on the offensive side he's learning from. He's effectively now had 3 play callers and 3 different offenses and 2 head coaches in the span of 13 months or whatever. This is quite literally how you ruin a quarterback. Like they tried their best, did everything they could in year 1 from a coaching practice standpoint to ruin your 1-1 at quarterback. I think Ben Johnson will save their bacon a little bit here because now you go get one of the sharpest offensive minds in the league. You bring him in and you say, please be a quarterback whisperer for us. Please get this quarterback who played badly and looked flawed last year to play at a different level and look like a franchise QB now.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
But Danny, Jaden's been better. And that's where I think all of the hostility comes from. A jealousy about the fact that let's go election day style, where you go, those little boards they set up in the high school cafeteria or whatever, and you take your folder in and you bubble in the governor's name coming up on the Virginia gubernatorial race. By the way, why is it gubernatorial?
That's a great question.
How does the governor election become goob?
Why can't you just say governor's race? But they call it the gubernatorial.
Why goob?
I don't know.
Where does goob come from?
I don't know.
We don't call it the gubernatorial race when it's a presidential election.
I certainly don't. I'm not about to start either.
Is that a term I don't know about? Like, who are you voting for in the gubernatorial?
In the gubernatorial.
That's not a thing, right?
No, gubernatorial. Runs your Deadpool.
Anyway, when you take your little folder in that little room, if Bears fans had to say stick with Caleb Williams or take Jaden Daniels right now, and no one found out how you voted, what percentage of them are saying Jaden Daniels?
Well, what they're doing now is they're holding on to the fact that Williams is off to a better start. I put that in quotes this year than Daniels is. First couple of games for Daniels, injury, etc. So the numbers right now look better for Caleb Williams. And so all of a sudden, that's like we took enough flack this past year, thinking of the Bears fans, etc., because of our boob GM, the dumb coaching situation, etc. Caleb Williams didn't look particularly good. They went 5-12 despite starting with a winning record. Hail Mary, post that broke them, etc. They took a lot of you-know-what. It went downhill. And the fact that it's not really for me, this is irrelevant, but for them, it's looked better, quote-unquote, this year than it has for Washington. Everybody's so excited now and Duncan and saying, see, we got our right guy.
Yeah, Williams has been better than Daniels so far, and we're 5 weeks into the season. Daniels played 2 games, one of which he got hurt in, and missed a couple of games, then came back and played a game where he looked a lot better, looked like himself. But yeah, that's fine. I'll tip my cap and say if we're just doing this if you want to play this on a month of sample where a guy played a game and a half before he got hurt, okay, you could claim victory on the first month of the season. That's fine. Would they bet on the last 3 quarters of the season on Williams outperforming Daniels? Would they do that right now?
I would not.
But I want an answer to my question. Best you can guess. What percentage of Bears fans do you really think would you get the bubble in one of the two in the gubernatorial race here? Stick with Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels was the pick, and you've had him now for a year and change?
I think it's probably 50-50.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking like 80% of Bears fans would take Jaden.
I think it's, if they were correct, they would. If they were smart, they would. But that's not what a fan is, right? I mean, you're sitting there going, I love this dude. I'm so excited.
They have the Caleb Williams jersey, because they remember the big moment, the great throw, the great play. I mean, he just misses so many things. There's some really ugly misses from him. He's such an inconsistent player. Off platform, and you confuse him a little bit. You make him hold the ball. Next thing you know, he's skipping balls into people.
And then 2 plays later, it's like, that was jaw-dropping. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
what an unbelievable talent. You're right.
Incredible ceiling.
He's infuriating in that way. But yeah, I'll take Jaden Daniels every time, please, and thank you. But again, I still think Caleb Williams is going to be good. So for me, this is not, I know I'm bringing up the topic and interested in discussing it, also while saying I'm not that concerned about the rivalry. And I wonder from Washington's perspective, they're like us. They're the Midwest version of us. Couldn't find a quarterback. No one was any good at it. They're never consistent, never good. The occasional flare up here and there, the weird 13-win team that wins on punt blocks and defense for you. But for the most part, it's bad management, terrible ownership, a group that just doesn't have a chance, and everyone else in the division takes turns whooping your butt. And you're at the bottom almost every year with the occasional flare up. Them and us are real similar. We now are competent. Washington is competent. We got 1 year under our belt, by the way, of competence. I'm not sitting there giving myself a parade based on that, but I'm working on my second year straight of competence.
The guy that's lost 30 pounds telling everyone else how to lose weight when they're still big and heavy.
Yeah, right. I'm not necessarily doing that. What I am saying is I empathize with them. I get Chicago's viewpoint. I am you. I see a lot of them ourselves in each other. I got one. I got the monster at the end of the level. I have the thing that I've craved my entire life. Maybe you do too. I don't know. To me, it's not a rivalry that I'm concerned about at all, but I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, so what's the angle? Because you wanted to talk about this,
yes,
and you're kind of now poo-pooing the idea of like,
I know.
I don't really care about it. So I guess I'll just ask you, what angle do you want to go with here?
Do you care about this rivalry? Because it's a thing. It exists. And I heard a great discussion about it on the Junks this morning, which is what spawned the conversation. 800-636-1067. We talked about this as a team rivalry yesterday a little bit, and some people said yeah, most people said no, but these two are forever linked because of the Bears' decision.
So it's funny because I do care. Not care is the wrong word. I am fascinated by who's playing better and who isn't, and who people would buy stock in and who they wouldn't. Like, I'd throw Drake May into the equation, Bo Nix into the equation, Michael Penix into the conversation. Washington had a choice between all of these quarterbacks. It looks like they took the guy that makes the most sense for their program and is going to have a great future and is a superstar and hopefully is going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. It was only a few weeks ago entering the season when people were saying in town, this is the 5th best quarterback in the league behind the Big Four. You got the Mount Rushmore of Burrow and Mahomes and Brady and Allen. After that, who's the next best? And everyone was ready to kind of just put Jaden in Sharpie. I think there's still a chance he could be that guy. But it's a great quarterback class. So your point is you don't really care what Drake May becomes in New England.
No.
Or what Michael Penix becomes in Atlanta. I do.
Which I get.
Not because I care, like, to the sense of should Washington have taken Michael Penix. That's not my point. They're all, like, we studied all of them, spent months watching these guys and trying to figure out who was going to be good or who wasn't. How do you just turn that off now to not be interested? I'm not asking you. I'm just saying.
How does one?
rhetorically.
Yeah.
Like, I can't. So, yeah, I if you are convinced of something before the draft, it'd be like saying to Paul Taboni, well, you guys didn't draft this player that you scouted and had on your board. Do you still follow him in the minors? Sure. I bet he does. He had a bunch of evals and wrote this guy up, and this is what I think he's going to be. I'll bet you're following guys in every system. But let's take calls on this next. We'll hit the phones with you guys. 800-636-1067. Do you care about what the other quarterbacks, the other young guys, especially because Caleb Williams went 1 or Drake May went 3 or whatever, sandwiching Jaden Daniels? Do you care what those guys are doing? And specific to the Williams-Daniels rivalry that gets renewed this weekend, are you interested in it? Is it something you are tracking and monitoring? It certainly seems like right now it's been all Daniels. Through 20 games for him and 21 for Caleb Williams. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Bears on Monday Night Football. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was named Rookie of the Week for the second time this season after his 150 total yard day, along with 2 touchdowns. Taking a look at the injury report for the game for Washington, 3 players didn't practice. Terry McLaurin with a quad injury, Chris Rodriguez with a calf injury, Deebo Samuel with a heel and a rest day. John Bates and Noah Brown were both limited for the Bears. 4 players didn't practice today: Jaquan Brisker, Grady Jarrett, Kyle Monungai, and Darnell Wright. Other injuries in the NFL: Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson still not practicing, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also wasn't at practice today. Thursday Night Football tonight, Eagles and Giants at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Giants wide receiver Darius Slayton out for the matchup tonight, while Tyrone Tracy will be back in the lineup for the Giants. In the NBA, Lakers small forward LeBron James is going to miss some time with sciatica nerve damage, 3 to 4 weeks, meaning he'll likely miss the Lakers season opener, which comes up in just under 2 weeks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What do you think your draft class of quarterbacks is going to be known for at the end of the day?
Pretty badass class, right? Yeah. 6 QBs going within first round and first 12. Yeah, so it's a pretty good draft class. Obviously, guys are playing well, just about all the guys. So, I think it's going to turn out like a good class. Obviously, be competing versus these guys for a long time and, excited about it.
Caleb Williams coming back home. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. Williams looks very much improved and has just been a better version of the inconsistent player we saw last year. He's not ironed out the wrinkles. I actually think that's always going to be part of his game because there is this element of off-schedule chaos that he brings to the table. So I think there's always going to be, when he holds the ball, when you get him patting the football a little bit, he's just going to miss pretty rampantly, or there's going to be more floor to his bad plays, but it's the special ones he can make that very few guys can. The really unique, elite level throw, crazy arm talent plays where you go, damn, Caleb Williams is really good. I mean, he'll have you thinking at different points during the game, this guy's top 10 to, wow, this will not work. Not in a way that most guys can't, honestly.
You saw it last year in the game that they should have won, but they got Hail Married. He wasn't good for, 56 minutes in that game? But the last few minutes, he made play after play after play, scrambling, off schedule, tough throws, getting clocked. So 10 for 24 for $131, sacked a few times, does not inspire, a legion of great fans. That was just numbers for the game. But I'm telling you, those last couple minutes, you went, holy crap, that was unbelievable. That's why you invest. That's why you're patient with a guy with that kind of talent.
Right, let's hit the phones. Do you guys care about the rivalry between these two quarterbacks that went 1 and 2? Philip, we'll start with you in Silver Spring. How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, buddy.
You bet.
I don't think that I think it's a little bit different. I think the organizations may care more than you think, especially our organization, given that Ben Johnson slighted us. Between the players, I don't think Caleb Williams cares as much. Jaden Daniels is a very introverted person. He holds things in. Apparently, he was not even invited to the workout for the Bears. He may not say it. He may deflect all the questions, but deep down, I promise you, it's burning him inside.
As kind of like a means of motivation, in other words?
Absolutely. Yeah. He's somebody who introverted guys hold grudges. They have no other way to release it.
I'll tell you right now, his answer to me at the end of what he said to Standig, I actually took that to mean there is aggravation that he didn't go 1. And I don't think it's obviously he wants to be here now that he's met DQ, that he's worked in this building, that he knows Adam Peters, that he's tight with Cliff Kingsbury, that all of his best friends are his teammates. He's part of the brotherhood. But the idea that they didn't take you first after you had 50 touchdowns in the SEC, you won the Heisman Trophy, play the cut again. I mean, he says there's nothing we can do about it or something like that. As if to say, you'd like to do something about it.
You made your mistake.
I don't say that after something great happens. Like, you don't come up to me and hand me an Uncrustable and a Coke Zero with ice, and I'm like,
well, you something we can do about that?
And you're like, yeah. And I'm going, well, there's nothing I can do about that. No, I say that when I go, Danny, can I have an Uncrustable? You're like, dude, I just ate the last one. No, there's nothing I can do about it.
prepared for you to tell me no, but do you pay? He was number one. You were number two. Does it none of that matters?
Nah, he got drafted number one. I got drafted 2. Nothing we can do to change that.
To change that. As if you'd like to change that, maybe. And I think if he had his druthers, obviously he'd like to be a Commander who went first overall. Like Washington traded up and got him. But yeah, by the way, he should feel that way. You were in a competition with a bunch of people that you outperformed in your final year of college, and then this dude goes before you in the draft. Who was the previous Heisman Trophy winner, by the way. You were the last 2 to win it. Let's go to Shane in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy.
We're great.
Hey, Commander, can you grab the whole of this ship and put Lieutenant Grant back on mopping the floor? Is this a Commander's network or a Bears network? I mean, come on. So here's the thing. It's obviously Jaden Daniels is going to be the better quarterback of the two. He was a better quarterback in college. He played in bigger games in college. And last time I checked, he beat him head-to-head. He's 1-0 against him. So I would take Jaden Daniels over. Number one, I don't want my quarterback painting his fingernails and his toenails, too. Let's call it what it is. So, no, I want a man's quarterback, and that's what we got.
A man's quarterback. That took a turn there, Shane.
Absolutely. You know what, though? Look, who would you rather have, Grant? Who would you have right now?
Obviously, it's Jaden. But I don't know what you heard at the beginning of the topic. That isn't the topic, honestly. Like, if anyone would take Caleb Williams over Jaden Daniels right now, you're related to Caleb Williams or you're wrong. Based on what we've seen through 20 games, Jaden Daniels, it's night and day better. He's had a better career to this point. And just based on the skill sets, to me, it's not close. Like, it's Jaden Daniels by a mile. That's not even really what we're talking about. We're talking more about the idea of, do you care about what happens with the other one? Danny says, no, I don't really care. Do you care about the rivalry? I am interested in the rivalry. I think it's fun.
So here's where I would care, and I'll sort of qualify this a little bit. Let's say Daniels wasn't very good, as has happened here in Washington a million times, when they finally pony up and draft someone really high, whether it's Heath Schuler or name that quarterback over the years, and then guys that go after him thrive. Like when the Wizards punted on the draft entirely in one that had Steph Curry, or took Jan Vesely instead of Kemba Walker or Kawhi Leonard. It's infuriating when that happens. It's beyond blood boiling. It's absurd. But when you take, when you're 1-1 in San Antonio and you take Victor Wembanyama and he's splendid, I'm not really concerned what else happened after that, unless somebody supersedes him and he, it goes south and he gets bad. But because this is the answer to all my prayers, like the thing that I've begged for decades, where it's the easy button.
Let me pose the question this way then, because you just opened my eyes to something else. Like, the way that Daniels performs has nothing to do with it for me, in the way of, like, my interest is, maybe this is like a cop-out straw man thing, but, like, I'm super interested in how Joe Flacco plays for the Bengals this week. Like, I changed my schedule Sunday morning so that I could see Dylan Gabriel's debut. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I am interested in the league in a way where it's way too big a priority in my life, and, like, I want to see with quarterbacks who's good and who isn't and watch them for myself. So I am fascinated. But let's say Daniels plays the whole year how he's played this stretch of the season, which I do not think is the case. I think last year is closer to being the real thing than this year. But let's just say that Daniels, who, if you're comparing, I'm just picking a number, but like QBR or something this year is way behind Caleb Williams or whatever. But like what we've seen so far is what sophomore Jaden Daniels is. And at the end of the year, what you're saying then is, if Drake May is rated higher than him in all these things, and Caleb Williams is rated higher than him in all these lists of guys you'd want, now all of a sudden you care more about how those guys are playing?
Yes.
That's interesting.
That's precisely it. Like, but if Daniels somehow falls off and these other guys thrive, now I get my buyer's remorse. Now I get the things that I would care about.
Well, that explains why the Bears fans care so much.
And they're, God dang it, man. Literally where I was going. Yes, that's the point. Is because that rookie here with a terrible situation, which I actually was wrong about. I thought it was going to be great, but I underestimated.
How can any of us know that Shane Waldron and Caleb Williams would basically hate each other's guts?
Yeah, the Eberflus-Waldron tandem was not going to work out, and they fired everybody. And now there's a chance for it to. So it's almost like a rookie year 2.0 for Williams, as he kind of knows what it's like to be in the league, but has to learn everything brand new. But a good situation when you add in Rome Odunze and DJ Moore and Van Johnson in the mix. But that to me is how the Bears fans got here, where the article doesn't write, if both were great, nobody would be writing the article, right? But they're right. Did the Bears select the wrong guy? That was yesterday in Sports Illustrated. All the last year, they heard every sports talk show up there, Monsters of the Midway. Did the Bears take the wrong guy in the draft? And
By the way,
they're all doing that
didn't
crap.
even look at other guys.
I know.
The Tyler Dunn story is an all-timer if you haven't heard that, read that in his Substack. But like the scouting process, some of the anecdotes in that story are stunning. They didn't have their scouts dive into Jaden Daniels. They didn't watch Drake May tape, and they would put together bad clips of those guys and good clips of Williams to just confirm their priors. That's like how the GM did it. They didn't want to get to know the other guys. They didn't meet with them. They didn't sit down with them. That's insane when you have the number one pick. But they made up their mind before the process started, which is a joke. This was Logan Paulson on Take Command. We have a new episode previewing the Commanders and the Bears that dropped today. You can get it when we're done tonight, wherever you get your audio. Good film breakdown on Chicago's offense and defense from Logan. This was him talking about Caleb.
Ben Johnson's done a really good job of kind of finding explosive pass plays, but also just finding easy buttons in general. Like, here's an easy throw, here's an easy read, here's a nice play action shot down the field. The thing that sticks out to me, Grant, is when they don't have that, he's not super comfortable just like reading it out. And you can see that in terms of ball time to throw, right? So it's like you want to kind of be in this sweet spot. You don't want him holding the ball for 4 seconds because he knows how to run around and kind of break coverages. You don't want him to kind of get the ball out of his hand super quick. But when he's in that kind of no man's land where it's like, hey, I got to kind of go from 1 to 2 to 3, it gets a little bit dicey. His mechanics with his feet get a little bit weird, and he'll throw some of the worst misses I've seen NFL quarterbacks throw in a long time. Like, his down to down, I'd say, is definitely trending in the right direction. But like Grant, like, he gets out there, he tries to accelerate his feet, and he'll one hop a dig to a receiver over the middle of the field. And I can't think of a guy that I've seen do that. In the same breath, Grant, he's got some of the best throws you've seen all year, just kind of weird arm angles, body contorting, ball pushing down the field. So there's this weird dichotomy where it's like the bad is really bad, the good is really good. And I think the thing that comes to the forefront is the middle then is not great, and I think that's where you want him living as much as possible in this land where he's got to kind of make these decisions, get a little bit of pressure on him. And I think that's one of the reasons why the offense feels so clunky.
I think when you can keep him on schedule, it actually helps you a lot defensively, which is different than a lot of other passers.
I agree with that.
When you want to get them off their mark,
but you don't want to. You actually don't want to give him happy feet because when he starts moving, then some electric stuff happens.
But if you could take away his first look, as Logan's saying, that's where when you watch him, man, it's like, really? That's the throw? But just when you're out, just when you go, okay, this guy's just too inconsistent. He'll have back-to-back throws that no one else in the league can make. And you're like, damn. All right, I get it now. By the way, time to throw for him this year, 2.98 seconds. Now, his sacks have come down, to his credit, but it's the longest time to throw in the NFL. He holds the ball longer than anybody else. So going into a matchup against a team with a top 6 sack rate, this could get interesting. Let's go to Patrick in Spotsylvania on Grant and Danny. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, y'all. I'll be honest with you guys. When we beat them on the Hail Mary last year, did you guys ever watch the video where you see Caleb Williams? He's about to go on the field and kind of rush the field, and then you see his face just drop because they lost the game.
Oh, he looks so sad. Yeah, I've seen it.
I watch that video whenever I'm sad to make me happy. I get so much joy from that because I care so much about this rivalry, guys. And it's not even just because. I'll say this. I think it boils down to, it kind of adds a layer to football where, if you guys remember the 2004 draft, when you think about Roethlisberger, Eli Manning, and Phillip Rivers, there's people that still argue about those quarterbacks today. You could take it or leave that, Phillip Rivers may have been pretty technically good, but Eli has the rings, and Big Ben's probably the best out of those, but you'll get arguments from the fan bases with that. I feel pretty similar to this, to where I want to make sure that when it's said and done, Jaden Daniels has the most championships, and I don't have to make the excuse, well, Caleb Williams had this kind of team, or Jaden had an elite defense. No, Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback, and he's won championships. That's really what I want at the end of this, more than Drake May.
I get it.
More than Bo Nix. For some reason, Caleb Williams, it just irks me a little bit more. Like, I want him to lose more than Jaden Daniels. I want Jaden Daniels to win. Maybe it's because he wasn't picked first overall. I kind of have Jaden's back with that. Again, not to say that I'm sad. I'm glad we have him, but you guys kind of get my thought
but it is a reality for him, what we're talking about. And you're saying basically because you think Jaden is the guy and better than the other guys, you don't necessarily care about what other people are doing. His is the opposite. He's so prideful about his guy. And
It better happen every week. Yeah.
I guess I'm more on his side where it's like he's so happy that he's got Daniels and that for him, Washington was right and the other teams, including and specifically Chicago, weren't. That like he gets more enjoyment out of monitoring everybody else to see Jaden as the dude. 800-636-1067. It's Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bears fans on social media. Every incompletion from Jaden seems like some referendum. There's clearly a little bit of envy there. Do you think this rivalry is just early career stuff, or do you think this lasts for a long time? This is the Fan. Hello, I'm Grant. The FanDuel Sportsbook's a lot of fun. You can check out FanDuel Thursday Night Football, the FanDuel Sportsbook. There is a great opportunity for you to take part in tonight's action. You got to bet on an anytime touchdown score for Thursday Night Football, and if you guess right on who's going to score a touchdown, first or last touchdown, $2 million in bonus bets getting divvied up with all the winners. You could be one of those winners. Again, you pick a player to score a touchdown. They got to score first or last. If you're not first, you're last, but you can be first or last. And then you're going to share the $2 million divvied up between all the winners in the bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP, FanDuel.com/GP. We got a little Thursday night till tonight. Eagles, Giants. Looking forward to NFC East football. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply. Profit boost token. Select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all participants who make the correct pick, first or last touchdown. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bears Commanders Monday Night Football. That means Caleb Williams is back in the DMV, and a rivalry between top picks is renewed. On G&D, we're taking you up to 6:30. Tomorrow, we're out in Reston at Char Bar. That is the bar restaurant at the JW Marriott, the brand new, beautiful hotel in Reston.
It is newly constructed, and that place is immaculate. Gorgeous, comfortable, great ambiance. There's your buzzword of the day. The foodstuffs, everything I had was unbelievable. I think you could say the same. And that doesn't even include the chocolate football situation that we had there. They took great care of us last time. Cannot wait to go back and see you guys.
Let's go to Chris, who's in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris? How are you?
What's up, gentlemen? It's mostly more or less a curiosity to me to keep up on Caleb Williams. Right now, Jade Daniels is hands down the better player. And yes, I want him to continue to outperform because that means Jade Daniels is doing well. But the thing that really I can't say about Caleb Williams is the Jim Edmonds of quarterbacks, right? Like, people saw Jim Edmonds make a lot of diving catches, overhead catches, and think he's the greatest center fielder ever, when in reality, the defensive metrics don't really bear that out. And I think the fans saw some flashy scramble plays at USC on YouTube and deemed this guy the greatest thing ever. He's Johnny Manziel / Kyrie Irving with a little bit better marketing.
So I'm not playing the Johnny Manziel game.
Appreciate you, dude.
Manziel didn't belong in the NFL and couldn't cut it. Caleb's already proven to be more capable than that. I certainly understand the
But I see the
idea.
point of, like, the hype hasn't matched.
Yeah, and there are players who are more sizzle reel than player. You know what I mean? Like, the highlight package of certain dudes in the NBA or whatever are better than the idea of them better than the execution. I totally get what he's saying, and maybe Caleb does become that guy. Because I think it's true. If you just take his 10 best plays from last year, you put them together in a highlight reel, you go, oh my goodness.
Put him up against anybody's 10 best, yeah?
But down in and down out, are you taking a guy like that who is out of structure and can't quite figure it out when it's just 3 steps, hitch, fire? You'd rather the Derek Carr, Jared Goff sometimes, because it's just like he's just not executing the play. It's like, dude, it's right there for you. What are you seeing? What aren't you seeing? So I understand what you're getting at, but he's so young in this thing, and he's getting better all the time. That's the other thing I want to acknowledge with Caleb Williams. A quarter way into his sophomore season, he has made major strides this season. Can't we all acknowledge that?
100%.
Like, he's been way better early on than he was last year.
Numbers buoyed a bit extra by that unbelievable Dallas game, but he still gets credit for it, right? 300
that
yards,
game
4
happened.
touchdowns, etc. But even still, this is better than his start last year, and it's not close.
Are we, if we're taking those out, we got to take Jaden's best game out.
Absolutely.
So the idea of that game is why, sure, that game happened. Bet you Jaden's got a 3-touchdown gem in there where a defense wasn't that great too. Like, that's how numbers work. Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls. What's up, man?
Gentlemen, thanks. I'm going to stop by and see you guys tomorrow, too. That's about 10 minutes from my house.
Oh, sweet. You're going to have yourself a good meal, I'll bet you. That's a great
I might be
restaurant.
with wife and son. They'll tell me about the meals. I'll tell them about happy hour cocktails. But here's what I think happened. The Bears, a lot of people had the Bears making the playoffs last year. Some people had them winning the NFC Central. They were supposed to see this jump. The Commanders, not so much. So the Bears fans kind of became mad at social media because it didn't deliver, and Jaden did. So the natural thing is like, no, our guy's still good. Now we have the coach in place. Now we're going to show you what he is. Now that we have a stable environment to support him, we're going to show you what he is. I think Commanders fans would be doing the same thing if the roles were reversed. But I don't think there's a rivalry. There's going to be a rivalry if it's like the Falcons game last year where it's Jaden versus Williams. Winner gets in the playoffs. If they meet in the playoffs, I think that's the only way this thing has legs. They don't live in the same division. They're not going to play every year. But the ability for the league to showcase number 1 and number 2 hitting means a lot. That's why they're always on. That's why national pundits are talking about them. It's good for the sport if the number 1 and number 2 pick hit, especially at quarterback. That's why it's always kind of in the air and being talked about, because it's good for the league. So I know you got a lot of calls. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, dude.
Yeah, it's a TV show about quarterbacks. That's what the NFL is, and these are the 2 guys that were picked at the top of the board. I agree with this point on the rivalry. If you're not in a division, it's really hard. These two teams have played 4 years in a row.
It's been uncanny, yeah.
And these two guys are going head-to-head for a second straight year. It's possible it happens again over the next couple of years, a few times. And so if you play enough, I think, especially if they're big games, get into the playoff type games, as you said, that could do some heavy lifting. But it's not between the players. I don't even think it's between the teams. This is a fan thing. And it is a Bears fan base driven thing where I do just think it's an envy deal. You drafted a guy, as you said, you thought you were going to be a 10-plus win team. You thought you were going to make the playoffs. Neither of those things happened. And then the guy that went 2 had one of the great rookie years ever, was way better than your guy, and the team went all the way to the NFC Championship.
And you
game.
went 5-12 after losing to them in miraculous fashion.
And you fired coordinators
Yeah.
in season, and you blew out your staff after the season. Other than that, it was a pretty good year. Melvin's in Bowie. What's up, Melvin?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Now, I got a couple of things. I'll say this. We go back to RG3 and Andrew Luck. What did we think of that?
That's a good one. Yep. That's a good one.
RG3 was, Rookie of the Year. Look who ended up with the better career, but he left. So I look at it
Let me
like
ask
this.
you this, Melvin, because I don't remember. Maybe it was just because our guy was really good. I don't remember, like in 13 or 14, after the Griffin thing went off the rails, Washington fans being obsessed with trying to take away from Luck's success, like Bears fans.
No, it was done then because, it was just like, wow. But I did still look and go, look at Luck still rolling. Luck was rolling.
Yes, he was.
That team going well. So here we go. Who wouldn't have took Caleb Williams in the beginning? In the beginning, what was we thinking? We'll take either one of these guys. We was hoping Caleb Williams slipped at first. But I am so glad we got Jaden Daniels. I'm with Grant. I'm with Danny on that. Jaden is doing it. So yeah, I look at all 4 of these guys. What is it? 5 of them. I compared the stats at every end of every game last year, and I was glad our guy was the best one.
So you got
I'm telling you,
a
I went in,
spreadsheet there.
I looked at it. And then the last thing is I look at the name who you will not name eventually because they will get more than 350 yards. I hope not. I mean,
Ben Johnson, one of the great play designers in the league. Yeah, Ben Johnson. I'm
Yeah,
familiar
they're
with
getting
him.
more than 350.
Yeah, outstanding offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. I know his work.
He
Ben
just wants the
Johnson
alert.
alert.
That's all.
Ben Johnson alert.
And so when I look at it and I say, I agree with Grant, I agree with Danny on that. I mean, you do want that apology. We are, who wants to be rejected? We got rejected, so that adds on to it. That makes it worse for Caleb
But you're
Williams.
happy now, Melvin. You got rejected. You picked yourselves up by the bootstraps. You got back on Tinder. The next hookup was Dan Quinn. And now you're married with kids. Everybody's happy. You've moved on. You grew up. It's over. Ben Johnson's doing his thing. You're doing your thing. You bump into him out at dinner. He looks fine. I'm pretty happy, too. Look at my new boo thing.
Well, why doesn't that work for the quarterback then? For all the people that we talked about endlessly and dissected and figured out who would be the best?
You got to talk to Bears fans. I don't know. I don't know why they can't get over it. They're obsessed.
They are.
Well, I know why. Because it's not the same. It's not analogous. They're not happy. in your situation, you're happily married and you love this new girlfriend. They're not as happy. They're in an unhappy relationship, a lot of them, where they're not convinced this is the one. They haven't proposed yet. They haven't gotten married because they're like, it's okay. It seems like it's getting a little better, but I know that was the one that got away. That one right there?
Yeah.
That was the one I wanted
Well,
to
it's not like you went round 7 either. It was one pick later.
Yeah. All they had to do was say the name. G&D on the Fan, Thursday Night Football in the division tonight, plus our confidence points picks. As we continue on Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders are on to week 6, where they'll take on the Bears on Monday Night Football. Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky Bill was named the Rookie of the Week for the second time this season. Taking a look at the injury report for Monday's game, wide receiver Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel didn't practice today, as well as running back Chris Rodriguez. Deebo dealing with a heel injury and a rest day. Calf injury for Chris Rodriguez, quad injury for Terry McLaurin. John Bates and Noah Brown were both limited as well for Chicago. Jaquan Brisker, Grady Jarrett, Kyle Monangai, and offensive lineman Darnell Wright did not practice. Other injuries around the league, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson still not practicing for Baltimore, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also missed practice today. Thursday Night Football tonight kicks off Week 6 of the NFL season. Eagles and Giants, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. For the Giants, Tyrone Tracy going to be back for the G-Men. Darius Slayton is out tonight. In the NBA, Lakers star forward LeBron James is going to miss time with sciatica. 3 to 4 weeks expected to be out for him. He'll miss the start of the season. And in hockey, the Capitals began their season last night with a loss to the Bruins, 3-1. Their next game is on Saturday against the Islanders. You can hear that one right here on the Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are going to get you our confidence points picks before we get out of here tonight for Thursday Night Football on 106.7 The Fan, deep into the evening. Speaking of which, let's turn our attention, Danny, to the Thursday night matchup. I always get a little fired up for NFC East football. I was actually asked today by the little boy at the house. He said, "Dad, what do we do? The Eagles are playing the Giants. How could we possibly root for one of those teams?" And I said, "We always pick the team that helps Washington the most if they win." He said, "Who's that?" I said, "That'll be the New York Football Giants."
That's your Giants. Roll Lucas, I'm sure. Jackson Dart fans tonight. Who's Lucas?
Who's Lucas?
I have no idea who Lucas is.
Lucas Oil Stadium?
I have no idea where I was going with Lucas. Lucas Dort? I don't know what was on my mind for Lucas.
Lucas Scaramosi? I think I went to high school with a kid with that name once.
No. Lucas Bond, a guy I knew from high school. That's not him. I have no idea who Lucas was.
Jackson Dart doesn't even look like a Lucas.
There's no Lucas there at all. There's nothing Lucas about that guy.
Cornelius Lucas.
Who?
You're on the clock.
What Lucas was I thinking? George? Star Wars related
George
stuff?
Lucas, back to me.
What are we doing?
Lucas. Greg Louganis? That's different.
No, I won't allow it.
Lucas. I think I have to tap out.
Yeah, Lucas Arts, a subsidiary made by George Lucas. I don't know. I got nothing. Anyway, yeah, Lucas Dort.
4-1, the Philadelphia Eagles. 1-4, the New York Giants. This is a matchup, 7.5-point spread in New York tonight for the visitors. I like the Eagles to cover that number. Short week. Jackson Dart was banged up, missed some practice time. He's going to play, but he's got a hamstring. I don't know if he's going to be 100% or if he even finishes the game. Maybe you got to go to the bullpen at some point. And there's something about the Eagles, too, where Philly, just when it seems like things start to go sideways or the walls are caving in just a tad, they seem to just come together a little bit. And like it's the most dramatic good team, as I talked about yesterday, ever. But they feed off of this in a sense.
Yeah, this feels like what they do, right? Where it's, the train is sort of teetering. It's, this is the time. Here comes the crash. And then it gets right back on the tracks. This feels like if I'm the Giants, damn it, they lost last week, right? And everything's swirling post-team meeting. We're the team, if I'm the Giants, we're the team that you want to play post-team meeting. This feels to me like an Eagles shellacking tonight.
Shellacking?
Like
wow,
Eagles
you think they're going to blow
I think the
them
Eagles
out.
are going to roll tonight.
Yes, this will be in your confidence points picks.
It will not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it that hard. But that's my prediction.
You just use shellacking, and you're not going to go with it in your confidence points?
No.
Okay. 24-13 is kind of what I'm thinking. I just feel like it's one of those games where the Giants turn the ball over a couple times. Drives don't result in points. They're going for a couple 4th and 1s they don't pick up or whatever. And it's competitive enough, but there's never a moment at any point where you think they're going to win. It's kind of how I feel about this one. But Eagles get to 5-1, all will be well in their world. And all of a sudden, in the NFC East, you're Washington, you're a fan, you're looking up at Philly. They keep stacking pennies, man. If they're 5-1, the Commanders have to beat the Bears to keep up, be within a game of Philadelphia, still play them twice. You can't slip up, though, because now you're 2 games back, still playing them and splitting at best, probably. So it just puts a little more pressure on Washington, on Dallas, the rest of the division going into the weekend ahead. You can get that early Thursday night win out of the way.
Without a doubt. So you get to, kick your mini bye week. You go through hell right there, the short week, and it's harder, especially after they lost this past week, and you have the airing of grievances, Festivus poll involved, and everything else. And now you go to a divisional rival with a great chance to get back on track and be 5-1.
I don't have a rival here.
Yeah.
Let's go to Darius Dameron for the latest scoreboard update on confidence points picks as we get ready to tell you who we've got going into the weekend.
And while it's important to not finish last, the person currently in last place is our previous winner. Ryan has 10 points and is currently in last place. Me and Danny are tied in third place with 11 points each. Grant's in second place with 14. Toby in the lead with 16 points.
Okay, if I join for a second, everybody's fine with that, right? We're all buddies. We're all in this thing together. You and Danny being tied is not new. It's just normally that you guys are at the bottom of the standing.
This is correct, yeah. But hey, we got the edge over Ryan right now, so we'll take it.
Clary, what's going on over there, bud? Hey, bud.
Hey, bud.
You know, I didn't pick the Lions for the first few weeks, and I picked them this past week. I think I just got to go back to my bread and butter, man. Cup of coffee.
It wasn't broken. You tried to fix it. Backfired on you a little bit.
It was bad, but I think we'll be back.
Did we pick a punishment yet
No.
for this season?
I don't think we picked a punishment last year either.
We did.
We did.
So Darius owes us 2 things, actually, having lost 2 years in a row.
Uh-huh.
And it's not even like he's welching. He's not going full Houtier on this thing. He's just, we haven't forced him to do it yet. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Like, we haven't actually been aggressive in saying, hey, you got to make it happen. But Darius owes us a photo shoot at Sears where he has to wear like a Speedo and a towel and goggles and do like one of his poses with a baseball bat where he's like acting like a baseball player. Just a bunch of props and stuff. We want to get those like Jostin's photos in the big package that comes.
Totally, yeah.
We'll find out actually when he's wearing the Speedo, whether that's the case or not. But then he's also got a second punishment that he's doing.
What was the second one?
He's got to sell lemonade out here on Half Street. Supposed to be before a Nats game, but the season's over.
Yeah.
But
we missed our window there, didn't we? We only had 80-some days.
There's going to be another Nats game coming.
There's a Chris Brown concert tonight.
It's true.
Could do that.
Sell some lemonade.
Until he makes $20 selling 50 cents worth of lemonade at a time. He's got to be out there selling lemonade on a lemonade stand on Half Street that he sets up. So hey, he owes us 2 punishments. I still think losers got to get a cat. I'm trying to push the cat thing.
You really are hammering the cat thing. Not as much as Ryan pushed the live in a cage and have vegetables thrown at you.
That was weird.
For months at a time.
You got to get in a cage and wear a mask and be on a leash and we'll throw apples at you.
You'd be naked. Everyone was wearing a mask and they torment you and video it.
That was tough.
That was like your first week on the show.
Yeah,
you were excited.
I was really excited for it. I thought I had a great idea, and then everyone just looked at me like I was a psycho, and I was kind of like, all right. Okay.
3 or 4 years later, looking back at young Clary's idea, were we the wrong ones or were you the wrong one there?
I mean, I still think it'd be a good bit.
Yeah.
But
for fraternity hazing.
For who?
Yeah. Not for you guys and not for Danny. I think Danny, I don't know. I think Danny lost that
But
one.
Grant would be fine. Living in a cage, getting veggies thrown at him.
I don't know.
Big fan of being naked in a cage on a leash.
Yeah. Danny couldn't handle it, but Grant would be just fine and dandy.
I'm a bet payer. I pay my dues. All right. Order of the standings. 3-point play. First place, Toby?
That would be me. I'm going to go to a game just up the road in Baltimore. Give me the Rams -7.5 against Baltimore, who's likely to be without Lamar Jackson and half of their defense again, or at least they're going to be without Lamar. The Ravens have struggled even when Lamar plays. They were awful last week against a Texans team that had struggled. The Rams coming across the country, a little bit worried about that, but I think they'll be all right. Give me the Rams -7.5 against the Ravens.
Like that. That's a big number. I'll take 3-point play. I'm going against my better judgment here. This is a smell test spot, Danny. This is one of those where the line doesn't make any sense. Something's a little fishy here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the Seattle Seahawks catching 1.5 in Jacksonville. Jacksonville's lived a charmed life. I think they stubbed their toe a little bit. Seattle's coming off of a loss. That's a good football team. They're right there in what should be a pick'em game. That's like minus 100-ish on the money line. I think minus 105. I'm going to take Seahawks plus 1.5 points for 3.
So the public is all over Jacksonville. Give me also Maryland Eastern Shore taking on Timonium State. They're 5-point underdogs, but hold on, let me say this. The sharp money's coming in on Timonium State. Take the points. Give me the Buffalo Bills, minus 4.5, Monday Night Football, part of a double dip the chip. It's like putting your whole mouth in the dip. They put the Falcons. I don't think the Falcons are all that good. I think the Falcons, we saw their best. I think they're fraudulent. Buffalo coming off a loss. I think it's woodshed time.
Speaking of teams that stink, the New York Jets stink, and Denver's going to have Denver has a -7 advantage over them. I'm going to take Denver's -7. Denver's rolling. I think that Philly win is just going to launch them to the stratosphere of rolling off some wins here over the next few weeks, and this is going to be one of them. So Denver -7 over the Jets over in London.
Speaking of teams that stink also, the Kansas City Chiefs are taking on the Detroit Lions. I've got the Lions plus 2.5. They are underdogs. I think they win this game outright by a touchdown. Watch out for a big night for Jared Goff. He seems to do pretty well in primetime games, especially against Patrick Mahomes. So I like the Lions covering plus 2.5.
2-point play for me. The 49ers have to go across the country to take on the best team in the NFC right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Give me the Bucs -3. They're rolling. And I still don't know what's going on with Brock Purdy, if it's going to be Mac Jones. Either way, both those guys are banged up. So give me the Bucs -3.
I'm going to take a bad Raiders team laying 4.5 points at home against the Tennessee Titans. I just think the Titans are more bad. I think Vegas wins this game by a touchdown or so. More physical, runs the football with Ashton Genty. I'll take the Raiders -4.5.
Carolina's awful. They've won a couple of games, so people don't know that they're awful, but they're awful. They have a football game. I'm picking against them. Give me Dallas -3.
Dylan Gabriel's second career start is going to be at Pittsburgh against a Pittsburgh team that's coming off a bye week. So I got Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh hanging -5.5 over Cleveland.
I think Mike Tomlin off a bye is kind of Andy Reid-esque too. His numbers with an extra week are pretty damn good covering the spread.
Ben Johnson alert, unfortunately. I've got the Bears plus 4.5 against the Commanders. This is going to be a shootout. Ben Johnson is going to scheme it up against this defense. I do think the Commanders win this game, but it's going to take a Hail Mary at the end. So Ben Johnson and the Bears plus 4.5.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
I'm going to repeat the same line that Danny loved from a couple of weeks ago. It's so big, I've got to take it. Cincinnati plus 14.5 against Green Bay. Joe Flacco's back, and it's the second time he's going to face the Packers in the last couple of weeks. He's going to know a little bit of something to keep it within 2 touchdowns. It's so big, I got to take it. Cincinnati plus 14.5.
You got no choice.
Gigantic line for sure. I'll go opposite Ryan Clary here. We'll go head-to-head. I like the Commanders to cover 4.5 on Monday Night Football against the Chicago Bears. I think they run the ball all over Chicago. I think that's a terrible defensive team. I think they win the game something like 27-20. Now, you know what? They're scoring 30. I'll say 34-27, something like that. They get a win over the Bears.
Drake May on the road? Not a problem. They're in New Orleans. Is New Orleans really going to win back-to-back games? The answer to that is no. Give me the Patriots -3.5.
I'm going to take a close to average line. It's not quite average. It's above average, but close to average. That line is -7.5. The
average for what?
Average.
Good Lord,
that's
Darius.
That's what they say average. Average is close to 7.5, right?
Wow. Okay.
The Rams over
There's
top
a joke
of the
to be made here.
I'm not making it.
I'm not going to make the joke.
I won't do it.
There's a joke about Darius being the one saying that, and not me
or
Danny.
What are you insinuating?
Nothing.
Unreal. The Rams -7.5 over the Ravens. Toby already covered this game. No way that the Ravens will be able to bounce back after losing Lamar Jackson and half their defense.
My wife just texted me. Awkward transition. She said, and I can't read that one.
Nope.
No, I'm just kidding. She said, I'm still for vanity plates being picked out by everybody else. I think that's pretty good, actually. You have to pay for
Oh, yeah.
your vanity license plate that everyone else picks what it says for the whole calendar year until next year when someone else loses confidence points picks.
That
We
actually
all-
is a good one.
We all get to pick what it says. It's kind of good.
Yeah, because the DMV won't let you say like terrible things.
I don't think we would make it terrible.
No, but I'm saying so like it limits it. So it's actually like it's embarrassing, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
I think it could be really embarrassing.
Yeah.
If we really put our heads together and do something good, it could be pretty fun. I just want it to be something you have to constantly answer a question about. You get out of your car and someone's like, "Does that say?"
What does that say?
Whatever it is.
What is that?
Danny driving around with a license plate that says "Hot Mama" or something.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Quite literally.
Exactly.
Something like that. Ryan, you're in last place, right?
Yeah, I'm in
you
last
have less
place.
points than anybody else?
I have less points than anyone
So we've
else.
done this for 5 weeks, and you've accumulated the lowest point total?
The lowest point total.
All right,
Just
then you're
10
up
points.
with your
I'm
1
up.
point play.
I've got the Bengals plus 14.5. Way too many points. I like Joe Flacco better than I like Jake Browning, I think, but I also think that Jordan Love is going to just Jordan Love it at this point. They got to cover 14.5 points. I'm going to take it plus 14.
Joe Flacco.
Flacco.
There's a lot of Flacco support in the studio over there.
All of a sudden.
Toki's a big Flacco guy. Who knew? And Clary's right behind him.
It's so big I got to take it.
I've heard that about that point spread. By the way, I agree with that philosophy. In the NFL, when spreads get over like 12 or 13, it's really hard to get a cover. You know what I mean? Who's taking a cover in that spot? Now, it happens occasionally, but I would bet, I'd have to look this up, I'll bet you way under 50% does a team cover 13 or more. In this league?
I don't know. I think if it gets that high, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't
agree.
know. I don't have the data on it, and I'm sure some dude that like talks really fast then never is accountable to what he actually predicted happens on
Let me
one
see
of
if
these like,
AI
bet type
can
shows.
answer this really. I'm going to
I can
ask
tell you,
AI.
I don't know the numbers.
Dad,
Not like Billy the Better Guy.
See if you can figure that out. How often does a team that's favored by 13 or more points cover that number in the NFL over the last bunch of years? My guess is it's sub 50% because the backdoor cover is alive.
The back door is powerful there.
It's huge.
I'm gonna say it's over 50% because usually that happens when a team is just so moribund and so terrible that they just can't get out of their own way.
But I just think in this league, like the terrible team doesn't get blown out when they're supposed to very often.
For the record, the one that I took last time was 15.5 for the Saints against the Bills, and they covered.
Not only did they cover, they gave him a hell of a run for
they
their money.
they were frisky.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
right.
my point, I think.
All right, so this one historical data point says that in 64 NFL games with a closing spread of exactly 13 points, the favorite covered only 9 times.
9 times?
God,
this
that's what I'm
semester?
saying.
9 times?
Out of how many? 50?
60 something.
64 games.
Yeah, not even close to half the time. Because this league, if it was easy to predict, then everyone would just do it.
Well, then how is any time there's a slightly large spread, everyone not like putting their mortgage on that? That's whatever. That's
Well, because you lose your mortgage.
well, you know what I'm trying
X
to say.
percentage of the
That's-
time.
That's 80 some percent.
Yes, that's my point. And that is actually something bettors do a lot. Actual, good bettors
Mm.
is when there's a gigantic spread, they take it in the NFL. That's one of the governing principles, I think, of betting is like, if you're, it's literally Toby's philosophy, who's in first place right now.
That's true.
He looked for the biggest line and he says, I'm jumping on that.
It's so big he had to take it. He said it twice.
I'm missing something. Everyone loves that line a lot.
Toby's not missing it. He's got it. He's got a couple different times.
Apparently. I want to like that line as much as you guys do. I'm sure there's fun innuendo in there. I'm not really getting it.
I think if you think hard enough.
No. Oh, hard enough. Yeah, now I'm getting
See what I'm saying? Like
Starting.
normally, I'd normally pass, but like look at it. I got to take that line. That's so big. Betting line.
Right.
Betting line for wagering.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow's show, Reston.
Sharbar.
Sharbar.
The Sharbar.
Food will be consumed.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to do tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I'm going to ask CK about this.
Oh.
I'd like to have a smoky old fashioned. I don't think I can stay after the show to have a smoky old fashioned. We're not the junkies.
No.
And we're not doing a drinking show.
No.
It's just one old fashioned. What do we think Slacks would think about me just having an old fashioned?
Sipping on an old fashioned? Towards the end of the program?
Yeah, like, well, no, I want to do it early.
Oh.
I'm
You want to be a little
thinking-
loose for the 3 o'clock hour?
I think during my lunch, 12:30 or so, a little old-fashioned.
Wow, dude.
Smoky old-fashioned.
That's an alcoholic beverage.
It looked so good. And the way they do it, they put it in this glass case of emotion.
The smoking glass.
And the smoke fills it up. It sits in there for like a minute or two. They open it. Everything smells kind of like, I don't know, in mass when they just lit the candles and shake the thing. And you can smell like the ashes everywhere or whatever. It just looks so good, man. Might be an old-fashioned situation for me tomorrow. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. What should I do? Do I have to do anything?
I don't think you have to do anything.
Oh, goodness.
Probably have a nice tea.
Yeah.
Eat a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't share it with me.
That's my plan. Every part of that is my plan.
Just stick to keep to yourself.
Yeah.
Don't
While other
talk
people are
to
talking,
anyone
I'm
for
just
4
gonna,
hours.
I'm just gonna eat. Yeah.
Just do your normal.
I was gonna say, do me. I got it.
Run out of the show the second it ends.
Yeah, pretty much.
The football discussion on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Big thanks to Darius, Toby, Ryan for their hard work on the show as always. If you missed Paul Taboni in studio for the better part of the first hour today, go podcast that wherever you get your audio. We got a brand new episode of Take Command that dropped. There will be a brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball coming your way as well for Nats fans. Grant and Danny saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow at Char Bar at the JW Marriott in Reston from 2 to 6:30.
Thank you for coming.